Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Why don't I go tomorrow instead? Wanda's voice cut through the silence like a whisper of doubt. For too long, she and Pietro had been running, hunted, haunted, always hiding from Hydra. The fear of falling into their clutches again still gripped her heart. But Suku only gave a quiet sigh and shook his head. "Wanda," he said firmly, locking eyes with her, "do you plan to run forever? You have no idea how powerful you truly are. You're not meant to live in fear. You're someone the world should fear." His voice carried warmth, but also unwavering confidence. Wanda hesitated. "Tomorrow, I'm taking you to S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hydra has burrowed its way into them and tries anything, then we expose them. Together. And if it comes to it," Suku's eyes gleamed coldly, "we burn Hydra to the ground." Wanda's heart skipped. In the Marvel Universe, the power of origin magic coursed through her veins. Unstable, yes, but devastatingly limitless. Even the Sorcerer Supreme would think twice before challenging her. In Suku's mind, there was no reason for Wanda to hide. Hydra, to him, was merely a trigger, an agent of chaos. He had no plans to destroy it outright. Let Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. clash in their shadow war, bleed each other dry. That kind of chaos bred opportunities. But if Hydra dared to lay a finger on Wanda again, then he'd erase them from existence. The world always finds new evils to replace the old. 9 heads cut from a serpent just meant 9 more would grow. Whether Hydra lived or died didn't matter to him. But Wanda mattered. "I trust you," Wanda finally said, a soft smile tugging at her lips. With Suku at her side, even the darkest of shadows felt far away. And so was settled. The next morning, Suku awoke to find a sleek black car idling outside his home. 2 men in standard issue SHIELD suits stood nearby, perfectly still. Clearly, Nick Fury had sent them. He hadn't even given Fury his address. But then again, this was S.H.I.E.L.D. After a light breakfast, Suku and Wanda climbed into the vehicle. The engine purred to life, and soon they were speeding down the highway toward a remote SHIELD facility. Nearly an hour passed before the car rolled to a stop in front of a hidden base carved into the side of a mountain. Waiting just inside was Nick Fury himself. "Welcome," Fury said, flashing them his rare smile. "Glad you came." He turned and led them through the steel corridors, his boots echoing softly. As they walked, Fury filled Suku in on the situation with Steve Rogers. It hit harder than expected. Agent Peggy Carter was gone, dead far earlier than she should have been. In this altered reality, she had passed while searching for Steve, never knowing if he'd survive the ice. This wasn't how things were supposed to play out. No wonder Rogers had broken. Eventually, they arrived at a small, sparsely furnished room. A bed, a chair, and a window overlooking a quiet courtyard. Captain America sat by the window, unmoving, empty, his shield nowhere in sight. Just a man lost in grief. "Captain," Nick called softly, "I brought someone new. A doctor who might be able to help." No response, just a hollow gaze staring into nothing. Nick turned to Suku, exasperated. "He's been like this ever since Carter's death. Nothing we've tried works. The world needs Captain America, but right now, we don't even have Steve." Suku folded his arms. "We'll take it from here." Before Nick could leave, Suku added calmly, "One condition, I work best without distractions. That means no observers. No one but me, my assistant, and Roger stays in this room." Nick nodded. "Fair enough." Suku's gaze then flicked to the corner, at the discreet black camera lens. "That goes too." Fury paused. The cameras were there for Roger's safety, monitoring his condition. Still, seeing the steel in Suku's expression, he relented. With a single command, the surveillance systems powered down. You better know what you're doing, Fury muttered, then exited the room without another word. Now, the room fell silent. Only 3 people remained. Suku, Wanda, and the broken icon of a bygone era, Steve Rogers. The healing would begin now, and the world would watch from the shadows. Suku reached out, his hand glowing faintly with demonic energy as he activated his probing ability. A storm of emotions surged into his mind: guilt, sorrow, despair. Roger's consciousness was fractured, teetering on the brink of collapse. Nick had been right. This wasn't just grief. This was a soul spiraling into ruin. He withdrew and sighed deeply. "He's worse off than I thought," Suku murmured, glancing at Wanda. "Can you sense anything?" Wanda blinked, surprised. "Me? Why would I use telepathy?" From her perspective, she was the assistant. Suku was the expert. "Why would you step in now?" But Suku simply pointed at the motionless figure of Captain America. "Because you need practice. And right now, you won't find a better subject than this." "Subject?" Wanda looked scandalized. "You're using Captain America as practice material?" She wanted to protest further, but part of her knew Suku was right. Rogers was locked deep within himself. This wasn't just treatment. It was training in the most meaningful form. "Are you sure it's safe?" she asked hesitantly. "Completely," Suku replied with a reassuring nod. "I'm here. Nothing will happen to him." Taking a deep breath, Wanda stepped forward. Her eyes glowed crimson as waves of psionic energy flowed from her hands. She gently reached into Roger's mind. Seconds later, her expression twisted with frustration. "It's chaos in there," she said. "His thoughts are tangled, grief, guilt, memories. They're all crashing into each other. I can't reach him. If I push harder, I might burn his brain." Suku finished calmly. Wanda nodded, withdrawing quickly. "He's fragile. One wrong move, and he'll never wake up." Suku folded his arms in thought. "Then we do it my way." "There are 2 options," he said. "The first is simple. We alter his memory. Erase everything about Agent Carter. If he can't remember her, he can't grieve her." Wanda's face darkened. "That's horrible. He'd lose part of himself. That's not healing, it's erasure." Suku raised a brow. "That's why there's a second method." He stepped closer to Rogers, looking at the man not as a hero, but as a broken soul. "We craft a dream," Suku explained. "A perfect one. One where he lives a full, happy life with Carter. If we give him closure, even if it's illusory, maybe that will be enough to bring him back." Wanda's breath caught. "You think that will work?" "Sometimes," Suku said softly, "people don't need truth. They need peace." Wanda nodded quickly. "Then let's do it. The second method. Please." Without wasting time, the 2 linked hands and connected their minds to Roger's psyche. His memories opened up like a rushing flood. They watched scenes from his life: Brooklyn streets, battlefields, the icy darkness of his sleep, and finally, a warm memory frozen in time. "There," Wanda pointed. "That's where he is." In front of them stood a spectral portal, glowing softly. Beyond it, they saw Agent Carter, ageless, smiling, waiting. Roger stood just outside the doorway, hand outstretched, reaching, longing. In his mind, crossing that door meant reunion. But it wasn't real. It was a prison of the past. "Captain," Wanda said gently. Rogers turned. His face was stunned, eyes wide with confusion and pain. "Who are you?" he asked warily. "We're here to help," Wanda replied. "I'm Wanda, and this is Dr. Suku. SHIELD sent us to bring you back." "This isn't real, Captain," Suku added. "It's a memory, nothing more. You don't have to keep punishing yourself." Rogers looked between them, then back at the vision of Carter. "I know it's not real," he said softly, "but it's the only place I can see her again." "You don't have to forget her," Wanda said gently. "But you can't live in the past forever." "She wouldn't want that, Steve." His expression cracked. Pain etched across his face. "I left her. I failed her. I never said goodbye." Wanda stepped closer, placing a hand over his heart. "Then say it now." Rogers looked once more at Carter, who smiled at him from the other side of the door. For a long moment, the silence stretched. Then, slowly, Rogers stepped back from the portal. The door shimmered and began to fade. And somewhere, deep within his mind, the first light of healing began to flicker. Then what if we can help you stay with Carter? Suddenly at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. When Rogers heard this, he immediately looked back at Suku, who was not far away, with an incredulous look on his face. What do you mean by that? Rogers couldn't help asking. Seeing this, Wanda on the side immediately explained. We thought of a way to make you and Carter spend the rest of your life together. But definitely, it's only in your consciousness. If you can accept it, then we can let you be together now. But there's one thing I must tell you. Everything you will experience later is just a dream. After waking up from the dream, he will still return to the real world. When Rogers heard this, he was silent again for a moment, because he also knew that he couldn't go back, and it seemed that the only way to be with Carter was in a dream. Although I don't know how the two people in front of me could do such a thing, they shouldn't be lying. But at this moment, Suku at the side smiled meaningfully, because he knew in his heart that if Rogers really wanted to be with Carter, there was no other way. Time Gem can do just that, using the power of the Time Gem to send Rogers back in time, and then let him and Ka live out his life. It's so easy. And in the final episode of Avengers, Rogers did the same. After defeating Thanos thoroughly, in order not to affect the world, Rogers returned to the past with a few gems and planned to return the gems to various places. However, after the task was completed, Rogers did not choose to go back to the future, but married Carter Agent in the past and lived his life. Definitely, this is the original plot. As for whether it will happen in the future, Suku doesn't know, and he doesn't want to care. He just wanted to deal with what was in front of him. And at this moment, Rogers finally made up his mind. He looked at Suku and Wanda firmly and said, I accept. Please help me. When Wanda heard this, she immediately looked at Suku. Seeing this, Suku stopped talking nonsense. In the next second, the obstacle in front of Rogers suddenly disappeared. Rogers paused for a moment, then finally stepped in. Carter! Rogers tremblingly called Carter's agent not far away. The moment he heard this, Carter looked over in surprise. Rogers, you not dead? Carter said tremblingly. I didn't die. I came back alive. I swear, I will never leave you again. Rogers said with a smile and hugged Carter tightly. Suku and Wanda didn't leave. They still stood there observing everything about Rogers. Ever since, they saw Rogers and Carter walk into the Palace of Marriage and have several children. Then the child's child had another child, and by this time Carter and Rogers were well into their teens. Finally, Carter passed away. Rogers also ushered in his death not long after. After he died, he appeared in front of Suku and Wanda again, and his appearance did not change at all. It's just that the expression on his face looks sober now. Although to Suku and Wanda, the time has passed only a few minutes, but to Rogers, he has lived his life. The bits and pieces of this life have also become the memories of his life. Wanda stood aside, feeling moved because she just witnessed the life of Rogers and Carter. Although this life was just a false fantasy that did not exist, it still moved her very much. As for Suku, his face was expressionless because he thought it was really nothing to look at. In any case, the task seems to be successfully completed this time. Captain, how do you feel now? Wanda asked cautiously. She needed to make sure Rogers was back to normal. Hearing this, Rogers looked up at Wanda and Suku, then smiled and said, Thank you for helping me fulfill my last wish. I won't be addicted to it anymore. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, because it was clear that Rogers was back to normal. Rogers looked forward, and in the future, there may not be no way for you to really go back to the past. Suku said with a smile. What? Hearing this, Rogers immediately looked at Suku in astonishment. What the hell do you mean by that? Asked Rogers. It's not interesting. I just want to tell you that the current technology is so advanced. Maybe someone will develop a tool that can travel through time in the near future, and then you can go back. Suku smiled and said, not willing to explain too much. However, these words are enough to make Rogers excited. He thinks what Suku said is right. As long as he lives well, maybe one day in the future, he can really travel back to the past. Thank you. Rogers once again expressed his thanks to Suku. Then let's go. Suku nodded to Wanda at the side. The next second, in the real world, Suku and Wanda slowly opened their eyes, and not far away, Rogers finally returned to normal. Looks like SHILD went to great lengths to get me back to normal. Looking at the surrounding environment, Rogers smiled helplessly in an instant. Fortunately, you finally returned to normal. Nothing is more important than this. Wanda smiled and said, the experience just now really gave her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Suku didn't speak, just walked to the door, and then knocked on the door. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and it was none other than Nick. What's wrong? The moment he came in, Nick immediately asked. He thought Suku needed something. Hello, Nick. Suddenly at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Nick was taken aback for a moment. His eyes followed the voice and looked over. Immediately afterwards, he saw not far away, Rogers was greeting him with a smile on his face. F***K. It turned out to be a success. When seeing this scene, Nick was instantly dumbfounded, because it has only been 10 minutes since he just left. That is to say, in less than 10 minutes, Suku actually brought Rogers back to normal. This Nima is too outrageous, right? You know, it took them a whole month to get Rogers back to normal. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Although he felt extremely shocked in his heart, Nick still reacted quickly. He rushed directly to Rogers, and then asked with concern, Captain, are you sure you're really back to normal? Don't worry, Nick. I won't dwell on the past. And if Carter is here, she won't want me to, Rogers said with a smile. Hearing this, Nick was finally sure that Rogers was indeed back to normal. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Suku in astonishment again. Dr. Su, you are really amazing. Suku smiled slightly and said, Don't praise me. It's useless to praise me. The consultation fees that should be paid still have to be paid. Definitely, Nick said with a smile. You know, SHILD is never short of money. Ever since a check of 10 million was delivered to Suku. In Nick's opinion, 10 million in exchange for a normal captain of the United States is a very good deal. Suku was not polite and directly handed the check to Wanda behind her. Looking at the 10 million check in her hand, Wanda was a little dazed. Obviously, she didn't expect that. In just 10 minutes, Suku actually earned 10 million. This is really unbelievable to her. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. At this moment, Suku suddenly spoke. Rogers has been cured, and the check-in task has been completed, and there is no use for him to stay here. Okay, I'll send you off. Hearing this, Nick immediately reacted, and then prepared to send Suku and the others away. As for Rogers, Nick has plenty of time to chat with him. When leaving, Suku deliberately slowed down and was observing the reactions of the surrounding agents all the time, because he wants to know if Hydra will make a move on Wanda. But when they came to a corner, a little girl suddenly rushed out of nowhere and rushed into Suku's arms. Suku didn't pay attention to it first, thinking it was some agent's child. But when he saw the child's face clearly, he lost his composure in an instant. Because this little girl is none other than Xiaoyu. If she had met Xiaoyu in Papa's antique shop, then Suku would not be surprised. Kanama, is SHILD here? In Marvel's SHILD, I met Xiaoyu from Chun-Long's Adventures, which is really outrageous. This made Suku instantly feel like he was acting out. At this time, Xiaoyu had already looked up at him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and said, with a strange expression on her face, It doesn't matter. Suku also reacted and then smiled. Immediately afterwards, another voice came from not far away. Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you not to run around? Come and help Dad research the information. Otherwise, Dad will send you back to school. Suku followed the prestige and saw an old man not far away. This old man is none other than the old man in Chun-Long's Adventures. This Nima is even more dramatic. For a while, Suku became even more speechless. But then he suddenly realized that although this seemed outrageous, it was quite normal when he thought about it carefully. After all, this world is not simply the adventures of Chun-Long or Marvel, but the world after Integrate. Father and the others must have known about Holy Master's riots in New York City before, so naturally they got caught up with the SHILD dog. Okay, Dad, I'll help you. At this moment, Xiaoyu's voice interrupted Suku's train of thought. Immediately afterwards, Suku saw Xiaoyu finish speaking angrily and then walk towards the old man. Although Xiaoyu didn't want to help her father research any materials, it was obvious that she didn't want to be sent back to school. Seeing Xiaoyu walking over, the father didn't say anything more. But just when the old man was about to return to the room, he suddenly noticed something and came to Su eagerly. "Who are you?" Dad asked curiously. Nick on the side heard this and quickly introduced. "Father, this is Dr. Su, a powerful psychiatrist. He just helped cure Rogers, and now Rogers has returned to normal. Suku, this is Daddy. He is a powerful magician, and that little girl is his grandniece Xiaoyu." Nick briefly introduced the two parties. Psychologist? After listening to Nick's introduction, the father still looked at Suku curiously, as if he didn't believe this statement. At the same time, Suku was also a little surprised because he had already guessed that his father should have discovered the devil's breath on him. Although he has been well hidden, it is obvious that as a powerful magician, the old man can still detect the devil's breath on him. And from far away, he could feel the extremely powerful magic of righteousness on his father's body. It's kind of interesting. Just when Suku was amazed, the old man was also extremely surprised at the moment. It's really strange. Why does this man have a devil's breath on his body? The old man was a little curious, and the way he looked at Suku became more and more strange. His intuition told him that the so-called psychiatrist in front of him must have some unknown secret, and it's a secret about demons. But at this moment, Nick on the side became a little anxious. Because Nick still intends to send Suku away, he hurried back to talk to the captain of the United States about the Avengers. He doesn't want to waste time here. Ever since, Nick immediately opened his mouth and said, "Father, if there is nothing else, I will send Dr. Su away first." Although the old man had some doubts in his heart, he was only suspicious, so he couldn't say anything after hearing this. Immediately afterwards, the old man nodded and then brought Xiaoyu back into the room. Suku just smiled and didn't say anything, because unlike the Holy Master, he didn't intend to provoke this little old man. Nick continued to walk toward the door with Suku and Wanda, and along the way, Wanda's spirit has been in a tense state because she is really worried that Hydra, who is undercover in SHILD, will shoot her. But until they came to the door, no one shot. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, and at the door, a car was already waiting there. It is worth mentioning that the person sitting in the driver's seat is none other than Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. "Natasha Romanoff, please send Dr. Su back," Nick said to Natasha Romanoff. "Okay." Natasha Romanoff nodded and agreed directly. Immediately afterwards, Suku and Wanda also boarded the car. "Goodbye." Nick smiled and waved, watching Suku leave. After the car started, Nick couldn't wait to turn around and go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. He can't wait to talk to Rogers about Avengers. In the car, Suku looked out the window and then asked, "Wanda, when you were at SHILD just now, did you notice that Hydra was undercover?" Forehead. When Wanda heard this, she looked at Suku in surprise. Knowing that the one who is driving is the SHILD agent, do you think it is okay to discuss this now? Seemingly seeing Wanda's worry, Suku immediately said, "Don't worry, she is one of my own." Natasha Romanoff, who was driving, smiled at Wanda when she heard this. Wanda was shocked again, because as far as she knew, the woman in front of her should have very high authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. How did Suku turn her into her own? Is it mind control? No. If it's mind control, I can definitely detect it. So, it's obviously not. What would that be? Wanda really couldn't figure it out. In fact, she definitely won't get it, because it's an ability from the devil. Since she couldn't figure it out, Wanda stopped thinking about it immediately. Anyway, it's not bad to have a one of my own in SHILD. So, she opened her mouth and said, "When I left just now, I did realize that some of them were Hydra's undercover agents. But what makes me feel strange is that they don't seem to be hostile to me, but they are very hostile to you. What's going on?" Suku was not surprised when he heard this, because what he noticed before was similar to Wanda. Immediately afterwards, Suku said, "For a long time, SHILD and Hydra have been rivals, but in the past, SHILD was not called SHILD, but the Strategic Science Corps. During World War II, Hydra tried to control the world. At this time, the Strategic Science Corps developed a super soldier serum and created Captain America. Then Captain America stopped their plot and even defeated the leader of Hydra, Red Skull. So Hydra naturally hates Captain America very much. But Captain America has a special status and they can't kill them directly. So they only hope that Captain America can continue to be so decadent, and it's better to become a useless person. But I suddenly appeared and saved him. This made Hydra's plan come to naught, and they will definitely hate me for it. As for not being hostile to you, I guess it's because these Hydra undercover agents and the Hydra who wanted to arrest you don't belong to the same department. So they don't know about you and Quicksilver." After listening to Suku's explanation, Wanda suddenly realized. But then, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because at least for a short period of time, she didn't have to worry about Hydra coming to him ******* to her. As for whether Hydra will attack Suku, Wanda is not worried at all, because they will just die miserably. Not long after, the car stopped at the gate of the villa. Suku looked back at Wanda and said, "Wanda, you go back first. I have something to explain." Although she didn't know what Suku was going to do, Wanda nodded and got out of the car and went back to the villa. For a while, only Suku and Natasha Romanoff were left in the car. Although Natasha Romanoff has been introduced to Wanda, there are some things that Suku still does not intend to let Wanda know. Immediately afterwards, Suku finally spoke. "Natasha Romanoff, has SHILD started working on something called the Tesseract recently?" Suku asked. "Tesseract?" Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff shook her head and said, "No, there's none. This is a bit strange. After all, according to Suku's understanding, the War of the Avengers Alliance will start soon, and at this time, SHILD should have already started researching Tesseract. But why didn't SHILD conduct research in this area? Could something else have happened because of the world integrate?" Suku shook his head, feeling something was wrong. But then, he still said, "After returning to SHILD, you can help me investigate the Tesseract. If you have any news about this, let me know immediately." "Yes." Without the slightest hesitation, Natasha Romanoff immediately agreed. Although she doesn't know what Tesseract is, she doesn't know why Suku is interested in this thing. But since it's what Suku ordered, she can't disobey it. In the Marvel Universe, infinite gems are definitely something that runs through the universe. And the first infinite gems to appear is, of course, the space gem, the so-called Tesseract. To be honest, Suku is very interested in space gems, because at the end of the day, all Marvel stories originate from space gems. It is also because of the existence of the space gem that Avengers was officially established. It can even be said that as long as he controls the space gem, then Suku can control the development of the entire Marvel plot. Although doing this is a bit like a big boss behind the scenes, but as a demon, Suku likes this feeling very much. After ordering Natasha Romanoff, Suku let her go. When Suku returned to the villa, he saw Wanda telling Quicksilver what happened today. Clearly, what happened today was new to Wanda. Suku just smiled and didn't say anything. Time passed quickly, and it was night in a blink of an eye. After having dinner with Wanda and the others, Suku went back to his room, just as he was considering whether to go to Gotham to find Harley to do something. Suddenly, a familiar wave of magic sounded in Suku's mind. Moreover, there seemed to be a familiar voice calling him vaguely. Suku was speechless for a moment, because he knew that it was the Lord calling him. Suku didn't want to talk to the Holy Master at first, but considering that the Holy Lord might really have something to do, he decided to go there eventually. After saying hello to Wanda and the others, Suku drove to the place where the Holy Lord was. And Walong and the others had been waiting for Suku downstairs. Obviously, the Holy Master expected Suku to come. "Welcome, dear Lord Demon." The moment he saw Suku, Valen led Leisu and the others to bow down respectfully. It's clear that Walloon was grateful for Suku's earlier shot. And I have to say that Suku also liked the attitude of Valen and the others, so he threw another handful of diamonds in the past. You guys are rewarded, Suku said. When they saw this scene, Valen and the others went crazy instantly. Because of Suku's move, at least several hundred million. Immediately afterwards, Valen and the others were grateful while picking up diamonds on the ground. Respected Lord Demon, thank you so much. If there's anything to do in the future, just tell us. We will not hesitate. At the moment, Valen really regretted following the Lord. If he had followed Suku, he might be rich by now. There is no need to serve the Holy Lord anymore. But definitely, Valen only dared to think about this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it. Because once the Holy Master finds out, he feels that his end will be very miserable, while Long and others lead the way. And soon Suku saw the Lord. Welcome, my dear brother. When seeing Suku, the Holy Lord was very enthusiastic instantly, and Suku was so enthusiastic that he felt sick. But immediately after, Suku found that the Holy Master in front of him seemed to be a little different. To put it simply, the power of the Holy Master seems to have recovered a little. Suku was curious. He could probably guess why the Holy Master did this, and then asked, Holy Master, did you get another spell? The Holy Master nodded and said, That's right, my brother. Just yesterday, Valen and the others found a sheep charm for me. Now, I already have the power of 3 charms. The sheep charm has the magic power to make the holder's soul astral. In the original plot of Chunlong's adventures, Xiaoyu stole the sheep charm and tried to activate the magic power. As a result, the soul astral rear sheep charm was snatched by the mafia, who sneaked into the room. Then the soulless body was possessed by the Holy Lord's soul, and finally Xiaoyu returned to her body after the Holy Lord's soul left. The sheep charm is the same as the mouse charm. They're both charms that can free the Holy Lord. Although they can't bring much power, their importance is self-evident. Thinking of this, Suku immediately stopped caring. Tell me, Holy Master, what is the purpose of you looking for me today? Suku asked straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master knew that Suku didn't like Moji and immediately stated his purpose directly. My dear brother, I want to invite you to rule this world together again, said the Holy Lord. When Suku heard this, he was speechless for a moment, because when he met the Holy Lord before, he had already rejected the Holy Lord's invitation to rule the world together. In the end, he didn't expect that the Holy Master still didn't give up. Holy Lord, when will he realize that this world is already different from before? Suku has no interest in this kind of thing, so he said directly, Holy Lord, I've said it before, I won't get involved in your affairs, and don't bother me. If you only came to me for this matter, then we should not meet in the future. After saying this, Suku was ready to leave, etc. Seeing that Suku was about to leave, the Holy Master became anxious in an instant. I have one more important thing. Please help me, my dear brother. Suku finally stopped after hearing this. Tell me, what is it? Suku said impatiently. He is really annoying the Holy Master, but he also knew that if he left like this, the Holy Master would definitely continue to look for him, so he might as well help the Holy Master. Definitely. The premise is that this matter is not troublesome. If the Holy Master says anything about ruling the world, he will just leave. But it's clear that the Lord is talking about something else this time. Not long ago, a guy named Loki approached me and said he wanted to work with me to rule the earth. He said that he will lead an army to the earth at that time. As long as I cooperate with him, we will definitely be able to take the earth. The Holy Master said slowly. What? Suku was a little surprised when he heard this, because Suku never thought that Loki would come to find the Lord. This Nima is too outrageous, right? This is even more outrageous than seeing Daddy and Xiaoyu in SHILD before. After all, one of them is a supervillain from Marvel, and the other is the ultimate boss from Jackie Chan's Adventures. 2 guys from different worlds actually want to cooperate to rule the world. It's outrageous. Holy Lord, how did you know Loki? Suku came back to his senses, looked at the Holy Master, and asked. However, The Holy Master shook his head. I don't know this guy. This guy took the initiative to find me. The Holy Lord didn't lie. He really didn't know Loki, and Loki also wanted to cooperate with the Holy Lord after he saw the scene of the Holy Lord rioting in New York by accident. Because Loki knows that the Lord is a very powerful demon, and if he has such a powerful demon as an ally, his plan will be more likely to succeed. So, he contacted the Holy Master and reached a cooperation with the Holy Lord. Suku thought for a while, and always felt that this matter was really 2F*** it up. Because according to his understanding of Loki, like the Lord, is a guy who doesn't believe what he says. It's really speechless that these two guys want to work together to rule the earth. Holy Lord, do you trust Loki? Suku asked again. Unexpectedly, the Holy Master laughed when he heard this. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master said, My dear brother, how could I possibly believe in a foreign god? God is what I hate the most because I have never forgotten that thousands of years ago, we were sealed by the so-called God. But I think we really need to use his power to rule the world. But after ruling the whole world, I will kill him immediately. All right. Suku didn't feel too surprised when he heard this. After all, the Holy Master never kept his promises, and doing so was really in line with his character. But then again, Loki isn't vegetarian either. Maybe Loki also planned to kill the Lord after he succeeded in the first place. After all, Loki is also a powerful magician. If he can use sealing magic, Suku would not be surprised. All in all, these two guys might fall in love and kill each other next. Then what do you need me to do? At this moment, Suku continued to ask. It's very simple. Loki said he would bring someone to meet me in a few days, and that person would be of great help to our plan. But you also know that my strength has not recovered yet, and I am worried that there is some conspiracy in it, so I need you to go with me. The Holy Master continued. When Suku heard this, he was instantly interested, because he was curious, who exactly would Loki bring to meet the Lord? Originally, he didn't want to agree to the Holy Master, but now it seems that this matter is not troublesome. He just went to meet Loki with the Holy Master. Definitely, there's another guy who doesn't know who. But it doesn't matter. For Suku, everyone is the same. Thinking this way, Suku immediately agreed. Okay, I promise. I will go with you when the time comes. When is the time you agreed? Seeing that Suku agreed, the Holy Master was relieved, and then hurriedly replied, 5 days later. Very well. See you in 5 days. After saying this, Suku turned around and left. The Lord was about to say something, but Suku had already disappeared before his eyes. This made the Holy Master very helpless. It was already late at night when we got home. Wanda and Quicksilver had already gone to bed, and Suku also went to rest immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The next morning, a knock on the door suddenly rang. Demons don't need sleep, but in order to look more like a human, Suku still rests every night. However, unlike humans, he is only immersed in his own consciousness. So Suku naturally woke up when he heard the knock on the door. However, when Suku went downstairs, he saw Wanda and Quicksilver standing at the door nervously, but they still dare not open the door. At the same time, Suku also felt a powerful spiritual force, and this mental power comes from the door. Obviously, Wanda felt it too, which is why she reacted like this. Seeing Suku appearing, Wanda rushed up to greet her and asked in a low voice, Suku, what the hell is going on here? I always feel that there is a very powerful guy at the door. Suku had roughly guessed who the visitor was at this moment, and then comforted him. Don't worry, he should not be an enemy. After saying this, Suku walked to the door and opened it. Immediately afterwards, a bald man in a wheelchair appeared in front of them. Behind the bald man stood a tall man. With just one glance, Suku recognized their identities, Professor X and Wolverine. Suku was not too surprised, because he had already guessed that the person who came was probably Professor X when he noticed the powerful spiritual power. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there is no one other than Professor X who possesses such powerful spiritual power. As for why Professor X came, it seems that it should be because of Wanda and Quicksilver. Because Professor X seems to have a special way to get all mutant information. Just when Suku was thinking, Professor X spoke. "Hi, I'm Charles Francis Xavier. Definitely you can also call me Professor X. This is Wolverine Logan. You must be Mr. Suku, right? Nice to meet you." Professor X smiled and introduced himself. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned to Wanda not far away. In the next second, a voice sounded from Wanda's heart. "Hello, Wanda. Please rest assured, we have no hostility towards you. We are your kind." When Wanda heard this, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she still didn't say anything. Although he had already guessed that Professor X was here for Wanda and Quicksilver, considering Professor X's attitude was not bad, Suku finally invited them in. "Welcome, please come in." Suku smiled. Immediately afterwards, Wolverine walked in pushing Professor X. After several people sat down, Suku asked straight to the point, "Tell me, what can you do with me? We're not here to look for you. We're looking for the two of them." Before Professor X could speak, Wolverine beside him spoke first. If it was a normal communication, then Suku would not be angry, but Wolverine is obviously condescending right now, and his tone of voice makes Suku very upset. Obviously, Wolverine treats Suku as an ordinary person. Suku looked at Wolverine and then slowly said, "You know, you really make me very upset." In the next second, Wolverine felt an invisible force suddenly pressing on him, causing him to kneel on the ground all of a sudden. Even the ground was smashed. "What's the situation?" Wolverine was shocked, completely confused about what happened. He tried to get up, but the invisible power on Naya's body was so strong that he couldn't get up at all. This sudden scene really made him a little at a loss. But in the next second, he suddenly saw Suku facing him with a smile on his face. Now, Wolverine finally reacted. "Yes, you did it," Wolverine said in disbelief. "You must know that before coming here, Professor X clearly said that there are only two mutants here, so he naturally thought that Suku was just an ordinary human being at the beginning. In the end, he never expected that Suku would be so powerful. He obviously didn't do anything, but he couldn't even climb up." Facing Wolverine's questioning, Suku smiled coldly. "What do you say?" Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand and pressed down lightly. "Ah!" With the sound of screams, Wolverine was completely crushed to the ground, and then even the surrounding ground was sunken. At the moment, Wolverine only felt as if he was being crushed by a planet. Even though his bones were made of Edelman metal, they were still crushed one by one. This pain is simply unbearable. At this moment, Suku suddenly felt a wave of thoughts wanting to invade his brain. Looking back, it was Professor X. In fact, Professor X was completely overwhelmed by this sudden scene, and he didn't remember to help until Wolverine's painful screams sounded. But then, Professor X discovered something was wrong. Because of his self-proud super ability, he couldn't invade Suku's brain. The feeling is like a person floating in the endless sea, full of despair. "Professor, do you know it's rude to do this?" At this moment, Suku's voice sounded in Professor X's brain. At the same time, a powerful mental force erupted in an instant, causing Professor X's brain to become chaotic in an instant. For a while, Professor X almost fainted. At this moment, Professor X doubted his life. In terms of telepathy, he has never lost to anyone so far. Until now, he actually lost, and it was a complete loss. What he didn't know was that he didn't lose to a human, but to a demon. For demons, their spiritual power is as vast as the ocean, and it is simply beyond the control of a human being. Even if it is as strong as Professor X, it cannot control the mind of a demon. After waking up a little bit, Professor X's face was already extremely shocked. And at this time, Wolverine was so suppressed that he couldn't even scream. Under the strong pressure, his body was bleeding everywhere, as if he was about to die at any moment. But definitely, Suku knows that he will not die so easily. After all, this guy's self-healing ability is not covered. "Suku, stop!" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and it was Wanda. Although Wanda didn't like Wolverine's attitude just now, It was obvious that if Suku wasn't stopped, then Wolverine might really die. And Wanda already knew the purpose of their coming here from the professor just now, so there is absolutely no need to kill them. Suku glanced at Wanda, and then said to Professor X, "Since Wanda is begging for you, let's forget about today." The next second, he stretched out his hand, and Wolverine, who had been crushed into the pit before, flew up again under the control of a force, and then hit the ground heavily. Definitely, this guy is not dead yet, and the wounds on his body are also recovering at a speed visible to the soft eye. From time to time, there was a slight sound of metal strikes. Suku knew in his heart that this was because the immense metal in his body was repairing itself. After confirming that Wolverine was still alive, Professor X looked at Suku, but at the moment his eyes were full of shock. You must know that before coming here, he discovered through ability that there are 2 mutants here, one of which is an Omega-level mutant. For this reason, he hurried over with Wolverine, intending to bring the 2 mutants back to the Mutant Academy. But he never thought that there are not only 2 mutants here, but also another person with incredible strength. "Who are you?" Professor X asked in a trembling voice. "I'm just a psychiatrist," Suku said lightly. "Psychologist?" Upon hearing this, Professor X was instantly speechless. Because according to the information he learned before, Suku is really a psychiatrist and even helped treat the United States Captain Rogers yesterday. But having said that, how can there be such a powerful psychologist with this kind of strength? Even if Suku says he is a god, Professor X will believe it. Among other things, if he is enough to instantly kill Wolverine and his own strength, would anyone believe that he is just an ordinary psychiatrist? Suddenly at this moment, Wolverine woke up. But when she saw Suku, Wolverine looked like she was looking at a monster. The experience just now was simply a nightmare for him. He almost thought he was really going to die. That feeling frightened him more than meeting Magneto. And at this moment, Suku's eyes suddenly turned to Wolverine. "This is the first time, so I choose to forgive you. But if there is a next time, I will definitely crush all the bones in your body into powder," Suku said lightly, but his tone was full of killing intent. When Wolverine heard this, his complexion instantly became ugly, but he dared not say a word. Suku didn't continue to shoot, so Professor X finally relaxed a little at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Professor X looked at Suku again and said, "Please believe us. We really didn't have any malicious intentions this time. We just noticed that there are 2 mutants here, so we just want to help them." When he said this, Professor X's attitude was obviously much humbled. Obviously, he knows that Suku is not something he can offend. When Suku heard this, he laughed and said, "Let me guess, your so-called help should be to take them to Mutant Academy, and then let them join the X-Men and help you save the world everywhere." When Professor X heard this, he was stunned again, because Suku was right. He really planned to do this. After all, in his opinion, as long as mutant can save enough humans, humans will recognize the existence of mutant. But obviously, this is basically impossible. Immediately afterwards, Suku continued, "To be honest, I don't agree with what you're doing, and in my opinion, what you're doing is really stupid. Human beings will not change their attitude towards you just because they save you again and again. They will only fear your power more and want to destroy you even more. Everything you do can't bring about changes for mutant. On the contrary, you will only lead mutant to destruction. Maybe you don't understand this now, but you will understand later." Although in Professor X's view, what he did was to save mutant, but Suku knew that all these efforts were in vain. Mutant will still be massacred by humans in the end, and will be completely destroyed. So Suku didn't want to pay attention to Professor X's so-called help. After Professor X heard Suku's words, he fell silent immediately because he didn't know how to refute Suku. Even Wolverine was lost in thought. Obviously, he is also doubting whether he should continue to save mankind. But then, Suku still looked at Wanda and Quicksilver and asked, "Wanda, do you want to go with them to Mutant Academy and become an X-Men and save the world?" Suku finally decided to give Wanda the right to choose. If Wanda really wants to leave, then Suku will not stop Wanda. However, After hearing Suku's words, Wanda shook her head without even thinking about it. I do not want to. Immediately afterwards, Wanda looked at Professor X and said, Professor, thank you for your kindness, but I have a good life here and I don't want to leave here. Quicksilver on the side also hurriedly echoed. That's right. We live here very well, and we don't need to go anywhere else. Compared to Professor X and Suku, Wanda obviously believes in Suku more. And to be honest, now she doesn't want to be an X-Men or other superhero at all. She just wants to live with her brother. And as far as the current situation is concerned, there is no place safer than Suku's side. In their view, this is their best shelter. And Professor X didn't feel too disappointed when he heard these words, because he never forced his peers to do anything. His original purpose of coming here was really just to bring Wanda and Quicksilver back to Mutant Academy, and then protect them. As for whether to join X-Men, he will not force Wanda and Quicksilver. But at the moment, it seems that it is useless to say these things, because Wanda has made her choice, and obviously, they don't need the protection of the Mutant Academy at all, because as long as there is Suku, then no one can hurt them. Thinking of this, Professor X immediately gave up his previous thoughts. Immediately afterwards, he said, Well, since this is your decision, then I won't force you. But if you have any needs, Mutant Academy will always welcome you. Although Wanda and Quicksilver really had no interest in Mutant Academy, they still expressed their gratitude for the kindness of Professor X. Immediately afterwards, Professor X and Wolverine left, and Wanda and Quicksilver acted like nothing happened. After a brief tidying up, they followed Suku to work at the psychological clinic in Hell's Kitchen. Strictly speaking, today is actually the first day of official opening. After all, Suku and Wanda went to SHILD yesterday, so the clinic was not open either. I don't know if the people in Hell's Kitchen are mentally ill, but the business on the first day was not bad, receiving a total of 10 guests. Because they're all ordinary people, Suku naturally handed over all these people to Wanda. Relying on her own telepathy, Wanda completed all the psychotherapy almost without hindrance. Although it is a bit overkill, the ability of telepathy is really suitable for psychotherapy. Early the next morning, Suku woke up and drove straight to Gotham, because today was his working day at Arkham Asylum. No way. Even if they open a branch in New York City, Suku will go to Arkham Asylum to work. After all, he really liked the atmosphere here. Sure enough, Arkham Asylum is still very crazy, but there are fewer familiar faces. Obviously, these guys have escaped from prison again. But this is not a bad thing for Suku, because if these guys escape from prison, the whole Gotham will be even crazier. As a demon, Suku loves such madness. It's a rare time to come back. Suku decided to stay for a few days before leaving. Anyway, there is no rush for Holy Master's affairs. When seeing Suku come back, Selina and Harley were instantly full of joy. Selina was okay, but Harley was so excited that he wanted to rush to hug Suku. Watching Selina's expression bewildered, Harley even took the initiative to sit next to Suku during the meal. Serena looked at the two guys who behaved intimately in front of her, and finally realized it all at once. Immediately afterwards, she said with a look of disbelief, Wait, boss, Harley, you two are not together, are you? When Harley heard this, his face turned red instantly, but it was regarded as acquiescing. Originally, Suku actually didn't intend to take the initiative to admit this kind of thing, because he originally wanted to talk about it after he took down Selina. But when things got to this point, there was nothing he could do if he didn't admit it. After all, he wanted to give Harley a title. As a result, Suku smiled slightly and then directly hugged Harley's waist. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Suku laughed. When Harley heard this, his face turned red again. However, when she heard this, Selina was completely stunned, because she had no idea when this happened, etc. Come to think of it, it all seems to have happened after that medical dinner in New York. Because Harley's name for Suku has changed since that medical dinner. From the previous owner to Suku. She didn't understand why before, but now she understands everything. Thinking of this, Selina felt a sudden heartache, because Suku also invited her to that dinner party, but she didn't think it was interesting, so she didn't go. Thinking about it now, if I had gone with Suku then, maybe she would be the one with Suku now. Thinking of this, Selena was suddenly shocked again. She was shocked by the weird thoughts in her mind. It's really strange. What does it have to do with her whether these two guys are together or not? Although thinking this way in her heart, Selena only felt that the food in her mouth was a little sour at the moment. Obviously, she is jealous. Naturally, Suku also noticed the change in Selena, and he just smiled slightly because he knew that he would be able to take down Selena soon. After dinner, Suku took Harley and Selena around Gotham again, admiring the unique madness of this city. Then, when they got home at night, Harley naturally followed Suku home. As for Selena, she went back angrily. After a big fight, Suku just felt comfortable all over. Definitely, if Selena also came along, it might be more comfortable. But wait and see. Overall, Suku is very satisfied to be back in Gotham again. Unable to fall asleep for a while, Harley began to tell Suku what happened in Gotham recently. Although Gotham is still very chaotic, it is not without good things. Because Batman's recent actions have become more and more frequent, and more supervillains have been attacked by Batman indiscriminately. This has led to a lot of seriously injured villains coming to Suku for treatment recently. But because of Suku's absence, they had to go elsewhere. Definitely, this is not a bad thing for the citizens of Gotham, because Batman only targets those villains and doesn't hurt ordinary citizens at all. After listening to Harley's narration, Suku only felt more and more fun, because he found that Batman seems to be developing in the direction of Laughing Bat now. This is the craziest Batman in all of the parallel universes. Just looking at this, you know that this thing must have something to do with the Joker. And in fact it is. The Laughing Bat is transformed from Batman infected by the Joker toxin. In DC's original plot, after Joker was caught by Batman, while spreading the Joker virus, he constantly told Batman the scene of the death of Batman's parents. Stimulated by Joker, Batman lost control of himself and killed Joker directly. But at the same time, he was also infected with the Joker virus. Ever since, Batman was transformed into the Bat of Laughter. The Laughing Bat has the mind of Batman and the bottomless madness of Joker. The universe he lives in definitely cannot withstand being tossed by this lunatic. You must know that Batman, who is not crazy, has a plan that can wipe out all superheroes, not to mention the completely black and Laughing Bat. He kills all the superheroes very fast. Even Superman was killed by the Laughing Bat with kryptonite. Overall, that's a pretty crazy dude. Although the current Batman has not been poisoned by the Joker toxin, the power of Black Aura will not lose to the Joker toxin at all. So it's hard for Suku to say what Batman will become in the end. But he knows that things are indeed getting more and more interesting. At night, Harley fell into a deep sleep, but Suku couldn't fall asleep anyway. Immediately afterwards, at this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar breath suddenly appeared outside the window. With a thought in his heart, Suku put on a casual dress and walked to the window. Ever since, he saw a huge amount of bats squatting on the roof not far away. Definitely, this bat is not a real bat, but the Batman Bruce Wayne who makes the super criminals in Gotham fear. Hello, Batman. Maybe I should call you by another name, Bruce Wayne. Suku smiled and said hello. When Bruce heard this, there was a flash of surprise in his expression, but it quickly returned to normal, because since Suku rescued him, he already knew that Suku's identity was very special. Now that Suku knew his real identity, he had nothing to hide from him. So, Bruce jumped directly in front of Suku and then took off the mask on his head. In the next second, a familiar face appeared in front of Suku, and the darkness was Bruce Wayne, the richest man in Gotham City. What did you do to me before? Why did I become like this? Bruce asked straight to the point with a complicated expression. Since being revived by Suku, he feels that his whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the most direct thing is that his strength has been enhanced. Although he gained great strength through exercise before, his strength has always been within the scope of human strength. But now his strength has far surpassed that of humans, and he can even lift things that weigh a ton, and he can feel that this power is still growing. What's more, he also got a super recovery ability, No matter what kind of damage he suffers, he can recover as before with just a night's sleep. He was even accidentally shot before, and when he woke up the next day, the wound had returned to normal. Secondly, his senses have also been enhanced. Definitely what's even more terrible is that the idea of killing people will arise in his mind from time to time. As a result, every time he faced those super criminals, he had to resist the urge to kill. This made him feel very scared because so far, he has always adhered to the principle of not killing people. But he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. But he knew that the reason why he had such a change was because Suku saved him. He didn't know what Suku did to him. He only knew that it must have something to do with Suku. So he finally found Suku. And then, it's the current scene. Using the devil's ability, Suku easily knew what Bruce was thinking. So, Suku smiled and said, "Bruce, don't you want to be the Dark Knight of Gotham? I just made you the real Dark Knight. Definitely, if you don't like this kind of power, then I can take it back, but you'd better think about it carefully. Because your life is maintained by this power. If I withdraw this power, you will die too." Hearing this, Bruce fell silent instantly. Because honestly, he didn't want to die. Moreover, although this power made him very scared and confused, it also fascinated him very much. All the changes brought about by this power gave him a great sense of satisfaction. He just didn't understand why this happened, not wanting to lose such power. Although Bruce didn't speak, Suku already understood his inner thoughts. Ever since, Suku continued, "Bruce, this world is far from being as safe as you imagined. Soon, this world may usher in a huge amounts of disaster. At that time, with your previous strength, you'll be unable to do anything at all. If you want to save the world, you must gain new powers. And the power you get now is my gift to you. Cherish this power. You can use this power to do whatever you want." Like Marvel, DC also has its own major events, such as Superman's battle against Zod, Julian's battle against Darkseid, etc. These guys are no less of a threat than Marvel. But when faced with these things before, the role of Batman is really insignificant, and it can even be said to be negligible. So when Suku rescued Bruce, he also had some other ideas. That is to let Bruce have the power to join those big events. After all, the Dark Knight should look like a Dark Knight, so you can't always be a small character, can you? And Bruce fell into a brief silence after listening to Suku's words. Not long after, he looked at Suku and spit out 2 words. "Thanks." He is still reluctant to part with this kind of power. In fact, not only him, no man can give up great power. Immediately afterwards, he put on the mask again and disappeared into the night. Watching Bruce leave, Suku smiled slightly, because he's really looking forward to what Batman will end up being. But suddenly at this moment, Suku realized a serious problem. That is, since this world is a big world after Integrate, will the big events between them also become chaotic? For example, during the battle in New York, will Superman and Julian make a move? Or when Superman fights Zod, will the Avengers Alliance make a move? As soon as I had this doubt in my heart, the sound of the system rang. Ding! Host, please rest assured. Although the world the host is currently in is an integrated world, the basic major events will not be chaotic. Avengers will not participate in the various major events of the Justice League. Similarly, the Justice League will not participate in the major events of the Avengers. It turned out to be like this. When Suka heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't know how the system did it, Suka didn't care much anymore. After 2 days in Gotham, Suka returned to New York. Because counting the time, it has come to the day when the Lord and Loki meet. After returning to New York, Suku went to meet Wanda and Quicksilver first, and after confirming that nothing had happened recently, he found the Holy Master. Seeing that Suku appeared on time, the Holy Master was also relieved. "Then let's go." As the Holy Master said, he was ready to go, etc. But at this moment, Suku spoke. "What's wrong?" The Holy Master asked a little strangely. "Holy Master, are you going to go out like this? You know it's daytime. If you go out like this, you will definitely be targeted by Shield and the human magician before. I'm afraid you will be sealed before you meet Loki." Suka looked at the Holy Master speechlessly. When the Holy Master heard this, he instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Then what to do? Asked the Lord. What else can I do? Wouldn't it be enough to change the appearance of a human? Suku was almost made to cry by the Holy Master. Demons all have the ability to transform into humans, and Holy Lord is no exception. Although he lost the monkey charm, Holy Lord still has the ability to change into humans. However, this is still not an easy matter for the Holy Master, because the Holy Lord does not look down on human beings from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, human beings are slaves of demons. How could he become a slave? However, considering that it would really be discovered and sealed if it went out like this, the Holy Master finally compromised. In the next second, strands of black aura began to emerge from the Holy Lord's body, and the black aura instantly enveloped the huge body of the Holy Lord. After the black aura dissipated, the Holy Master had already turned into a middle-aged man. And it's a middle-aged man from Huagua. Because the 8 demons ruled differently, they changed into human beings in different ways. Among them, Julin and Shangzhu are from Huagua, while Bogang is from Xiaotian, Xiaofeng, Jong Su, Shimu and Bazaar are from the United States, and Dcoa is from Africa. Definitely, it is easier for Suku to accept the transformation of the Lord into a human being. Everything was ready, and the two set off immediately. But Walong and the others didn't go with him this time. After all, Walong and the others couldn't be of much help on that occasion. Arriving at the designated place, Suku frowned after looking around, because at the moment, the place where they are is actually a temple of ancient gods. To be honest, Suku doesn't like this kind of place very much, because there is still a trace of the power of the gods left here. It is this kind of power that makes Suku very upset. So is the Lord. At this moment, the Holy Master has already turned into a demon. After looking around, the Holy Master sneered and said, "Stupid guy, actually chose this place for the meeting. It seems that those guys are trying to give us a blow." The Lord is right. As a demon, the Holy Lord naturally hates all gods, because thousands of years ago, the Holy Lord was sealed by the unknown death god. The results of it? Loki actually chose the meeting place here. Isn't this just to give the Holy Lord a blow? But the Lord is not used to Loki's stink. In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Master directly opened his big mouth, and a strong flame spewed out from his mouth, instantly burning everything around him. Although he didn't get the dragon spell, as a fire demon, the Lord still has the ability to control flames. This is the original power of the Holy Lord, which cannot be taken away by any god, even without death god's instructions. In any case, Suku was very happy to see everything around him being burned. Then, not long after, 2 figures appeared in front of Suku and Shangzhu. One of them was wearing green leather armor, had long hair, and had a haughty expression on his face. It was Loki. As for the other one, although he was tall, his appearance was extremely ugly, and Suku still recognized his identity at a glance. Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw is the scariest of Thanos' Black 5 generals, serving Thanos' allegiance. In Avengers Alliance 4, when Thanos invaded the Earth, he used his super language control ability to control Doctor Strange and brought Doctor Strange into space. Ebony Maw can persuade and even control other people with words. Even the spiritually powerful humans are not immune. In addition, Ebony Maw also has super high intelligence and strong mind control. All in all, he is a very powerful magician. As powerful as Doctor Strange, it's also powerless against Ebony Maw. For a while, Suku felt that this matter was getting more and more interesting, because he never thought that Ebony Maw would also participate in the plot of Avengers Alliance. "Hello, Holy Master." Loki greeted the Lord with a smile. Then he pointed to Ebony Maw and introduced, "This is Ebony Maw, a Jonda magician from another planet, and it is his master who will lend us an army to help us rule the Earth." Ebony Maw just nodded slightly and didn't say much, but when he looked at Suku, his eyes were slightly different. "Tell me, what do you want?" At this moment, Suku asked. As a person who knows the plot, Suku knows that all of this must not be for no reason. If he guessed correctly, Ebony Maw must have come for the space gem. After all, The plot of the Avengers Alliance, one originated from a space gem. But what Suku didn't expect was that when he heard him speak, Loki immediately showed a look of disdain. Immediately afterwards, Loki looked at Holy Master and said, "Holy Master, tell your servant that he'd better shut up while we're talking, otherwise I'll kill him." Servant? When the Holy Master heard this, he turned his head subconsciously. I was speechless for a moment, because he only saw Suku. That is to say, Loki actually regards Suku as his servant? Now, it's a bit interesting, saying that he is a servant in front of the strongest demon. Isn't this Nema courting death? For a moment, the Lord looked at Loki as if looking at another fool. Almost instantly, Loki and Ebony Maw also sensed something was wrong, because at the moment, they were clearly aware of a powerful wave of magic suddenly appearing around them. As a magician, they have always been very sensitive to magic. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice sounded. "Servant? What an interesting title. But to be honest, you make me very unhappy." It was none other than Suku who spoke. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master knew that Suku was about to lose his temper, so he quickly stepped aside. In the next second, endless power of darkness began to be released from Suku's body, instantly covering everything around, as if even the world was swallowed by darkness. The Holy Master looked confused. What kind of trick is this shit? He didn't remember that Gwyn could do this trick. How did the Lord know that this is the ability of the dark fruit? Loki was about to pee in fright. He felt as if he had kicked the iron plate. Ebony Maw also had a dignified face, and his intuition told him that Suku's identity is definitely very unusual. Immediately afterwards, they saw endless black aura wrapping Suku's body and flying into the air. And when the black aura was gone, a tall demon appeared in front of them. I saw the demon wearing a red-purple robe with red eyes. With 4 arms on his body, he is tall and tall, with black and purple hair, a long tongue like a snake letters sticking out his mouth, and his clothes are very much like the ancients of Hydra. His slender and tall physique is paired with the hem of the slim gown and dress, which further highlights his straight and slender bone structure. The overall proportion of the figure is almost double that of a normal adult, and it is more than 4 meters tall, and the whole has a gentleman temperament of a noble son, coupled with thick and angular robes, showing a polite and elegant manner and aloof attitude. This is what Moon Demon, Curse Blue, really looks like. And this is also the first time that Suku shows his demon form in front of outsiders. When he saw Suku's appearance, Loki's heart sank immediately, because he suddenly remembered that when he was very young, he had heard an Asgard legend. Legend has it that in a very distant era, a cosmic demon named Moon Demon, Curse Blue, once tried to destroy Asgard. As a result, definitely Asgard won, but the cosmic demon still left a legend about him in Asgard. Ebony Maw on the side also had a look of horror at the moment, because like Loki, he also thought of some demon legends circulating in the universe. And the protagonist of a legend is the demon of the moon, Gwyn, but doesn't seem to be right. It is said that a long time ago, the demon of the moon was defeated by the alliance of the gods because he was too cruel and was sealed on a planet called the Earth, etc. Earth? Ebony Maw was stunned. Isn't he on the Earth now? That is to say, the one who appeared in front of him at this moment was the moon demon who was once defeated by the combined force of the gods? Thinking of this, Ebony Maw's whole body went numb, because as far as he knows, Gwyn's original strength was from the level single universe, enough to beat several members of the Celestial group. In the end, all the Celestial teams dispatched together to defeat Gwyn and seal him on the Earth. Although the power of the seal will weaken the demon's power, but no matter how weakened it is, at least he still has the other strength of level Godfather, right? Nema, with such a big boss around, he still started such a fart war. At the moment, Ebony Maw just wants to get out of this ghost place of the Earth quickly, and then persuade Thanos to give up his plan. Definitely, the premise is that he can go back alive. Kneel down. Just as he was thinking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Almost instantly, a powerful force slammed down. Although invisible, it is quite deadly. Without even the slightest reaction time, Loki and Ebony Maw dropped to their knees. Even the Holy Master of the side almost couldn't help but knelt down. No way. Suku's majesty is too powerful. At this time, click, Ebony Maw's leg just broke. Ebony Maw was miserable, so he hurriedly used magic to repair the broken leg, and at the same time sent his heartfelt greetings to Loki's family. Loki, I'm driving your family away. You obviously agree to talk about cooperation, but why are you so arrogant? You die as you please. Why do you have to implicate Lao Tzu? It's not just Ebony Maw who suffers, but Loki too. Although his physical fitness is better than that of Ebony Maw, and he is not as serious as a broken leg. But to be honest, Loki is really scared to pee at this moment. Suku, who has turned into a moon demon, stood in the sky, staring coldly at Loki and Ebony Maw who were kneeling on the ground. Honestly, this feeling is really cool. Immediately afterwards, Suku stretched out his hand, and Loki's body could not help but float in the air and then flew in front of him. Then Loki was completely frozen in front of Suku, unable to move at all. Curse Lon, I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I would never dare to offend you. At this moment, Loki almost cried. You know me? Suku sneered. No, Asgard still has legends about you. It is said that you once launched an attack on Asgard a long time ago and caused great damage to Asgard. Loki told the truth, telling all the legends he had heard when he was a child. However, when Suku heard this, he didn't react too much. I heard that you claim to be a god, so let me see how powerful a god is. After saying this, Suku gave a slight push. In the next second, Loki snaked towards the depths of a universe like a cannonball. The Holy Master is numb. It was agreed to talk about cooperation. How can you talk about it after killing people? But he dared not express any opinion. At the same time, Suku smiled slightly, and the deep memory was awakened again. As early as when crossing to become Julian, Suku knew how powerful Julian was in the beginning through Julian's original memory. I don't know if it's because of the world integrate. Anyway, in this world, the strength of the Cursed Blue is beyond everyone's expectations. Because the Cursed Blue is not a demon belonging to the Earth, but a cosmic demon from the universe. As we all know, the powerhouses of the Marvel Universe can basically be divided into Earth level, level universe, level Godfather, level single universe, multi-universe level, and finally Almighty Universe level. Among them, the Earth level can only occupy a place on the surface of the planet, and most heroes on the Earth are at this level, such as Iron Man in normal state, Captain America, Professor X, and so on. Heroes like Level Universe are quite special. At least they have the ability to easily destroy a city, such as Green Titan, Magneto, normal Thor, etc. The ability level has completely distanced itself from everyone in front of it. Those at this level can basically be called gods because they basically have the ability to destroy the planet, such as Odin, Zeus, Ancient One, and Thor in his final form. Definitely, Thanos can barely be regarded as this level, just a little weaker. Next up is the level single universe. The conventional power displayed at this level can easily destroy any planet, and it is far stronger than the level Godfather. Powerful individuals can even affect the survival and destruction of a universe. What's more, you could destroy a galaxy at will. Representatives of this category are naturally the Marvel Celestial Group and the Planet Devourer. There is also the multi-universe level. Existences at this level are already at the boss level. Perhaps other strong men have another self in other multi-universes. But there is only one multi-universe powerhouse in all universes. The most representative of these are eternity, annihilation, infinity, and death. They are the only ones in a multi-universe. As for Almighty Universe level, this is more abstract because this is the strongest existence in the Marvel Universe. The OAA and the Tribunal for Life are at this level. In their eyes, no one or anything is worth mentioning. As long as they are willing, they can easily destroy the entire multi-universe and start over. And the initial level of Mantra Blue is level single universe. In Suku's memory, when the cursed blue is the strongest, it can destroy several planets at will, and even often fights with the planet devourer and the gods. The reason is also very simple. As the demon of the universe, Gwyn always destroys planets at will, and the devourers of the planet and the celestial group think that he has broken the balance. He even harassed Asgard more than once. Definitely, at that time the master of Asgard was not Odin, but Odin's father Bor, a guy with equally terrifying strength. Then, Gwyn's behavior finally completely angered the planet devourer and the celestial group, and they joined forces to attack Gwyn. Although Gwyn killed 2 of the celestial teams, he was still defeated. The celestial group couldn't kill Gwyn, so they chose to exile Gwyn to the Earth. As a result, after arriving on Earth, Cursed Blue clashed with the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme again, and killed the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme. Then, the demons appeared, and Gwyn began to fight the demons again, until there are only 8 demons left. No one can completely kill anyone. The demons chose a truce and became brothers and sisters. This is the origin of the 8 great demons. Finally, the unknown death god appeared, and the power of the Cursed Blue was lost in the battle with the planet devourer and the god group. Lost half again when fighting the original Sorcerer Supreme. Lost some more while fighting the demons. So he is naturally not an unknown opponent. So he was sealed in hell. Just like that, the former level single universe powerhouse, now reduced to in Gwyn's original memory. After he left hell, the first thing he did was to destroy the Earth first, then go to the celestial group and the planet devourer for revenge. But obviously, Suku, who replaced Gwyn, is not so brave. If his strength is still level single universe, then he can go crazy. Anyway, if he fights alone, neither the celestial group nor the planet devourer can beat him. It's not even that hard to kill Asgard directly. But the problem is his strength is depleted too much. First, they fought with the planet devourer and the celestial group. After being exiled to the Earth, he fought with Sorcerer Supreme and killed the first generation of Sorcerer Supreme, and then fight with the demons on the Earth. In the end, I fought with the undead death god again. After all this tossing, he has very little power left. So he can only choose to stay on the Earth and slowly recover his strength. Just when Suku was lost in memory, the Holy Master at the side was also stunned, because the Lord has already learned about the Cursed Blue from the conversation between Suku and Loki just now. To be honest, the Lord has never been very clear about the identity of Gwyn, because the Cursed Blue is not a demon native to the Earth, but a demon that fell from the universe inexplicably thousands of years ago. At that time, all the demons on the Earth regarded Gwyn as an intruder, so they attacked him together and launched an attack on Gwyn. In the end, there was nothing to do with the Cursed Blue. And then, fighting suddenly turned into a melee. In the end, only 8 of them were left. None of them could kill the other, and then somehow they became brothers and sisters. And this is why the Holy Master wants to win over Gwyn, because Cursed Blue is different from other demons. What Gwyn wants is not the Earth, but the entire universe. But the Holy Lord is not interested in the universe. All the Holy Lord wants is the Earth. This means that Shang-Zhu and Gwyn don't have any conflict of interest. But even so, the Holy Master felt that he had far underestimated the power of Gwyn. Now it seems that the power of Gwyn is definitely infinitely stronger than he imagined. But it's a pity that Gwyn doesn't seem to be interested in helping him rule the Earth. Otherwise, the Holy Master doesn't need to do anything at all, just lie down and win. Thinking of this, the Holy Master felt a little speechless. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master suddenly saw Ebony Ma, who was struggling not far away. "My dear brother, please don't kill him. Have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here today?" The Holy Master couldn't help but speak persuasively. No way. Suku just sent Loki straight into space. So the guy is designated to hang up. So now there's only one Ebony Maw left. If Ebony Maw is killed again, then the invasion of the Earth will really be impossible. So the Holy Master can only ask Suku to show mercy. Suku looked back at the Holy Master, then at Ebony Maw not far away, and finally planned to let Ebony Maw go. In the next second, Ebony Maw felt that the force on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the 4 weeks returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But only Ebony Maw knows how close he was to death just now. As Thanos' 5 generals of Obsidian, his strength is beyond doubt. Even his spells are among the best in the universe. But in front of the Moon Demon, he was completely powerless. As long as the Moon Demon is willing, he can crush himself to death. Thinking of this, Ebony Maw's double push couldn't help trembling. At the moment, he really wanted to escape from here, but he knew he couldn't escape. If Suku didn't allow himself to leave, but forced himself to leave, then there is probably only one end, just like Loki was blasted into space. In this case, he will definitely die. At the moment, Ebony Maw is not thinking about ruling the Earth and getting the space gem. He just wants to get back to Thanos quickly and tell Thanos to abandon all previous plans. Because the demon of the moon appeared, all they have to do now is to save their own lives, not to invade the Earth. Don't even think about infinite gems for a while. Thinking of this, Ebony Maw looked at Suku respectfully and said, "Dear Demon of the Moon, please forgive my rudeness just now. I really didn't know it would be you. But don't worry, I will leave the Earth immediately and promise to never come to this place again." Judging from Suku's attitude just now, Ebony Maw felt that Suku didn't have to kill himself. Otherwise, just relying on the Lord's request. How could Suku let herself go so easily? So in his opinion, as long as he expresses that he has no ill will towards the Earth, Suku should let him go. But obviously, things are not as simple as imagined. Sure enough, in the next second, he heard Suku say, "No, I want you to continue with what you came to Earth for." What? Hearing this, Ebony Maw was instantly speechless. What is his purpose in coming to Earth? Definitely to get the Earth's space gem. Definitely also help Loki rule the Earth, by the way. This is the previous deal with Loki. But now that the Earth has a demon of the moon, how can he still rule? As far as Loki's strength is concerned, let alone the moon demon, even facing the Holy Master, he has no chance of winning. What's more, infinite gems is something that can change the universe. Ebony Maw does not believe that the moon demon is not moved. But if this is the case, how can I complete this matter? Isn't this nonsense? Seemingly aware of Ebony Maw's thoughts, Suku then said, "I'm not interested in your affairs. The Earth is just my temporary residence. As long as you don't destroy this place, I won't interfere in whatever you do." The Holy Master on the side was somewhat upset when he heard this, because Julin could obviously help him rule the world, but Julin did nothing and asked him to cooperate with other people, which really made the Lord very speechless. But definitely, the Holy Master only dared to think about these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say them out. In any case, the cooperation will continue. After all, the original intention of the Lord to rule the Earth has never changed. Ever since the Lord looked at Ebony Maw again. "Tell me, how are you going to cooperate?" Although somewhat surprised, Ebony Maw probably understood Suku's meaning at this moment. Also know that Thanos' plan can still be carried out. This made him heave a sigh of relief. After organizing the language briefly, Ebony Maw said, "Our original plan with Loki was that we would provide Loki with an army to help Loki invade the Earth, and then Loki would give us something." "What?" Before Ebony Maw finished speaking, the Lord interrupted him. Hearing this, Ebony Maw first glanced at Suku, because he was worried that Suku would be interested in infinite gems, but then, thinking of Suku's strength, Ebony Maw suddenly didn't care anymore. With Suku's power, if he is really interested in infinite gems, then he can't stop it. That being the case, why think so much? So he said directly, "Space gem in infinite gems." Infinite gems? Space gem? What is this? The Holy Lord was dumbfounded when he heard this, because he really didn't know what it was. Only Suku understood. Sure enough, he guessed right. Ebony Maw and Loki really came for the space gem. Seeing that there was no special change on Suku's face, Ebony Maw continued. "That's right. This is the content of the transaction. We'll give you an army to help you rule the planet. but you have to give us the space gem. After getting the space gem, this transaction will be considered complete, and we will not come to Earth again. The Lord thought about it, and felt that this deal was not bad. As long as you find that space gem, you can exchange for a powerful alien army to help you rule the world. Originally, the Lord also had his own army, the so-called Dragon Army. But the Dragon Army of the Holy Lord is very afraid of magic, and they have almost no resistance to magic. But it's clear that this alien army isn't afraid of magic at all. It just filled the shortcomings of the Dragon Legion. Even if his Dragon Army is sealed by then, these alien troops can still fight for him. Thinking of this, the Holy Master was a little moved in an instant. But then, the Lord still felt the need to seek Suku's opinion. But before he could speak, he saw Suku nodded at him. The Lord instantly understood what Suku meant, and then looked at Ebony Maw and said, I agree with this cooperation. The matter seems to be over at this step, but it is not, because Ebony Maw suddenly thought of Loki, who was killed by Suku before. I saw him, said with a troubled face. Dear Moon Demon, the Loki you killed just now is the Prince of Asgard. If you kill him, it will definitely arouse Odin's anger. Odin may block our plan at that time. Have you thought about how to deal with this matter? In fact, Ebony Maw doesn't like Loki either, because Loki is too cunning and has no loyalty at all. But having said that, Loki is the Prince of Asgard after all. Behind him is the king of God Odin. Even Thanos must give Odin face. But Suku directly shot and killed Loki. It's a headache for Ebony Maw because Odin gets angry and that's scary. But when hearing this, Suku just smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly looked in one direction and then shouted, Loki, come out. I'm only saying this once. When Holy Lord and Ebony Maw heard this, they were instantly stunned. My heart said, wasn't Loki killed by you shooting into space just now? But in the next second, they saw an incredible scene in an instant. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed not far away, and then a figure slowly appeared in front of them. It was Loki, who was killed by Suku before. Loki, how are you still alive? Ebony Maw was shocked instantly. He clearly saw Loki being sent into space by Suku. Why did he suddenly appear here? However, Loki didn't speak, just looked at Suku with embarrassment. Besides Loki, only Suku knew what was going on. It turned out that when Suku controlled Loki to come to him, Loki used powerful magic to create a realistic illusion. Then he replaced himself with a phantom, and his own body was quietly hidden. Although Suku noticed everything in an instant, he still didn't say anything clearly. Instead, he shot that Loki phantom into space. The reason for this is because Suku found that this Loki seems to be different from the original Loki. If I have to say it, Suku thinks this Loki is more like the old Loki in the American drama Loki, because only that Loki is a true magician, a magician with tricks and strength. This made Suku feel very interesting, so he let him go, and Loki is still useful to Suku. After all, he is a key figure in the entire Avengers alliance. It would be impossible without him. And at the moment, Loki really didn't dare to take any chances anymore, because he knew that no matter what he did, he couldn't escape Suku's eyes. The power of the Moon Demon far exceeded his imagination. Thinking of this, Loki has no trace of hesitation and hurriedly came to Suku. Immediately afterwards, Loki said with a humble face, Dear Demon of the Moon, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. But don't worry, as long as you allow me to leave, then I guarantee that I will never come to Earth again. You must know that the reason why Loki invaded the Earth was just to prove his strength to Odin. In fact, Loki doesn't like Earth at all, and with the appearance of Curse Blue, Loki has completely lost his thoughts on this aspect. Now he just wants to return to Asgard quickly. But obviously, Suku doesn't think so. Suku looked down at Loki and said, Since you've already come, don't rush to go back. What did you think before? What to do next? Loki was speechless for a moment when he heard this. What does he mean by what he thought before and what to do next? You must know that what he wanted before was to rule the entire Earth. But now that the Holy Lord is here, and the mantra is here, how can he still rule the Earth? Even if Ju Lan doesn't care, the Holy Master certainly doesn't want to. Thinking of this, Loki felt depressed again. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Suku and said cautiously, "Then what? With the power of the Holy Lord and the army sent by Thanos, there shouldn't be any problem in taking down the Earth. No matter how bad it is, don't you still have you? So you don't need my help, right?" Loki really doesn't want to get involved in this, because he knew that even if he really helped to rule the Earth would not have his share. So why was he wasting his time? But obviously, what Suku gave was not a multiple-choice question. Suku continued, "Loki, it seems that you haven't figured out your current situation. What I'm giving you is not a multiple-choice question." In the next second, Loki felt that the gravity that disappeared before was completely pressing on him again. Thump! The next second, Loki fell directly to his knees on the ground again. At the moment, Loki was about to cry. You must know that as the Prince of Asgard, others have always knelt down for him. As a result, when he arrived on the Earth, he knelt twice in a short while. He simply regretted it. He obviously lived well in Asgard and enjoyed the supreme rights, so he teased his big brother Thor if he had nothing to do. Don't mention how comfortable this day is. Why do you have to come to this ghost place of the Earth and get involved in these things? He regrets it. If he could do it again, he would never come to this ghostly place like Earth again. But it's clear that by now, there's no use regretting it, and he simply can't say no to Suku. In desperation, Loki could only choose to compromise. He looked up at Suku and said, "Please rest assured, respected demon of the moon, I promise you, I will definitely help the Lord rule this world." Just like that, the proud prince of Asgard chose to surrender to a demon. Upon hearing this, the Holy Master nodded in satisfaction, because even if he has an army, he still needs someone who can command the army. And Walloon and the others are clearly incompetent. So Loki is the best choice. Let the Prince of Asgard become his servant. I have to say, the Holy Lord feels very happy at this moment. Suku didn't say anything, but used his power again to imprison Loki in front of his eyes. Then looked at Loki and said, "Loki, I know you're cunning, and I know you're never loyal to anyone. But there are some things I have to let you know. That is, if I find out that you betrayed me, I will never let you go. At that time, even if you hide in Asgard, I will destroy the whole of Asgard, and then I will tear your body into pieces and tear your soul apart. You should know I'm not joking, because I can totally do something like this." Ebony Maw on the side heard this, and seemed to feel that he should show off. Immediately afterwards, he also looked at Loki and said, "Loki, you promised Thanos this matter, so you must complete this matter. If you can't finish this, then Thanos will not let you go. You should know what he will do to you." At the moment, Loki almost collapsed, first threatened by Suku, and then threatened by Thanos' subordinate Ebony Maw. How could he, a little god of trickery, be caught between these two big guys all of a sudden? "Don't worry, I will never betray you." Loki was crying in his heart, but he could only agree. "By the way, Loki, do you have something to give to the Lord?" At this moment, Ebony Maw's voice suddenly sounded again. When Suku heard this, he was a little curious, and then he released Loki's imprisonment. Immediately afterwards, Loki fell to the ground. After finally getting up, Loki looked at the Lord again. Then, two charms suddenly appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be monkey charms and dragon charms. "This is my spell." Seeing the talisman, the Holy Master was a little surprised at the moment. Obviously, he didn't expect his talisman to appear in Loki's hands. "Holy Lord, this is your spell. Return it to you." As Loki said, he threw the two charms at the Lord. Immediately afterwards, the talisman flew towards the Holy Master as if possessing magical power, and then completely sank into the Holy Master's body. "Ah, the dragon spell? It's actually a dragon spell. My power is finally back." Sensing the power surging in his body, the Holy Master immediately laughed wildly. Because the dragon talisman is the Holy Lord's natal charm, it almost carries half of the Holy Lord's power. The Holy Lord who got the dragon charm is far more powerful than before. Seeing the excitement on the Holy Master's face, Loki always looked depressed, because he got these two charms with great difficulty. Originally, he thought of handing it over to the Holy Master as a sincerity of cooperation, but he never thought that he would be forced to hand it over to the Holy Master at this time. Damn Ebony Maw. Loki couldn't help cursing in his heart. In his opinion, it's all Ebony Maw's fault. If Ebony Maw hadn't mentioned the spell just now, no one would have known that the spell was with him. At that time, with the spell in hand, he will at least have some capital to negotiate with the Holy Master. But now nothing. But Ebony Maw doesn't care about that at all. All he cares about is the space gem. Now that things have come to this point, the matter of cooperation has finally been negotiated. Saint is mainly looking for space gems on Earth, while Loki is following Ebony Maw to find Thanos to discuss about the army. When both of them are almost ready, they can officially launch the plan to invade the Earth. Then goodbye, respected Demon of the Moon. I hope we can have a happy cooperation. After bowing to Suku, Ebony Maw left here with Loki. Although things have changed a bit, Ebony Maw feels that he has completed the task given by Thanos. So he's actually in a good mood. But compared to Ebony Maw, Loki is sad at the moment. Because whether this invasion succeeds or fails, Loki has nothing to gain. Poor god of trickery, just being manipulated by Suku to death. Loki feels tragic about himself. After Ebony Maw left with Loki, only Suku and the Holy Lord were left here. Immediately afterwards, Suku changed back to human form. Seeing the brother in front of him again, Holy Master didn't know what to say for a while. Because he understands that Julin and these demons are not at the same level at all. The Earth is too small to accommodate the Cursed Blue. The Cursed Blue belongs to the entire universe. Although there was some emotion in his heart, the Holy Master still thought a question. He looked at Suku and asked, "My dear brother, what the hell is that space gem they were talking about? To be honest, I've never heard of this thing. I don't even know where to find it." Seeing that the Holy Lord actually asked about the space gem, Suku felt another pain in the ***, because it's just too much drama. But then, he still told the story about infinite gems for the Lord. To put it simply, in the universe, there are 6 gems called infinite gems, which are refined from the essence of 5 singularities that contain infinite energy before the Big Bang. These 6 gems respectively control 6 basic attributes: space, power, reality, mind, time, and soul. Infinite gems are almost the most powerful treasures in the universe. Collecting 6 infinite gems can make a huge impact or change on the entire universe according to the user's own wishes. Even a single gem has great power. For example, the space gem you're looking for has the ability to instantly move yourself or all objects to any space. Even separate, cut, twist, or rearrange and create new spaces. To put it simply, as long as you get the space gem, you can go anywhere you want. After listening to Suku's introduction, the Holy Master's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he suddenly thought of a key question. So the space gem can open the gates of hell? Asked the Lord. Have no idea. Suku shook his head, because he really didn't know if space gem could open the gate of hell. After all, the region is in a very special dimension, and he is not sure whether the space gem can directly cross the dimension. Even so, the Lord still has a lot of interest in space gems. He looked at Suku and said, "Since infinite gems are so powerful, after getting the space gem, we will keep it for ourselves, and then we will find a way to collect the remaining 5 infinite gems. In this case, can we rule the entire universe?" Suku was speechless when he heard this. If he didn't know the Holy Lord, he must have thought it was Thanos, standing in front of him, because the Lord is thinking exactly the same as Thanos at the moment. But then, he could only shake his head and say, "Infinite gems is the power that the entire universe is pursuing. Compared with Thanos, the master of Ebony Maw, it is a very powerful existence. Other than that, the other infinite gems are in the hands of other experts. So, forget it. It's useless to tell you this. Let's wait until we find the space gem." Halfway through the conversation, Suku himself felt a little speechless, and then stopped the topic. Since until now, he hadn't found any clues about the space gem, what's the use of thinking about it? The most important thing is to find the space gem quickly. As for the other infinite gems, let's wait until later. Suku's words were halfway through, and the Holy Master was inevitably a little upset. But soon, the Holy Master returned to normal. Because in the view of the Lord, if you want to get the space gem, you still have to rely on Suku. Suku seems to know space gems well after all. Then, my dear brother, please help find the space gem. I will thank you very much, the Holy Master said shamelessly. Hearing this, Suku just glanced helplessly at the Holy Lord, and then disappeared into a black aura. Only the Holy Master was left standing there in embarrassment. It's really embarrassing. After all, Julan has helped him a lot recently, and he is still asking for Julan's help. But having said that, Julan is the boss of the 8 great demons after all. Helping my brother is also a matter of course. If you think this way, the Holy Master will not be embarrassed. Although I somewhat dislike the Lord, but considering that the plot of the Avengers alliance will always happen, and the space gem is the key, Suku finally decided to find the space gem first. So in the next few days, Suku's main goal is to find space gems. But Suku himself was too lazy to do this kind of thing. After all, he had ordered Natasha Romanoff to do it before. As the highest level agent of SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff has access to the highest level secrets of SHIELD, definitely including the space gem. And according to the original plot, Natasha Romanoff is also involved in the plan to weaponize the space gem. But to Suku's surprise, after waiting for several days, there was no news from Natasha Romanoff. This can't help but give Suku an idea. So is it possible that the space gem isn't even in SHIELD? With this idea in mind, Suku contacted Natasha Romanoff again. That night, Natasha Romanoff came to the door of Suku's house. As a high-level agent, Natasha Romanoff knows how to hide herself, so Suku is not worried about being discovered. After the meeting, Suku directly asked, "What's going on? Haven't you found any clues about the space gem yet?" Natasha Romanoff half-kneeled on the ground, looked at Suku in front of her like a servant who made a mistake, and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Master. Recently, I have searched almost all the information of SHIELD, but there is no record of space gem. So I suspect this thing isn't even in SHIELD. Suku didn't doubt Natasha Romanoff's words, because he knew that Natasha Romanoff would not lie to himself. Immediately afterwards, Suku suddenly thought of something again and asked, "Have you asked Rogers about this matter?" According to Suku's understanding, Rogers had been in contact with space gems before being frozen. Even in the original plot, SHIELD only discovered the space gem when rescuing Rogers. Maybe get a clue about the space gem from Rogers? However, upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff shook her head again. "I asked Rogers about this before, but Rogers didn't seem to know. He just told me that the Tesseract was lost in a battle with Hydra. He doesn't even know where the Tesseract is now." Natasha Romanoff continued. To be honest, Suku is very speechless, and quite speechless, because he never thought that it was a very simple matter. Why did it suddenly become so complicated? After seeing off Natasha Romanoff, Suku was ready to rest immediately. As for the space gem, let's wait until tomorrow. Ding! New missions are being released now. Please go to the Hydra base to sign in. You will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery and 10,000 system points. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Suku looked puzzled, unable to understand why the system would release the task at this time. But then, he suddenly realized something. Is the system trying to tell him that the space gem is at the Hydra base? With this idea in mind, Suku immediately accepted the task. Immediately afterwards, he checked the coordinates of the Hydra base, and unexpectedly found that this place was only more than 100 kilometers away from him. If you rush over now, you can complete the task in less than an hour. But then again, it's already late at night. Suku doesn't want to disturb her rest because of this matter. "Honey, why don't you come to rest?" At this moment, a sound suddenly came from inside the house. It's Harley's voice. That's right. Harley came to New York City to see herself. In the face of such a beautiful day, what Hydra base, what space gem seems not so important. "I am coming." With a slight smile, Suku returned to the room. Tonight, destined to be another sleepless night. Early the next morning. Beep. Just when Suku was considering whether to go to Hydra's base now and look for the space gem by the way, a doorbell suddenly rang. When I opened the door, I saw a group of SHIELD agents wearing SHIELD uniforms. One of the leading agents said embarrassingly, "Dr. Su, I'm so sorry. We're here to bother you again. It's like this, the captain's mental problems have appeared again recently, so Director Nick asked us to ask you to go over and help him heal again." What? Hearing this, Suku was somewhat speechless, because he didn't expect that Rogers, who was cured just a few days ago, had problems again. This shit is simply an insult to his medical skills. Thinking of this, Suku is not in a hurry to go to the base of Hydra, but plans to go to SHIELD first. Ever since, he nodded. "Let's go," etc. But just as he was about to go out, Wanda's voice suddenly sounded. In the next second, another voice flashed in Suku's mind. "Suku, they are not from SHIELD! Exclamation point. This is Wanda's telepathy." Suku was slightly taken aback and looked at the SHIELD agents in front of him again, because the other party was wearing the uniform of SHIELD, and some of the faces were familiar, and he had indeed seen them in SHIELD before, so he didn't pay much attention just now. But in the next second, with the activation of the demon's ability, Suku instantly sensed something was wrong, because at the moment, these guys who appeared in front of him were all Hydra agents without exception. When you think about it, it's really interesting. Just now, he was thinking about whether to take Hydra's nest, but the next second, Hydra's agent unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Thinking of this, I just felt a little funny. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Wanda and said, "Wanda, you don't have to go to work today. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." When Wanda heard this, although she didn't quite understand what Suku was going to do, she still nodded. "Let's go." Smiling and greeting the Hydra agents in front of him, Suku got into the car without looking back. Immediately afterwards, all the Hydra agents also got into the car, and then the car started to drive into the distance. The direction of the car at the beginning was indeed in the direction of SHIELD, but while walking, the direction of the car suddenly changed. Suku pretended to be curious and asked, "What's going on? Why do I remember that I didn't go this way when I went to SHIELD last time?" One of the agents heard this and immediately explained, "We are taking a shortcut. This road is a little closer." Hearing this answer, Suku just smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, the surrounding environment became more and more remote. It should have been a good opportunity to do it, but these guys have been reluctant to do it for a long time. In the end, Suku couldn't bear it anymore. He smiled and looked, okay, at a Hydra agent in front of him and asked Shun, "When are you going to wait to do it?" No way, the assassin was not in a hurry, but Suku, who was assassinated, was a little anxious, because he's still waiting to get the Hydra base after killing these guys. What? You asked why you didn't do it at home before? Simple, because Suku didn't want to dirty the floor of her own home. But now he has no scruples. The Hydra agent sitting opposite Suku was a little surprised when he heard this. But then he still said strong and calmly, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." "Then I'll make it clear. I know you are Hydra's agents, and I know you came to assassinate me because I saved Rogers." Suku said very calmly. He was too lazy to argue with these guys. As soon as the words came out, the Hydra agent on the car instantly came over with a surprised look on Suku's face. Doesn't seem to understand how on earth Suku found out their identities. But at this point, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. They originally wanted to take Suku to a remote place to solve it quietly, and then go back and kill Wanda and Quicksilver together and fake an accident. But now they have to do it. Immediately after the next second, the Hydra agent who was chatting with Suku before suddenly drew a gun and pointed it at Suku's head. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly pulled the trigger. A bullet instantly snaked towards Suku's head. But then, a shocking scene happened, because at the moment, the bullet that the snake fired unexpectedly stopped less than 1 centimeter away from Suku. Then it was frozen in the air, motionless. What happened? The Hydra agent in the car was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. They have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on with all this. You are really courting death. Suddenly at this moment, Suku laughed. The next second, he waved his hand casually. Immediately afterwards, the bullet that stopped in front of him turned around in an instant and directly snaked towards the Hydra agent who had just shot. Boom! The bullet pierced through his head in an instant. When seeing this scene, although the other Hydra agents didn't understand what was going on, they quickly took out their weapons and aimed at Suku to pull the trigger. And the car stopped at this time. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots suddenly sounded, but the sound didn't last long. A few seconds later, there was a sudden howl of ghosts and wolves in the car. Not long after, the car window was broken and a head rolled out. Immediately afterwards, the roof was released directly. An unlucky guy with only the upper body flew out suddenly, and then hung on a street lamp not far away. The internal organs fell all over the floor. 6 Hydra agents. One of them was headshot by a direct hit on the head by Suku. One was directly crushed by Suku. The 3 were directly dismembered by Suku. As for the last one, Suku didn't kill him for now. At the moment, Suku was sitting among a pile of corpses and looking at him with a smile. And that Hydra agent was already scared silly, because everything just now was a nightmare for him. He couldn't think of it. It was just an assassination of a psychiatrist. Why did it become like this? Definitely, it doesn't matter anymore, because at the moment, the interior of the car is full of his companion's internal organs, and an unknown mixed body, which makes him feel the fear from the depths of his soul. But the instigator of all this was still sitting in front of him, even looking at him with a smile on his face. Even though the inside of the car was already soaked in blood at this moment, not a single drop splashed on his body. As if nothing could get close to him. Suku could have directly killed the guy in front of him, but it suddenly occurred to him that this guy might know about the space gem. That's why he was spared. Immediately afterwards, Suku looked at him and asked, "Tell me, do you know where the space gem is? By the way, you should call him Tesseract." The frightened Hydra agent even said 3 words for me, but didn't even say a complete sentence. This made Suku a little speechless. Forget it, don't look for yourself. Suku shook his head helplessly. In the next second, the demon's consciousness instantly invaded the opponent's brain. Immediately afterwards, all the memories in the opponent's brain instantly appeared in Suku's mind. And soon, Ink found what he wanted. Sure enough, the space gem was indeed obtained by Hydra, and it is in the Hydra base. After getting what she wanted, Suku got out of the car and left. And the Hydra agent whose memory he had captured before had already had his head shot. This is because Suku directly devoured all his memories, and his brain couldn't withstand the invasion of the demon's consciousness. That's why it happened. In this way, the 6 Hydra agents who wanted to assassinate Suku were easily dealt with by Suku. As a demon, Suku will never show mercy to those who dare to offend her. Although it has been confirmed that the space gem is at the Hydra base, Suku did not go there immediately, but returned to the villa again. The moment Suku appeared, Wanda immediately asked with a look of surprise, "Why did you come back so soon? Where are those Hydra agents?" Suku smiled and said, "Definitely everything is resolved. By the way, clean up. I will take you to a place." "Where?" Wanda asked curiously. "Hydra base." Suku laughed. "Hydra base?" When Wanda heard this, she immediately looked at Suku with an incredulous look, because she never expected that Suku would take her to the Hydra base. This made her instantly think of some bad things. Suku didn't hold back anymore and said directly, "To tell you the truth, I have found the location of the Hydra base, and now I am going to destroy it. If you want to go together. If you don't want to go, I won't make it difficult for you. After all, the scene may be very bloody." At this moment, Quicksilver also heard Suku's words and stood beside Wanda. The 2 looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds. Immediately afterwards, Wanda said, "We will go with you." For a long time, Hydra has been a nightmare for Wanda and Quicksilver, and the experience of being used as a test object made them miserable. Even now, They are sometimes awakened by nightmares. Wanda knew in her heart that in order to completely get rid of this nightmare, they must completely destroy the root of all this. Seeing this, Suku smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the three of them drove off. Suku didn't have the idea of completely destroying the Hydra base before. At most, he just completed the mission in the past and then got the space gem. But with the assassination of Hydra agent, Suku suddenly changed his mind. Not only does he have to complete the mission and get the space gem, but kill everyone there. On the way, Suku suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, do you still remember where the Hydra base where you were imprisoned?" Suku wanted to confirm whether the base he was going to was the Hydra base where Sheeta and Quicksilver were imprisoned. After all, as far as he knows, there are many Hydra bases. And the Hydra base he is going to is not the headquarters of Johto Mountain. It is just an experimental base. Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately shook her head and said, "I don't know. When we were locked in a laboratory before, we were very confused and didn't know where we were. And we escaped during the transfer, so we don't know if the Hydra base we were going to is the place where we were once imprisoned." "So, it is." Suku nodded, not feeling too disappointed. But then, he thought of something again and asked, "Wanda, do you know the Cosmic Demon Fawn universe? Tesseract?" When Wanda heard this, she was a little puzzled, obviously not knowing what it was. On the other hand, Quicksilver seemed to think of something, then looked at Suku and said, "Is the Tesseract you're talking about a blue square, about this big?" As Quicksilver said, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture. "That's right." Suku regained some energy in an instant, because according to what Quicksilver described, Suku is sure that it is Tesseract. "I seem to have seen this thing before," Quicksilver said while recalling, "but I only saw it once. Hydra seems to use this kind of thing to make a lot of weapons, and I can't remember more." After hearing this, Suku was finally sure that the Hydra base he was going to was the place where Zhang Sherbian and Quicksilver were once locked down. Now, he can finally solve many things at once. One is to complete the task. The second is to get the space gem. The third is to help Wanda and Quicksilver completely solve their worries. This trip is really worth it. The car drove very fast, and it was completely away from the urban area in a short time. After an hour, it actually came to an empty suburb. But looking around, there is nothing here. But obviously, this is just an illusion. Suku knows that the system cannot go wrong. The base of Hydra must be here somewhere. Wanda closed her eyes and felt it, then suddenly pointed to a place not far away and said, "There." Suku didn't speak, just waved her hand casually. In the next second, a huge amount of stones suddenly flew into the air and then crashed into the direction Wanda pointed. Boom! Accompanied by a huge amount of impact sound, a huge amount of buildings suddenly appeared in the empty space just now, and a black iron gate also appeared. The moment she saw the iron gate, Wanda seemed to think of something and immediately covered her head in pain. "It's here! It's here!" Gritting her teeth, Wanda said, obviously, she has already sensed that this is where they were once imprisoned. Suku looked at Wanda's appearance, and then said to Quicksilver beside him, "Asking for flowers, Zero. Forget it, I'll go in alone later. You just wait here for me. Because the next scene may be a bit bloody. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it." Quicksilver was a little unconvinced when he heard this. But before he could say anything, the iron gate not far away was suddenly opened, and dozens of heavily armed Hydra agents rushed out. Without the slightest nonsense, the Hydra agents directly pulled the trigger. But Suku was too lazy to deal with these small shrimps. A thought flashed, and an invisible force suddenly crushed all Hydra agents. Pust, pust, pust. Accompanied by a special sound, the Hydra agents who were still alive in the last second instantly turned into pools of puddles of meat. All of a sudden, various unknown mixtures flowed all over the place. Looking at Quicksilver not far away, he spit it out. Vomit. And Wanda just missed this scene because of confusion. Anyway, this scene completely made Quicksilver lose the idea of going in together, because he knew that the next scene would only be bloodier. At this moment, Suku looked back at Quicksilver, then laughed. "Do you still want to go together?" No. Quicksilver suppressed his nausea and waved his hands and said with a pale face, "Go in by yourself. I'll just take care of Wanda here." Suku smiled and shook his head, then stopped talking, walked to the iron gate, and gently pushed it. The iron gate, weighing dozens of tons, was instantly knocked into the air. Immediately afterwards, a long passage appeared in front of Suku. .00. And at the end of the passage, there are dozens of Hydra agents who heard the noise and rushed over. Next, it's time to kill. All of a sudden, all kinds of horrific cries suddenly sounded throughout the passage. Countless Hydra agents revealed themselves instantly, and blood and internal organs were sprayed everywhere. Countless limbs and broken arms are flying around, making people shudder. It only took a few seconds, and all the Hydra agents present were completely killed. The scene in the entire passage is horrible, just like hell. But Suku didn't care, because at the moment, he already felt a strong wave of energy. And this energy fluctuation comes from the space gem. Passing through the passage, ink came to the interior of the base in an instant. Just as he thought, this place is indeed a laboratory with huge amounts of it. The laboratory is filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment, and in the most central place, there's a rather sophisticated mechanical equipment. In the card slot of the device, there's something emitting blue light. It is the space gem that Suku has been looking for. "Finally found you." Suku smiled slightly, and then walked towards the gemstone. "Do not move." Suddenly at this moment, there was another shout from a place not far away. But Suku was too lazy to talk nonsense, just waved his hand casually, and the body of that Hydra agent exploded instantly. Seeing this scene, the other Hydra agents who came over stopped talking nonsense and immediately raised a high-tech weapon and launched it towards it. There was a sound, and a blue shell came towards Suku. Suku didn't care much at first, but in the next second, he suddenly felt that the shell seemed to have the energy of a space gem. Sure enough, as the shell exploded beside Suku, a door of space suddenly appeared beside Suku. Then a huge octopus-like monster crawled out and attacked Suku instantly. Interesting, I didn't expect Hydra to use the space gem to develop a weapon that spans space. Suku was a little surprised, and then he stretched out his hand and waved at the octopus monster. In the next second, the body of the octopus monster exploded instantly. For a moment, all the Hydra agents present were shocked by this scene. They really don't understand who this man who came here suddenly is. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand, because they know that he is definitely the enemy. Immediately afterwards, all Hydra agents pulled the trigger. In an instant, countless space doors open around Suku, and then one after another unknown monsters crawled out of them, attacking Suku frantically. For a while, this place became a monster paradise. These monsters couldn't touch Suku at all, but with Suku's thought, all the monsters exploded in an instant. At this time, Suku finally came to Tesseract. Reach out and pick up the space gem, then squeeze it lightly. In the next second, the shell of the Tesseract shattered instantly, and then a blue gemstone the size of a thumb file appeared in Suku's hand. It is a real space gem towel. Damn it! Pull back. Seeing that Suku had obtained the space gem, the Hydra agents finally gave up their resistance completely, accompanied by a leader-like Hydra agent giving orders. All the Hydra agents rushed towards the gate of the base suddenly, trying to escape from here. But obviously, it is impossible for Suku to let them leave here alive. Immediately afterwards, Suku's eyes swept across everyone coldly. In the next second, the Hydra agent present was suddenly frozen on the spot. Almost instantly, their bodies twisted and collapsed, and then gradually withered until they turned into a bunch of blobs. And the instigator of all this just watched this scene with cold eyes, without the slightest emotion. Immediately afterwards, Suku took the space gem he just got and left here calmly. When he came out, he saw Wanda and Quicksilver waiting for him not far away. Needless to say, because at the moment Wanda can no longer sense the breath of any living people from that base. In other words, Suku killed everyone there. Quicksilver really wanted to go in and take a look, but when he thought of the scene just now, he was instantly disgusted again, because he knew that the scene inside would only be more disgusting. Anyway, their nightmare was finally brought to a complete end by Suku. What is that? Suddenly at this moment, Wanda seemed to sense something and then looked up at the sky. Quicksilver looked in the direction Wanda pointed and was instantly shocked, because at the moment, there is actually a huge amounts of meteorite falling from the sky, heading straight for them. Suku said calmly, "It's nothing, it's just a meteorite." As soon as the words fell, the meteorite hit the Hydra base not far away in an instant. Boom! There was an earth-shattering loud noise, and the Hydra base was completely destroyed by 407. But what followed was a scorching heat wave and huge amounts of shockwave. The power of this level was enough to kill any life within 10 kilometers. Although he didn't understand why a meteorite suddenly appeared, Quicksilver still reacted instantly. In the next second, he was ready to activate his ability to take Suku and Wanda away. Although he doesn't have the confidence to run so fast, he can't wait to die here. But at the moment when he was about to act, Suku suddenly grabbed his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." It was this moment that made Quicksilver lose the chance to react. Ever since, Quicksilver can only watch helplessly as they are about to be swallowed up by heat waves and shock waves. But at this moment, an astonishing scene happened again. I saw that when the heat wave and shock wave that could destroy everything came in front of them, it seemed as if they had encountered some obstacles, and they couldn't get even half a step closer to them. Even though the landslides and earth cracked outside, the area they were in was not affected in the slightest. There is no doubt that Suku did all of this. As the moon demon who controls gravity, Suku easily summoned a meteorite from the universe, and then smashed it toward Hydra's base. Maybe it's because I haven't used this ability for a long time, so the summoned meteorite is a little bigger. But it doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved. At the moment, Hydra's base has been completely smashed deep into the ground by meteorites. In general, Ian is still very satisfied. When seeing this scene, Quicksilver was almost dumbfounded, because he knew that Suku did all of this. Suku's strength once again exceeded his imagination. As the saying goes, real men never look back at the explosion. So Suku didn't bother to look at the steaming meteorite. He directly opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, then said to Wanda and Quicksilver, who were stunned by the shock, "Gone." Hearing Suku's voice, the two reacted and then hurried into the car. As the car started, they gradually drove into the distance. But looking back at the huge amounts of meteorite, they are still shocked at this moment. Although they already knew that Suku has great power, they can accept the power Suku showed before. But then again, summoning meteorites from space at will is a bit too much, right? Is this really the power that humans can possess? Finally, Quicksilver couldn't help but speak. "Are you a god?" asked Quicksilver. In his opinion, only God has such power. But Suku just smiled slightly. "I'm not a god, but I'm far more powerful than a god." Quicksilver was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say anymore. So, is Wanda? For them, the power shown by Suku is not as simple as being strong. After arriving home and settling down the Wanda siblings, Suku went straight back to the room on the second floor. He can't wait to try out the power of the space gem. He even ignored the system prompting that the task was completed. As a result, as soon as I went to the second floor, I met Harley, who had just finished washing early. "Where did you go just now? Why are you so happy?" Harley asked suspiciously. Suku didn't say a word, just wrapped Harley up and kissed her, making Harley's imagination run wild for a while. "Get ready, I'll take you out to play." Suku said. "Where are you going?" Harley was a little curious. "Anywhere." Suku laughed. Although she didn't quite understand what Suku was going to do, Harley obediently put on her clothes. While Harley was getting dressed, Suku took out the space gem again and said silently, "System, I want to copy and absorb the power of the space gem." Almost instantly, an unbelievably huge force erupted from the space gem, and then all of them fell into Suku's body. Feeling the huge power in his body, Suku felt comfortable all over. But the space gem in his hand was not damaged in the slightest. Although with Suku's current strength, he can completely take the space gems as his own, and even collect all the infinite gems like Thanos did, and solve all troubles with a snap of his fingers. But Suku didn't intend to do that, because Suku knows that even if he has all the infinite gems in the multi-universe, he is just an insignificant existence. Don't you see how helpless Loki felt when he saw a drawer of infinite gems in the Time Administration? For Suku, the space gem is not important. Infinite gems don't matter either. Being a multi-universe existence is the most important thing. So he desperately wants to gain power. Get the real power that belongs to you. That is the power of Black Aura. Only the power of Black Aura is the power that can truly make him stronger. And because of the world integrate, righteousness and the power of Black Aura not only exist on the Earth, but also in the entire universe. So as long as he gets enough Black Aura power, then he may become a multi-universe powerhouse. And the power of Black Aura comes from chaos. That's why Suku likes to stay in Gotham, because Gotham is extremely chaotic and full of Black Aura power. Also, this is why Suku gave the space gem because Thanos will use the space gem to make the universe more chaotic, and that's what he wants. Suddenly at this moment, Suku thought of what Shang said before. That is, can the space gem open the gates of hell? Immediately afterwards, he clenched the space gem in his hand, trying to open the gate of hell. B2. It turned out to be very disappointing because nothing happened. It seems that my previous thinking was correct. Space gems cannot open the gates of hell, etc. But suddenly at this moment, Suku's heart moved again. He directly put the space gem on the table beside him, and then used the energy of the space gem he had just absorbed to try to open the gate of hell. Immediately afterwards, a miracle happened, and a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. And the other end of the portal is hell. Suku laughed. It turned out to be a success. Thinking about it carefully, this seems to be because all the absorbed power will be strengthened by the system, so I can open the gate of hell by myself. I have to say, this is really a pleasant surprise. Because at the moment, Suku can release all the demons out of hell if he wants to. But Suku didn't intend to do this, because once he did, the righteousness and Black Aura of this world would be completely out of balance. At that time, it is for the balance between righteousness and Black Aura. Ancient One, Odin, Captain Marvel, Superman, etc. superhero will come to the Earth at the same time for some special reason and fight the demons. In this way, Suku will be out of control. Definitely, it is possible to release a demon, but you have to think carefully about which demon to release. What is that? Just when Suku was thinking, Harley's voice suddenly sounded. Suku reacted instantly and immediately closed the gate of hell. Then when he looked back, he saw that Harley had already put on his clothes and was looking at him in surprise. Obviously, Harley saw the portal just now. It's nothing, I just got a fun thing that can make me appear anywhere on the Earth in an instant. Suku said with a smile, and then took the space gem in his hand. When Harley saw the space gem in Suku's hand, he was instantly curious. Can you go anywhere? Harley asked. Definitely. Suku smiled. Immediately afterwards, his heart moved. Like Hawaii. In the next second, a portal appeared beside Suku, and on the other side of the portal was Hawaii. Harley was instantly stunned. But immediately after, Suku smiled and held out her hand. Harley instantly understood what Suku meant. So, the next two people came to Hawaii through the portal. The moment he appeared in Hawaii, Harley thought he was dreaming. But obviously, this is not a dream at all. She really came to Hawaii. In the next 2 days, Suku was not in a hurry to meet the Lord, but took Harley to visit almost all the places of interest in the world, as well as all the places Harley wanted to go. Sure enough, having the space gem is convenient. Until the third day, Suku sensed again. It was only when the Holy Lord called that Harley was sent back to Gotham. Immediately afterwards, another portal opened, and the moment Suku stepped out of the portal, he appeared in the basement where the Holy Master was. Seeing a portal suddenly appearing in front of him, Holy Master was shocked instantly. He thought it was the magician from before who had chased him here. The Holy Master breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Suku's appearance clearly. "My dear brother, you are here at last," the Holy Master said slowly. Suku ignored it, but looked at the Holy Master in front of him curiously. Because at the moment, the Holy Master is really in a bit of a panic, and his own strength has also lost a lot, as if he has just experienced a big battle. "What's wrong with you?" Suku asked curiously. "Don't mention it. While I was looking for a spell, I met a very powerful human magician, and that's it," the Holy Master said embarrassingly. "Human magician?" Suku became even more curious. "Is it an old man who calls himself Daddy?" Suku asked. "No," the Lord shook his head. "It's a magician who claims to be Ancient One. Her power is far beyond my imagination, and she can use sealing magic. If I didn't run fast, I might have been sealed by her. Damn human magician. When I recover all my strength, I must kill him." At the end of the sentence, the Holy Master became very angry. But Suku looked helpless, because Suku never thought that Shang Tian would meet E. After a brief silence, Suku spoke directly. "Honestly, it's a surprise that you escaped from her today. Because even if you get all the 12 charms, I'm afraid you're not her match. As long as she wants, she can seal you at any time." Although the Holy Master was very upset when he heard this, he still asked, "Do you know who that magician is?" "Definitely." Suku nodded. "She is currently the most powerful magician, sorcerer supreme in the world, and her strength even surpasses the unknown death god who sealed us back then. I was still wondering if she would have the power to seal us, but I already knew." The Lord is silent, because he never thought that such a powerful magician actually existed in this world. If so, wouldn't his situation be very dangerous? After all, the opponent has the power to seal himself. After a brief silence, the Holy Master couldn't help but ask, "Then what should we do next?" The Lord really has no choice but to seek help from Suku, because he knew that Suku must have a way. Suku rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then he spoke 5.7 times. "Don't worry, just do what you want. And when Ancient One appears again, I will deal with her." Suku had already killed a Sorcerer Supreme when he first came to Earth, so he didn't mind killing another at all. The Holy Master breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but then he suddenly thought of a terrible question. That is, what if he was sealed by Ancient One before Suku made a move? This Nima is completely cool. If Suku is also in hell, then he can fool the other 7 demons and send him out of hell. But now that Suku has come out of hell, the few remaining demons in hell can't send another demon out of hell. Originally, the Panka treasure box could also save him from hell, but the terrible thing is that his current strength has not recovered, so he cannot get the Shinku treasure box at all. That is to say, once he is sealed again, he will only be trapped in hell forever. Thinking of this, the Holy Master immediately let out a roar. "No!" Suku looked at the Holy Master helplessly, and instantly knew what the Holy Master was worried about. So, he looked at the Holy Master calmly and said, "Holy Lord, I know what you are afraid of, but what if I tell you that I now have the ability to open the gate of hell at any time?" "What?" When the Holy Master heard this, he immediately looked at Suku in astonishment, his face full of disbelief, because in the eyes of the Holy Lord, this is simply impossible. But then, the Holy Master suddenly thought of the scene where Suku came here just now. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but thinking about it now, the special portal just now seems very similar to the ability of the space gem that Suku mentioned before. Could it be that Suku already got the space gem? And the space gem also has the power to open the gates of hell. Thinking of this, the Holy Master can no longer be calm, because he knows what it means to the devil. This means that from now on, demons will no longer be afraid of being sealed. This means that the demons will be completely free. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master finally couldn't help but asked, "Did you get the space gem?" "That's right." Suku nodded. In the next second, a light blue gemstone appeared in his hand. It was Space Gem. In Suku's view, The space gem was originally intended to be handed over to the Lord to make a deal with Ebony. So Suku handed over the space gem directly to the Lord. With a thought, the space gem in Suku's hand flew towards the Holy Lord. Space gems are beyond the control of human beings, and if they are touched directly, they will even be reduced to ashes. But obviously, as a powerful demon, the Holy Lord has full control over the power of the space gem. Ever since, when he came into contact with the space gem, the Lord instantly felt the power contained in the space gem. Without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Master clenched the space gem in his hand and was about to open the gate of hell. But then, something embarrassing happened, because no matter how hard the Holy Master tried, the gate of hell was never opened. What's the situation? The Lord looked at Suku in surprise. Why can't I open the gates of hell? Asked the Lord. When Suku heard this, he gave Holy Master a blank look. Did I say the space gem can open the gates of hell? The Holy Lord was speechless for a moment, because Suku really didn't say anything. But then again, wasn't that what Suku meant just now? Feeling helpless, the Holy Master could only speak again. My dear brother, just tell me what's going on. Immediately afterwards, Suku stretched out his hand, and in the next second, the space gem flew over from the Holy Master's hand. Holding the space gem in his hands, Suku explained, although the space gem can't open the gate of hell, I have absorbed his power, and this power has mutated in my body, so I only have the power to open hell at 21. As Suku said, a thought flashed through his mind. In the next second, a portal the size of a football file appeared in front of the Holy Lord. Although the portal is very small, the Holy Master still felt a familiar, yet unfamiliar atmosphere in an instant. It is the breath from hell. Obviously, this inconspicuous portal in front of you is connected to hell. The Lord was stunned instantly. He never thought that Suku could do such a thing. But soon, Holy Master suddenly returned to normal, because it suddenly occurred to him that Suku's strength is not comparable to that of the native demons of the earth. That being the case, no matter what he did, it seemed reasonable. After a brief silence, the Holy Master started working again and asked, So, even if I'm sealed now, you can use the power in your body to release me from hell? That's right. Suku nodded and then added another sentence. However, I suggest that you better not be sealed because the other brothers and sisters in hell really hate you. If you were really sealed into hell, you might have been tortured to death by them before I rescued you. When the Lord heard this, he felt a chill down his back. He knew what Suku said was true. Demons have always hated him because of his betrayal thousands of years ago. If he really returns to hell, he will face the wrath of 6 demons. But soon, the deputy chief suddenly thought of something. Wait, if this is the case, can't we also release other demons? Thinking of this, the Holy Master instantly became excited. Originally, he planned to release the other brothers and sisters after getting the Panka treasure box. But now it seems that the Panka treasure box is completely unnecessary, because with the power of Suku, you can free the other demons trapped in hell. When the demons come to the world, they will definitely rule the world again. But when hearing this, Suku shook his head. I can indeed do such a thing, but it's not as simple as you think. As a demon, you should know that you still need balance if you are trapped in righteousness. If I release all other brothers and sisters from hell at once, then the righteousness and black aura of this world will be completely out of balance. At that time, for the sake of balance, righteousness will definitely gather all the superheroes in this world, including the Sorcerer Supreme you met before, and maybe even the unknown Death God will be awakening. How should we deal with these things then? Shangju frowned, because he knew what Suku said was right. As Black Aura's own son, Holy Master is very fond of Black Aura, and at the same time, he also knows that the balance between Black Aura and righteousness cannot be easily broken. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Suku and said, Then what do you say? You can't just do nothing, right? Definitely not. Suku shook his head and said, Although we can't release all the demons, it is still possible to release one demon. But the demon released must be obedient. Otherwise, if a disobedient demon is released, it will only bring us trouble." Upon hearing this, the Holy Master nodded immediately. Obviously, he also agreed with his point of view. After all, the purpose of releasing the demons is to help oneself, not to block oneself. Thinking of this, a devil's name suddenly popped up in the Holy Master's mind. This demon is none other than the sky demon Shimu. Shimu ranks 8th among the 8 great demons. He is the younger brother of all the demons, and looks like a huge black and gray bat. At the same time, it is also the smallest in size among demons. His main ability is flight, and he also has the ability to change the sky. He is good at air combat. In fact, among the 8 great demons, Shimu's power is the weakest. But having said that, although Shimu is weaker in terms of strength, his IQ is very high. He is insidious and good at disguising, has an extremely cunning personality, is good at calculating others, and does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In the original plot of the Adventures of Chun-Long, Shimu turned into a human boy in order to get his tail that was broken off by his father. He also took a fake name, Sam, to get close to Xiaoyu, and successfully got his own tail. Definitely the most important thing is that Shimu is different from other demons. He is more obedient, and basically does not cause trouble, and cannot cause much impact on the righteousness. And thinking of this, the Holy Master immediately looked at Suku and asked, "How is Shimu?" Westwood. Suku's chin was crazy, and he thought that the Holy Lord was similar to what he thought, because the candidate demons he thought of before were Bizarre and Shiha. After a brief consideration, Suku nodded. "Shimu is fine, but I think it is still necessary to inform the other demons about this matter." What? When the Holy Master heard this, he immediately felt a headache, because he knew that if Suku really did this, there would be no peace in hell. After all demons want to escape from hell, and if other demons know that it is Shimu who is going to be released, they will definitely not do it. Who knows what troubles might arise then? So in the eyes of the Holy Lord, it is enough to let Shimu out quietly. There is no need to let other demons know about it. But obviously, Suku doesn't think so. Hence, Suku immediately said with a sneer, "Holy Lord, I know what you're thinking, but it's completely unnecessary. Because if they dare to disobey my will, then I can guarantee that they will stay in the hell forever." Suku is not kidding. He can totally do such a thing. When the Holy Master heard this, he could only laugh a few times in embarrassment. No way. Who makes Suku the only demon who can save other demons now? The demons in hell have no choice but to agree to Suku. If Suku is really angered, then they can only be sealed in hell forever. Then let's go to hell now. At this moment, Suku's voice suddenly sounded again. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous portal that was only the size of a football file suddenly became larger. In an instant, it rose to a height of 7 or 8 meters, just enough to accommodate the Holy Master to pass. The Holy Master is numb. This Nima really wants to go to hell? He doesn't want to go. So, the Holy Master hurriedly said, "Wait, my dear brother, I think we still need to discuss." But before he finished speaking, Suku walked over. The Lord was speechless for a moment. Looking at the portal in front of him and feeling the breath from hell, the Holy Master really has some hesitation at this moment, because he was worried that after he stepped over, he would never be able to get out again. But in the end, the Lord decided to believe in Suku. He gritted his teeth and then walked in. Immediately afterwards, the portal disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. As soon as he came to hell, the Lord saw Suku appearing not far away, looking at everything around him. The Holy Master also looked at it, but to be honest, there is really nothing to see because the Holy Master hates this place so much. If it wasn't for Suku's strength, he would never have come to hell on his own initiative. And the moment they came to hell, the demons in hell also sensed their presence. Damn, Holy Master, curse Lon, you two bastards are finally back. Accompanied by a burst of angry roars, a green monster like a mountain suddenly flew over on a huge amount of stone. This monster is none other than the demon of the big sister mountain among the 8 demons. Bagong. Because of the huge amounts of body size, every time Bogang moves, it will cause a lot of noise in hell. Holy Master, you damn guy. You still have the face to come back? Immediately afterwards, a burst of lightning flashed. Thunder Demon, Sino-Soviet debut. When looking at the Holy Master, Jong Su's eyes instantly burst into raging anger, wishing to electrocute the Holy Master to death. Holy Lord! The next second, there was another roar, and the ground under his feet began to vibrate. A huge amount of monster emerged from the ground. It is the devil of the earth, Dcoa. Not much. At this time, Water Demon, Basha, Wind Demon, Safong, Sky Demon, Shimu all appear. After thousands of years, the 8 great demons finally got together again. But at the moment, the other 6 demons all bit the Holy Master fiercely. If it weren't for Suku, they would have gone up to teach the Holy Lord a long time ago. Seeing the 6 demons cast angry gazes at him, the Holy Master was instantly nervous. But immediately afterwards, he still bit the bullet and greeted the demons. "Hello, dear brothers and sisters, long time no see," the Holy Master said with some embarrassment. However, as soon as these words were uttered, Bogang instantly fell in love. "Holy Lord, you betrayed us. You are not worthy to be our brother. You bloody be asterisk, 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 asterisk D." Bogang roared angrily. Then he raised a huge amount of stone and threw it directly at the Holy Lord. But in the next second, the stone was fixed in the air by Suku. "Julan, what do you mean? Why did you protect the Holy Lord? And why did you leave hell before?" Seeing Suku make a move, Bogang immediately turned his finger on Suku again. However, compared his attitude towards the Holy Master, Bogang's attitude at the moment has eased a lot. Obviously, Bogang also knows that Suku cannot be offended. 62. At the same time, the Holy Master on the side was also moved, because the Holy Master never expected that Suku would stand up and help him at such a time. Thinking about it this way, I was only concerned about ruling mankind and didn't save my brothers and sisters in hell. It really shouldn't be. However, when the Holy Lord was half moved, Suku suddenly flew aside. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't protect the Holy Lord, I just didn't want to be implicated by him. Now you can do whatever you want." When the Lord heard this, he immediately became rich. He looked at Suku in disbelief, as if he didn't understand why Suku treated him like this. In the next second, he heard Suku say again, "Holy Lord, their hatred for you is too strong. Just let them show you some. Anyway, you won't die. Just go, and remember." When the Holy Lord heard this, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. He wanted to say something, but the other demons didn't give him the chance. In an instant, huge boulders like mountains and rivers smashed towards him. The Holy Master instinctively wanted to avoid it, but at this moment he had already been imprisoned by other demons using magic, and he could not escape at all. Ever since the Holy Master was directly smashed into the depths of the ground by the boulder, this magical blow almost knocked the Holy Master out of breath. Just as the Holy Lord was struggling to get up, a stone pillar rose up from the sky, directly knocking him from the ground into the air. What followed was a gust of cold wind, cold enough to freeze the soul of the Holy Lord. Just when the Holy Lord thought he could take a breather, the endless flood suddenly hit him and instantly shocked him to a distance. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling thunderbolt exploded, and the Holy Master felt that this body would be destroyed. That's all. The 6 demons all launched fierce revenge on the Holy Master, but the Holy Hand couldn't resist. Because the Lord knows that he owes the other demons. He must pay the price, or the demons will not forgive him. Just like that, when the Holy Master was about to lose his hold, the demons stopped. And at this moment, the Holy Master is already weak to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that demons are immortal, he would definitely be dead by now. Even so, there were still demons still wanting more. But just when they were about to attack again, Suku finally spoke. "Forget it. The Holy Master has already received the punishment he deserved. Let him go." When the demons heard this, they gave up their plan to teach the Lord a lesson. But then, The demons suddenly looked at Suku again, because they haven't forgotten, not long ago, Suku also left hell. They desperately want to know what happened to all this. Julan, the Lord has already received the punishment he deserved. What about you? Do you have something to tell us? Like, how did you get out of hell? Bogang was the first to question Suku, saying that Da's body trembled. And upon hearing this, the other demons present also cheered up a bit, because this is what they really care about. After all, demons have been trying to leave hell for a long time, but for thousands of years, only the Holy Lord has left hell. And the reason why the Holy Master can leave hell is only done with the help of other demons. But the cursed blue is different. No one knows when Julan left hell. No one knows how Julan left hell. The demons have had countless conjectures, but still can't get the answer. So they want to get a way out of hell from Julan. But facing Bogang's questioning, Suku shook his head. This is my own business. There's no need to explain it to you. And, Bogang, shouldn't you pay attention to your attitude? I am not the Holy Master. At the end of the words, Suku's voice suddenly became cold. In the next second, Bogang only felt a strange force enveloped his body, and then his so-called big body slowly floated up. There is no doubt that this is the blue calendar area. And Julan is very angry. Bogang became anxious in an instant. As the most defensive demon, Bogang is almost immune to all physical damage and magic damage, but he cannot be immune to magic damage, because the power of Julan will always forcefully press down on her huge amounts of body, and then force her to spit out the food she ate. Curse you. Bo was just about to say something, but in the next second, her body was squeezed into a pile of rotten flesh. Vomit. Immediately afterwards, Bogang opened his mouth wide, and all kinds of messy things spit out all over the floor. Mostly rocks and clods, and definitely a bunch of hell-only bugs. All in all, the scene is quite disgusting. Demons do not need to eat, but as the most gluttonous demon, Bogang is hungry all the time. But in hell, there is nothing else to eat, so she can only swallow all the things that can be swallowed in hell. Simply put, Pagan can devour almost everything except other demons. Definitely, as it stands now, Bagong has to gobble it up again. After dealing with Bogang easily, Suku's cold eyes swept over the other demons one by one. So now, who else wants to question me? All the demons fell silent at this moment, and no demon dared to challenge the strongest demon, Julan. Because in the countless challenges in the past, they already know that Curse Blue is invincible. This is the strength and majesty of being the head of the 8 great demons. At this moment, Bogang had almost vomited. Suku's strength only made her vomit the contents of her stomach and did not cause any harm to her. She moved her body again and climbed onto a stone floating in the air, then said weakly, "What's the use of being so powerful? Haven't you been sealed into hell again? And even the Holy Master has returned, and now none of us can get out." Hearing Bogang's words, Shimu and the others immediately became angry again. When they looked at the Holy Master again, they suddenly wanted to praise the Holy 11 again. Obviously, the demons thought that Suku and the Lord were sealed back to hell by human magicians. Seeing the demons cast unkind eyes on him again, the Holy Master panicked instantly. In the next second, the Holy Master hurriedly shouted, "Brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood. Julan and I were not sealed back to hell by the magician. We came here to try it ourselves. Curselan has a way to enter and exit hell at will, which means that from now on, we are all free." What? When they heard this, the other 6 demons were instantly shocked. How could they not believe such a thing? Immediately afterwards, all the demons except the Lord looked over like Suku, as if they were waiting for Suku's answer. However, Suku was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a thought, a portal instantly opened beside him, and the other end of the portal is the human world. Sensing the breath outside, the demons instantly became excited. "Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't give up on us. We'll be out of prison soon. Finally, after 1,000 years of waiting, I am finally free. Stupid humans, demons will rule the world again. Let me out quickly. I'm getting out of here." What followed was the excited roar of the demons. At the same time, they all rushed towards the portal. But at this moment, Suku stood in front of the portal and looked coldly at the demons in front of him. Seeing this scene, Holy Master didn't know what to say for a while, because he really couldn't tell the demons that they came this time to take away Shimu. If these words are spoken out, Holy Master feels that he will definitely be beaten again. Ever since, the Holy Master could only ask for help as if he was a gram. Although a little helpless, Suku still said, "Don't be too happy, although I have already mastered the method to enter and exit hell at will. But because of some special reasons, I can't release you all into the human world at the same time. I can only release one demon this time." When the demons heard this, they immediately fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Gang couldn't help but said, as the big sister among the demons, "I asked to be the first to go out." "Why?" Jong Su couldn't help but said, "Is it because you are big? I'm not convinced. I'm fed up with hell. I'm getting out." Dcoa raised huge amounts of fist angrily and roared, "Brothers, I think we can discuss this matter." The good old man, Xiao Feng, came out to smooth things over. Although Xiao Feng really wanted to leave hell, he knew that he probably had no chance this time, so he didn't bother to grab it. As for Bazaar and Shimu, their thinking at the moment is similar to that of Safong. They knew that they couldn't compete with the other three demons, so they didn't join in the fun, and they knew in their hearts that Julin would release them eventually. It was only a matter of time. They have been waiting for thousands of years, and they don't care about waiting for a few more years. But at this moment, Suku suddenly ignored Gang, Jong Su, and Dcoa in front of him, but looked at Shimu beside him. "Shimu, I decided to let you out first." "What?" As soon as Suku said this, Shimu's eyes lit up instantly. Immediately afterwards, he flapped huge amounts of wings and came in front of Suku. Then he asked in disbelief, "My brother, are you serious?" "Definitely." Suku nodded. According to Suku and Shangju, the most suitable demon to leave hell at present is Shimu. "I disagree." Suddenly at this moment, Gang's voice suddenly sounded. In the next second, Suku saw Gang moving his huge body and rushing towards him with anger on his face. But Suku didn't bother to talk to Gang at all, but quietly looked at the other demons and said, "I chose Shimu after considering many factors, and don't get me wrong, I'm not discussing with you again. I'm just letting you know. In the next time, I will release other brothers and sisters one by one. But if any demon dares defy my will, then I may consider never releasing her." As soon as heard this, he stopped abruptly, and his body couldn't help shaking with anger. But she has nothing to do, because she knows that Suku is not joking. After all, their freedom is completely in Suku's hands now. "Kurslan, remember what you said? Let me out," Gang said angrily. In the end, Gang could only choose to compromise, and then turned and left angrily. The other demons looked at each other and couldn't say anything for a while. After all, Julin promised to let them out in the future, so why should they fight with Shimu? "We believe in you, my brother. We will always wait for you." After saying this, the other demons also left one after another. For a while, only Suku, Shangju, and Shida were left here, and Shimu still looked unbelievable at the moment. Obviously, he didn't think he could get out of hell so soon. "Let's go, let's talk about something." As Suku said, he walked into the portal first, and then the Holy Hand couldn't wait to walk in. Shimu looked back at the empty hell, and finally followed. When passing through the portal, they reappeared in the basement where the Holy Master was before in an instant. And at the moment, there is a group of people waiting for them in the basement, and they are Wolong's group. When they saw Suku and Holy Lord coming out of a portal, although Wolong and the others were a little surprised, they quickly reacted. "Respected Lord Demon, respected Holy Master." But just halfway through the conversation, a monster that looked like a giant bat suddenly came out of the portal. For a moment, Wolong didn't know what to say. He was totally intimidated. "Wolong, this is our youngest brother, Sky Demon, Shimu." "Shimu, this is Valen and his little brothers. They are the Lord's partners in the human world." In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Suku casually made an introduction for both parties. Brother, brother? Devil's brother? Walong reacted in an instant, and hurriedly led Leisu and others to look at Shimu. Dear Lord Devil, welcome to this world. When Shimu heard this, he was a little happy for a while, and threw a handful of gems to the doctor. Take it and reward you. Gemstones of different colors were scattered all over the ground, which made Walong and the others' eyes shine. Thank you, Lord Demon. Thank you, Lord Demon. Walong and the others yelled while picking up the gems on the ground. When seeing this scene, Suku knew that her choice was right. Shimu is really a very smart guy. He just came out of hell and already knew how to buy people's hearts. The Lord stood aside, somewhat unable to understand Shimu's behavior, because in his opinion, Valen and the others should do things for themselves, and they should not be given any rewards at all. Definitely, although I can't understand it, but the Lord didn't stop. Valen, if you have nothing to do, go down first. My two brothers and I have something to talk about. The Holy Lord waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Valen regained some energy in an instant. Holy Lord, we have found another charm. This time it is the horse charm. As Valen said, a spell suddenly appeared in his hand, and it was the horse charm among the 12 spells. The moment he saw the horse talisman, the Holy Lord instantly became happy, because he didn't expect that Valen and the others would bring him such a surprise. Horse spell? And at this moment, Suku's gaze was also attracted by the horse charm. The horse charm, which represents healing and restoration, can enable the holder to remove all abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body, and at the same time ensure that the holder will not be eroded by external forces. To put it simply, as long as you have the power of the horse charm, you could be immune to all damage. Even if the body is crushed, as long as there is the power of the horse charm, it can still be restored instantly. Suku doesn't need this kind of power because basically no one can hurt him, but when he looked at Shimu, Suku suddenly thought of something. That's about Westwood's tale. You must know that in the original plot of Jackie Chan's Adventures, Shimu met his father and the others as soon as he was released from prison, and then his tail was cut off. This is enough to prove that Shimu's physical fitness is too poor. But if Shimu had the power of the horse charm, wouldn't he become stronger? After all, the horse charm represents healing and restoration. Even if his tail is broken, it will grow back in an instant. Thinking of this, Suku suddenly had an idea in his heart. Immediately afterwards, just as Valen was about to hand over the horse talisman to the Lord, the horse talisman suddenly flew up and fell into Suku's hand. My dear brother, what are you doing? The Holy Master asked a little puzzled. It's nothing. I just want to feel your strength. Suku said with a smile. In the next second, he hurriedly said in his heart, System, I want to copy and absorb the power of the horse charm. Almost instantly, the power of the horse spell appeared on Suku. Suku then threw the horse charm to the Lord again. Although he was a bit puzzled, the Holy Master didn't care the moment he got the talisman. With the horse talisman really entering his body, the Holy Master regained part of his power at this moment. Ha 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 ha! Sensing the power in his body, Holy Master couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thinks he's going to get all the spells soon. After laughing, the Holy Master looked at Valen with a look of relief. Varan, you did a good job this time. I am very satisfied, said the Holy Lord. Thank you, Lord. It is our honor to serve you. But look, as Valen spoke, he stopped talking a little bit. The Lord instantly understood what Valen meant. He didn't intend to pay attention to Valen, but when he thought of Shimu's behavior just now, he finally waved towards the dark corner. In the next second, a shadow ninja walked out of the darkness, holding a box in his hand. The box was opened in front of Walong, and there was a box full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Although the Holy Lord's power has not been recovered, and he cannot open the Golden Rooster King's treasure. But as a monarch who once ruled the world, the Holy Lord treasures are not only the Golden Rooster King's treasure. Looking at the treasure in front of him, Valen's saliva is about to flow out. Take your stuff and get out, the Holy Master said impatiently. However, facing the Holy Lord's scolding, Walong did not get angry in the slightest. Thank you, Holy Master. Then, Lord Demons, we will leave first. please tell us if you have anything to do." After Wall Long finished speaking with a smile on his face, he left the basement, this time with the box in his arms. As the man who likes making money the most in the adventures of Jackie Chan, everything for Wallong is for money. As long as there is money, Walloon is willing to be king of anything. After Wallong leaves, only Suku, Shangju, and Shimu are left here. His eyes swept across the faces of Suku and Shangju, and Shimu immediately said, "Tell me, why on earth did you release me?" As a clever demon, she didn't know that, and Shindu would not choose to release himself for no reason. What is their purpose? And he wanted to know what the purpose was. I have to say, this guy Shimu is simply too smart. If it were any other demon, the first time he came out of hell would be to experience the rare freedom, or go to the human world to do some damage. But Shimu asked this question, which is enough to prove that Shimu's IQ is much higher than other demons. But Suku was too lazy to answer this question, but looked at the Holy Master. Because at the end of the day, cooperating with Ebony Maw to invade the earth is the work of the Lord, and Suka has no interest in participating. The Holy Master on the side was a little silent at first, but then he spoke. "Let's put it simply. Shimu, I want to start a war in this world, so I need your help. Really, there is indeed a purpose in being set free." Shimu was not too surprised when he heard this. After all, for demons, ruling the world is what they always want to do. But then, Shimu suddenly thought of something, and then looked at Suku at the side. "I don't quite understand. You already have Julin's help. Why do you still need me?" Shimu asked with some doubts. In Shimu's view, as long as there is the help of Julan, it is a breeze for the Holy Lord to rule the world. Don't need his help at all. When the Holy Master heard this, his face instantly ached. Xin said that if Mantra is willing to help me, what else can you do? Lao Tzu already ruled the whole world. But definitely, in front of Shimu, he dare not say that. So he can only say, Julan is not interested in ruling the world, so he doesn't plan to make a move. I can only find other people to cooperate. Definitely in you. When we rule the world again, you can rule your own sky. The Lord began to draw big cakes for Shimu. Shimu rolled his eyes and then smiled slightly. Since this is the case, then I promise you, Holy Master. In this way, Shangju and Shimu reached a cooperation. Suka didn't speak from the beginning to the end, because in his opinion, what he said was useless, so he just let the Master to toss about it. Anyway, no matter what, the plot of the Avengers alliance will happen. But for Suku, regardless of whether the Lord's plan is successful or not, he will actually get what he wants. Because as long as this battlefield starts, he will get the chaos he wants. When the time comes, chaos will increase Black Aura's power, and he will become stronger too. That's enough. But it is obvious that the Lord has not considered so much at the moment. The Lord only wants to let Shimu add 750 to his plan. After hearing Shimu's answer, the Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Master thought of something again, and then said to Shimu, "My dear brother, then you will live with me for the rest of the day. I welcome you very much." After hearing this, Shimu immediately looked at the surrounding environment. Immediately afterwards, he shook his head in disgust. "Holy Lord, I really don't like where you live. It's like a prison." What Shimu said was right. The place where the Lord lives now is the basement of a building. And the reason why I live here is because the Lord thinks this is the safest place. But for Shimu, this place is really too depressing. Because as a demon who just left hell, he desperately longs for freedom and doesn't want to stay in such a small space. The Lord was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer Shimu. And at this moment, Suku finally spoke. "Nishimu, if you don't mind, you can stay with me. I can guarantee that my place is much better than the Holy Master's place. But if you live with me, you must become human." Suku extended an invitation to Shimu. When Shimu heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Then he nodded and said, "That's good. Curselon, I'll live with you." Obviously, compared to the Holy Lord who once betrayed the demons, Shimu still believes in Curse Blue, because as the boss of the demons, Julan has never deceived them. Besides, Julian now possesses the special ability to enter and leave hell at will. Being by Julian's side is obviously safer than being by the Holy Master's side. Even if he is accidentally sealed back to hell again, Julian will release him from hell immediately. With this idea in mind, Shimu naturally wanted to get closer to Suku. As for turning into a human, that is nothing to Shimu, because Shimu actually doesn't reject humans very much, which is much better than Holy Master. Seeing that Shimu actually planned to live with Suku, the Lord was speechless again. But soon, the Holy Master returned to normal, because in the eyes of the Holy Lord, it doesn't matter who Shimu lives with, as long as Shimu doesn't delay his business. So the Holy Master also opened his mouth and said, "You guys have already discussed it, so let's do it." In this way, the resident's problem of Shimu was determined. Immediately afterwards, Suku thought of the space gem again, and then took out the space gem and handed it to the Holy Master. "Holy Lord, when Loki comes to find you, you give the space gem to Loki. The rest Loki knows what to do." Suku said. Holy Master took the space gem and nodded immediately. "Relax. I know what to do." The reason why the Lord was interested in space gems before was because he felt that space gems should be able to open the gates of hell. When knowing that space gems can't open the gates of hell, the Holy Lord is not very interested in space gems. After all, he still wants to rule the whole world more than the space gem. But at this moment, the Holy Master suddenly thought of something, then looked at Suku and asked, "My dear brother, then that Sorcerer Supreme you said before. Don't worry. Since I promised you to deal with this matter, I won't let her stop your plan. I will keep an eye on her then." Before the Holy Master finished speaking, Suku immediately understood what the Holy Master meant, then directly interrupted the Holy Master's words. When the Holy Master heard this, he was completely relieved. After all, the strength that Ancient One showed before really scared him, but now, he finally doesn't have to be afraid anymore. According to the original plot, Suku knew that the Ancient One was actually in New York City during the Avengers Alliance, and even helped out with some Chitauri. So when the time comes, Suku can just stare at the Ancient One magician. Definitely, don't have a conflict if it can be avoided, but if it is unavoidable, then he doesn't mind killing another Sorcerer Supreme. Anyway, one has already been killed a long time ago, so it doesn't matter if you kill one more. The conversation is here, and it is almost over. Immediately afterwards, Suku opened a portal casually. It's just that the other end of the portal is not his villa, but an empty wilderness. This is Suku's gift for Shimu. Suku looked at Shimu with a smile and said, "Shimu, you must have been shattered just after you came out of hell, right? So I'll give you a little time. You can post as much as you want. But after sending some, you have to be obedient." Looking at the wilderness and blue sky on the other side of the portal, Shimu became excited instantly. No problem. After agreeing, he directly waved huge amounts of wings and rushed in. In the next second, he has already appeared in the sky. This place is located in the wilderness of the African continent, and there are no people in the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. So no matter how much Shishu fiddles, it will not attract anyone's attention. The Lord sighed from the side. He suddenly felt that Suku was really good at buying people's hearts, whether against demons or humans. Compared to Suku, I am really far behind. Then, Holy Master, please contact me if you have anything to do. At this moment, Suku spoke again. When the Holy Master looked over, he saw Suku also walked into the portal. Immediately afterwards, the portal disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Bandit Continent, a dark gray demon is flying in the sky. Returning to this world again, Shimu was really excited at the moment. He waved huge amounts of wings and kept flying in the sky. The speed continued to increase, already surpassing the speed of sound. With his current speed, even the most advanced fighter jets in the world can't catch up with him. And he could actually be faster. As a sky demon, Shimu's flight speed is the fastest among all demons. And Fa. Accompanied by his extremely fast flight, the entire sky suddenly became extremely dark, and bursts of thunder kept ringing, as if a catastrophe was about to usher in. This is the power of Sky Demon Nishiki. After tossing for a while, Shimu finally stopped beside Suku. But when Shimu fell, he instantly turned into a human child. Suku felt it was funny for a while, because Shimu's appearance was exactly the same as Sam in Chunlong's adventures. "Can I become like this?" Shimu asked. "Can," Suku said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Suku thought of something again, and saw that he stretched out his hand, and a ball of special energy appeared in his hand. Is this the power of the horse charm? Almost instantly, Shimu felt that this power came from the spell of the Holy Lord, and instantly looked at Suku with a look of surprise. He never imagined that Suku would have the power of the Holy Lord's 12 charms. But Suku didn't bother to explain anything. He just asked lightly, "Shimu, do you want to get this kind of power?" "Definitely." Although he didn't know what was going on, Shimu still nodded. Unlike other arrogant demons, Nishiki is very aware of his shortcomings. So if there's a chance to get other powers, then he will definitely not let it go. Suku smiled slightly. "Then here you go." As soon as these words came out, the energy in Suku's hand flew towards Shimu in an instant, and then all of them fell into Shimu's body. In an instant, Shimu only felt a force begin to fill his body, which made him very excited. You must know that although demons are immortal, their bodies can also suffer damage. But if he had the power of the horse charm, then he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. But then, Shimu thought of another problem. He said to Suku, "Jalan, you gave me the power of the horse charm. What should the Holy Master do?" Just now I was only thinking about being happy, but Shimu forgot the most important point. That is, if I got the power of the horse talisman, would it have any effect on the Lord? "Don't worry. The power I give you has nothing to do with the Holy Lord's spell, and the Holy Lord will not be affected in any way." Suku saw Shimu's worry, and then explained. Hearing this, Shiyin immediately showed excitement again. However, seeing Shimu's excited face, Suku felt a little distressed. Because in order to complete this power transfer, the system actually deducted a whole 1,000,000 system points from him. You must know that he can only get 100,000 system points for completing a mission. How many missions does this Nima have to complete? Definitely, there's also good news. That is, the power of the horse charm is still in his body. He just copied a copy of the power to Shimu. By the way, Julan, do you think the Holy Master will succeed? Just when Suku felt sorry for the points, Shimu asked suddenly. Suku came back to his senses in an instant, glanced at West University, and said, "I don't know, but I think the chance of success is very small, because the world is not the one we ruled before. A lot of changes have taken place in this world, and there are also some superheroes who are comparable to the unknown death god. Wanting to rule this world is not as simple as the Holy Master imagined." When Shimu heard this, his eyes were a little confused. Then isn't it pointless for us to do this? He didn't quite understand. Since it was doomed to fail from the beginning, why did he do this thing? If it was other demons, Suku wouldn't bother to explain anything. But for Shimu, Suku is still very open to say a few words. So he said, "Although the chance of the Holy Lord's success is very small, the war triggered by the Holy Lord will bring endless chaos. And chaos will increase the power of Black Aura. So when the time comes, what we have to do is to obtain the power of Black Aura to become stronger. This is the reason why I support the Holy Master in launching this war. So Shimu, you should try to get as much power as possible by then." After listening to Suku's words, Shimu's eyes lit up instantly. And when he looked at Suku again, Shimu's expression was a little admiring. Because he knew in his heart that what Suku said was right. "Looks like I have to do something when the time comes," Shimu said self-consciously. He felt that he could make this war a little more chaotic. By the way, I almost forgot to say, Shimu, remember to protect your tail. At this moment, Suku seemed to think of something, then smiled at Shimu. "My tail?" When Shimu heard this, he immediately became a little puzzled. Immediately afterwards, a tail appeared behind him. But looking at his own tail, Shimu became even more puzzled. Because his tail is fine. Just when he wanted to ask what was going on, another portal appeared in front of Suchun. Immediately afterwards, Su stepped in. Gone. Suku's voice came over. Seeing this, Shimu could only put his tail away and then followed. And when they stepped through the portal, they suddenly appeared in Suku's villa. By coincidence, they just happened to meet Wanda and Quicksilver. Wanda and Quicksilver were stunned for a moment. But definitely, it wasn't the sudden appearance of the portal that confused them, but the little boy beside Suku. Who is he? Wanda pointed to Shimu and asked. Although somewhat awkward, Suku still simply introduced the two parties. Nishimu, these two are Wanda and his younger brother. Wanda, this is my younger brother, She. Younger brother? You actually have a brother? When Wanda and Quicksilver heard this, they were stunned again. Especially Wanda. The moment she saw Shimu, she realized that Shimu Yipping possessed strong spiritual power. But the difference between this and Shimu's appearance is really too big. After all, it is absolutely impossible to have such a strong mental power at such a young age. Her intuition told her that Suku's younger brother is definitely not simple. Seeing this, Suku is also a little helpless, because he knows that with Wanda's ability, he will soon realize that Shimu cannot be all a simple human child. Beep! Then, just as he was about to explain a little bit, a doorbell rang suddenly. I don't know who will come this time. Just when Suku was thinking about who would come, Wanda suddenly spoke up. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, for sure. Wanda said. Immediately afterwards, Quicksilver said helplessly, "Why is this guy here again?" When Suku heard this, he became a little curious, because from what they said, it seemed that Nick had been here several times. Seemingly seeing the doubts in Suku's heart, Wanda immediately explained. Nick Fury came to see you 2 days ago, but you weren't there, so he left. He came every day after that, and sometimes several times a day. So, it is. Suku nodded thoughtfully, and in an instant he knew why Nick came to him. Needless to say, it must be because of the Hydra agents that were massacred before and the destruction of the Hydra base with meteorites. Thinking like this, Su immediately opened his mouth and said, "Wanda, take Shimu upstairs first, and leave it to me here." Upon hearing this, Wanda nodded immediately. But at this moment, Suku suddenly thought of something again, and then looked at Shimadeo. "Nishi, don't cause trouble for me." "No," Shimu said helplessly, then followed Wanda and Quicksilver up to the second floor. Immediately afterwards, Inzi walked towards a door. The moment the door opened, a bald head suddenly appeared in front of him. Who else is Nick Fury? And there is another person beside him. It is Iron Man Tony. "Dr. Su, we finally meet." The moment he saw Suku, Nick greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Tony Stark. We've met before." Tony also said hello. Well, Suku did meet Tony before when the Psych Clinic in Hell's Kitchen opened. Although she knew exactly what these two guys were here for, Suku still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why are you here? Is Rogers having trouble again?" Nick shook his head when he heard this. After your previous treatment, Rogers has completely returned to normal, and now he has once again become the captain of the United States. Having said that, Nick's tone suddenly paused again. "Actually, we came to you today for something else. Can we talk about it?" "Come in." Seeing that the attitude of these two guys was not bad, Ink immediately let Nick and Tony into the house. After the two parties sat down, Nick asked straight to the point. "Dr. Su, were you kidnapped by a group of people claiming to be SHIELD agents?" At the moment, Suku can pretend that he doesn't know anything. No matter what Nick says, he won't admit it. But as a proud demon, this is obviously not Suku's style. So, Suku nodded directly, and then added, "If you're apologizing for this matter, then there is no need, because I have killed them all." When Tony and Nick heard this, they immediately became a little confused, because in their opinion, Suku probably won't admit to this matter, so they have already thought of a way to deal with it. They even specially copied some surveillance videos along the way, preparing to use these things as evidence when Suku refuses to admit it. Who would have guessed the result? Suku not only admitted that he was kidnapped, but he didn't admit that it was the agents who killed him. This was completely beyond their expectations. Definitely, Nick didn't care the slightest bit about those dead agents. Because according to the investigation, Those dead agents are all Hydra agents who were undercover in SHIELD. This shocked Nick because, according to his knowledge, Hydra should have been wiped out by SHIELD decades ago. But the facts were right in front of him, and Nick couldn't help but not believe it. In order to thoroughly uncover the rest of the Hydra undercover agents hiding in SHIELD, Nick hit it, then began a big cleanup inside SHIELD. Unexpectedly uncovered more than 30 Hydra undercover agents. And Nick knows that's not all. SHIELD must have a lot of Hydra undercover that hasn't been discovered. This made Nick feel extremely tormented. Definitely, there is one more thing that makes Nick feel more tormented than this one. That is, the death of those Hydra agents who kidnapped Suku was really tragic. When they got the news and rushed to the scene, many people were so frightened that they couldn't even stand still. I saw blood and unknown minced meat and internal organs everywhere in the car. There's even half a corpse hanging on the lamp by the side of the road, and there's a head in the sewer next to it. A total of 6 Hydra agents died, and it stands to reason that there should be 6 corpses, but they could barely make out 3 corpses. As for the other 3 corpses, the probability is that they turned into piles of minced meat in the car. Just when Nick was feeling overwhelmed by this matter, another big event suddenly happened. A meteorite inexplicably fell from space near New York City, and they have never detected this meteorite near the Earth before. How to say? It's as if this meteorite was suddenly summoned to Earth from space. When Nick rushed to the scene again, he found that this matter seemed to be far more complicated than he imagined. Because under that meteorite, there is actually a Hydra experiment base. For Nick, this seems to be a good thing, but Nick can't be happy because this meteorite is so weird. At this moment, the previous investigation results came out, and a name also appeared in Nick's line of sight. It is Suku. Looking at the meteorite in front of him again, Nick suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. And then, here's what's happening now. But to be honest, because Suku answered too directly, Nick really couldn't accept it for a while. Seeing that Nick was still in a daze, Tony on the side immediately got a headache. Immediately afterwards, he ignored Nick and took out his mobile phone for a while to operate. Soon, a virtual light curtain appeared in front of Suku, and the picture displayed in the light curtain was a huge amounts of meteorite. So you did this meteorite too? Tony asked. That's right. Suku smiled slightly and still generously admitted. Hearing this, Nick finally reacted and fell silent again. Even Tony beside him didn't know what to say, because Suku admitted it so happily that they didn't know what to say next. Finally, Tony couldn't help but speak. If you don't mind, can I ask how you did it? Tony asked incredulously. Although I already know that there are many humans with super abilities in this world, but to be honest, Tony has never seen anyone who can summon meteorites at will. And even though Suku has admitted, he still can't accept this kind of thing, because this kind of thing is really too unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, even Nick looked over. Obviously, he also wanted to know how on earth Suku did this. Soon, Suku finally spoke. What if I told you that this is actually my natural strength? Suku smiled. Innate strength? Hearing this, Tony and Nick became even more confused. What kind of answer is this? But then, Nick still couldn't help asking. So who are you? Mutant or inhuman? Neither. Suku shook his head. My identity is very special. I really can't tell you, because once I tell you, then I can only kill you. What? When Tony and Nick heard this, they were shocked instantly, because their intuition told them that Suku was not joking. He would really do it. Although I am still curious about Suku's identity, it is really not a wise choice to die in order to know his identity. What's more, so far, everything Suku has done is actually beneficial to SHIELD, and they came to find Suku today. There's actually one more important thing. Ever since, Nick looked at Suku again. Although we are curious about your identity, if you don't want to say it, then we won't force you. But we need your help with something. Nick said solemnly. Tell me. Suku became a little interested. Here, we created an organization called Avengers and would like to invite you to join this organization. Before Nick could speak, Tony on the side spoke first. Sorry, I refuse. Without the slightest hesitation, Inca directly refused. Just kidding. He looks like a demon. How could he join the Avengers? When Nick and Tony heard this, they smiled wryly again. They did think that Suku would refuse before, but they didn't expect Suku to refuse so simply. Then, just as Nick was about to say something, his phone rang suddenly. I took out my phone and saw it was my dad calling. "Excuse me, answer the phone." Tony greeted Suku, and then he answered the phone. "Hey, Dad, I have something to do now. Can I talk about it after I'm done?" "What? You said you have integrated the spell with my armor?" Good. I'll be back as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Tony was excited. At this time, Suku became quite curious because he had learned a piece of news from Tony's phone call just now. That is, Tony seems to be developing the spell armor with his father, and it is successful. Spell armor? It's really interesting. What's the matter with the spell armor you just mentioned? Asking for flowers, Suku asked. Seeing that Suku seems to be very interested in the spell armor, Tony then explained excitedly. Ever since I knew the existence of the spell, I have been looking for the rest of the spell, and finally I found a spell. And after negotiation, District 13 is also willing to lend us the 2 charms they found. Then with Papa's help, I integrated the 3 spells with my armor. So there is the spell armor. It turned out to be like this. Suku nodded thoughtfully, but felt that something was wrong. After all, the spell armor and the like were too much of a show. And at this moment, Nick suddenly leaned over. "How about it? Do you want to see the spell armor?" It is said that the father also added powerful magic to the spell armor, which is very useful for dealing with demons. Although Suku refused to join Avengers, Nick still did not give up. He believes that with his unremitting efforts, Suku will join the Avengers sooner or later. But obviously, he was thinking too much. But having said that, although Suku has no interest in joining the Avengers, he is still very interested in the set of spell armor designed to deal with demons. Ever since, he nodded. "In this case, let's go and see." When Nick and Tony heard this, they immediately looked at each other and smiled, because in their opinion, it seemed that Suku was one step closer to joining the Avengers. In this way, the 3 of them left Suku's villa directly, and then went straight to the Stark mansion. On the way, Suku suddenly thought of a question, then looked at Tony and asked, "By the way, you said earlier that the spell armor uses 3 spells. Which 3 spells are they?" Nick said with a smile, "I found the cow charm, borrowed the dog charm, and the pig charm from Tiansan district." "So, it is..." Suku nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly occurred to him that the Holy Master had obtained the rat charm, the chicken charm, the dragon charm, the sheep charm, the monkey charm, and the horse charm. And the pig charm, the dog charm, and the cow charm are all on Tony's side. That is to say, there are only tiger charms, snake charms, and rabbit charms that have not yet appeared. If these 4 talismans appear, then all 12 talismans appear. Thinking of this, Suku suddenly felt funny again. If the Holy Lord knew that his spell was actually used by Tony as a spell armor to deal with him, how would the Holy Lord react? Not long after, they finally came to the Stark building. As a result, when Suku came to the laboratory on the top of the building, Suku saw a familiar figure. It was Xiaoyu. It's just that at the moment, Xiaoyu is sitting on the sofa with a lot of snacks, watching TV leisurely. In a laboratory not far away, Dad was studying something with a mecha. Looking at Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa, Suku couldn't help but think of Shimu, because he suddenly thought that in the original plot of Chunlong's adventures, Shimu had a friendship with Xiaoyu. Although this friendship didn't last long, it still made Suku quite curious, because he didn't know if there would be another story if these 2 guys met again. Woolen cloth? Thinking of this, Suku suddenly became interested. It seemed that he should bring Shimu to meet Xiaoyu sometime. Just thinking about it, they finally came to the laboratory. At the same time, Tony's so-called spell armor finally appeared in front of Suku. The spell armor is actually not much different from Tony's original armor, except that a spell is embedded above the chest reactor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pig charm. The pig charm represents the power of laser, which can give the holder the ability to release laser from both eyes. And next to the pig charm, there are also 2 charms. Impressively, it is the bull charm and the dog charm. Among them, the bull charm will give the holder great power. The dog charm will give the holder the power of immortality and make the holder forever young with the power of immortality. For a while, Suku didn't know what was going on, but Suku actually thought that this spell armor looked very good. And before getting close to the spell armor, Suku felt that there seemed to be a powerful magic area on the spell armor. Sure enough, what Tony said was right. This spell armor was indeed endowed with powerful magic. And it should be the magic aimed at the devil, because although he didn't get close, Suku already felt an annoying breath from the spell armor. It's really interesting. Just when Suku was thinking, Tony and Nick had already walked in front of the spell armor. Looking at the spell armor in front of him, Tony was instantly excited, because he had tried the power of the spell long before he equipped the spell on the armor. The result made him very happy, because he never expected that such a small charm contained such powerful power. And what will be the effect of integrating the three? But just when Tony was about to activate the spell armor, someone knocked on his head suddenly. Ouch! Tony was in pain for a moment, so he couldn't help but yelled. Then I looked back and found that it was none other than my father who beat me. Father, why did you hit me? Tony asked with a depressed face. Why hit you? Dad said angrily. Didn't I tell you before? The spell armor can only be used to deal with demons. Other than that, it cannot be used casually. Tony covered his head and said very speechlessly, I know, but don't you have to try it after you succeed in researching the armor? You can only know if there is any problem with him after you try it. Otherwise, what should you do if something goes wrong when it's time to fight the devil? It's too late to regret it then. As a scientist, he has always paid great attention to experiments. When the father heard this, he also became a little hesitation because he felt that what Tony said made sense. Immediately after that, Suku came over suddenly, and Dad finally saw Suku. When Suku came in before, Dad was busy with other things, so he didn't see it. He didn't find Suku until now. It's just that at the moment, the old man looked at Suku in a strange way. In fact, when he was in SHILD before, Dad had already noticed that there seemed to be a trace of demon in Suku's body. But he was busy with other things at the time, so he didn't care much. But when I saw Suku again, the feeling in my heart became stronger. Coupled with the fact that the balance of righteousness and black aura seems to have changed subtly recently, Dad even suspects that Suku has something to do with the devil. Perhaps Suku is actually a demon disguised as a human. But in the final analysis, this is just his suspicion, and no one will believe it. Because if 483 Suku is really a demon, then his disguise is absolutely perfect to the extreme. Unless there is some way to make him expose himself to everyone. As soon as he thought of this, Dad suddenly realized something, and then looked at the spell armor beside him. All of a sudden, Dad had an idea in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Dad suddenly laughed and said to Tony, Father, let me introduce this spell armor to you again. This spell armor not only has 3 spells on it, but the entire armor is endowed with powerful magic by the old man. If there are demons around the armor will immediately detect the demons. Even if the demons disguise themselves as humans, it will be useless. And in the activated state, the armor will automatically attack nearby demons. So smart. Tony and Nick were a little surprised when they heard this. Obviously, they didn't expect the spell armor to be so powerful. Only Suku at the side was unmoved and even wanted to laugh a little. Because at the moment, Suku has already heard the meaning of the old man's words. Obviously, Dad is doubting his identity. I have to say that the old man is indeed far stronger than he imagined. Even though he has pretended to be perfect, but the old man can still sense the remaining evil aura on his body. But having said that, Suku was not at all worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, he had obtained the immune seal ability long ago. This not only means that he can never be sealed, but also means that he is immune to all righteous magic. So what is there to worry about for Suku? Thinking in this way, Suku walked to the side of the spell armor, and then pretended to be very interested to look at it. When seeing this scene, the old man was somewhat confused. Because according to his estimation, if a demon appears near the spell armor should react. The results of it? But now the spell armor didn't respond at all. Could it be that I made a mistake? Suku is not a demon? How is it possible? If it is not a demon, why does he have the breath of a demon on him? The old man still did not give up, and then continued. Papa used magic to integrate the power of these 3 spells with the armor. When you wear the spell armor to fight, these 3 spells will become your own power. You can try to feel it now. For example, go silently to those 3 charms. When Tony heard this, he was somewhat puzzled because his father had said these words more than once before. Why would he say them again? Immediately afterwards, Tony suddenly thought that his father was easy to forget things when he was old, so he kept repeating one thing. But how did Tony know that these words of the father were actually said to Suku? And the reason why I say this is actually to lure Suku to touch the charms on the spell armor. This is because the 3 charms were added with strong magic by the old man, which can burn the devil at the moment of contact with the devil. Originally, the purpose of doing this was to prevent the Holy Lord from snatching the charm. But now, Juan wants to test Suku's identity. As long as Suku touches the spell and gets burned, it is enough to show that Suku is a demon. And Suku also sensed Daddy's intention in an instant. But to be honest, this fell right into his hands. Because just now, Suku was still thinking about how to get close to that talisman and gain their power. As a result, I didn't expect that in the next second, this opportunity would be delivered to my door by myself. If so, how could he be polite? After Tony and Nick felt the power of the spell, they finally arrived at Suku. Without the slightest hesitation, Suku directly put his hands on the 3 beneficial spells. Almost instantly, Suku felt the magic of righteousness on the talisman. It's a pity that this kind of magic can't cause any harm to oneself at all. Suku chuckled in his heart, and then silently said in his heart, "System, I want to copy the force zone that absorbs a spell." In the next second, the power of the 3 spells instantly appeared in Suku's body. Sensing the power of the spell in her body, Suku is quite satisfied at the moment. At this time, Tony also said excitedly, "How is it? This spell armor is pretty good, right?" "It's really good." Nick nodded, and then said with a look of relief, "With this armor, we can deal with the Lord." Suku also laughed and said, "It's really interesting." Seeing the 3 people in front of him chatting and laughing, the old man was a little skeptical about life right now, because he really didn't understand why Suku wasn't injured by the righteous magic on Fuquan when he received the outside to Fuquan. Damn it. Did I really guess wrong? Suku is not a demon, but a human? It seems that this should be the case. After all, how can there be demons in this world who don't respond to righteous magic? Immediately afterwards, he no longer entangled with this matter. He turned to look at Tony and said, "If you want to try it, but don't mess it up." "Okay." When Tony heard this, there was no more hesitation, and then he activated the spell armor with excitement. After Tony put on the spell armor, a strong righteousness magic hit his face in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Tony flew outside directly and then went straight into the distance. And Nick and Suku came to a screen in the laboratory, and on the screen was Tony wearing the spell armor. After flying to a deserted place, Tony showed the power of the spell armor. Under the blessing of the bull charm, Tony's own strength has become unbelievably strong. I saw him lifting a stone weighing tens of tons with bare hands. Then he directly threw the stone into the air. His eyes snapped out 2 scorching rays of light and instantly smashed the boulder in the air. This is the power of the pig spell. Although the power of the dog spell has not been shown, Suku already knows that the current Tony is indeed an opponent to other demons. After returning to the laboratory, Tony couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He was so excited because the power of the spell armor was beyond his expectation. This feeling can only be fully experienced by wearing a battle armor. Now Tony feels that even if he meets the Holy Lord again, he can fight the Holy Lord again. Apparently, Tony still remembers the thing about the Holy Lord's trouble in New York. After a while, Suku was about to leave. After all, He had obtained the power of 3 charms, so it was meaningless to stay here any longer. Although when he left, Tony and Nick sent him an invitation to join the Avengers again, but Suku still refused. No way. As a demon, Suku really has no interest in Avengers. After all, as a devil, he was born to be the enemy of all heroes, so how could he become a hero? After leaving the Stark building, Suku didn't immediately go to the Holy Hand to return the power of the spell to the Holy Lord, because he doesn't want to see the Lord now. As a result, when Suku returned to the villa, he saw Wanda sitting alone in the hall, while Shimu and Quicksilver didn't know where they were. Suku was a little curious and then asked, "Wanda, where did Shimu go?" Wanda pointed to the direction upstairs and then said, "The two of them are playing games upstairs. I don't know what's going on. Max seems to have a good eye for your younger brother. They're all familiar now, like friends." Friend? When Suku heard this, he only felt a smile in his heart, because for demons, the word friend is really an eyesore. But since nothing happened, Suku doesn't care anymore. At this moment, Wanda suddenly spoke again. "Suku, your younger brother is not human, is he?" When Suku heard this, he knew that Wanda must have discovered something, so he generously admitted it. Yes, he is indeed not a human being, but a very special existence. I can't tell you his true identity, because you may not understand, Suku said with a smile, but he never revealed the identity of Westwood Demon. "How about you?" Wanda asked again. Suku smiled. "I'm definitely not human anymore, but does it matter? After all, in a sense, you're not human either." When Wanda heard this, she was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled in relief. Because she knew what Suku said was right, these mutants could. The moment of force awakening, one is no longer human. Even though they want to integrate into human society, human beings have always rejected them. Thinking of this, Wanda suddenly doesn't care about Suku's real identity anymore. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Suku and said, "Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for us." Before meeting Suku, Wanda and Quicksilver were just 2 mutants hunted by Hydra, worrying about their future fate all the time. But after meeting Suku, they finally stopped being afraid of anything and began to have their own lives. So to Suku, Wanda is really grateful from the bottom of my heart. Facing Wanda's thanks, Suku just smiled slightly, and then jokingly said, "If you really want to thank me, then go to work." When Wanda heard this, she laughed subconsciously, but then she suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at Suku and said, "Speaking of which, I almost forgot something." Then, under Suku's curious eyes, Wanda walked to her room. When she came out, she still had a document in her hand and handed it to Suku. Suku took a look at it and immediately burst out laughing, because this document is actually a list of appointments, all of whom are patients who have made appointments for psychotherapy. This made Suku somewhat helpless, because to be honest, Suku was just joking just now. I didn't expect Wanda to be so serious. And recently, he doesn't have much time to deal with this kind of thing. After all, the Battle of New York is about to start, and he has to keep an eye on Ancient One by then. But at this moment, a familiar name suddenly appeared in Suku's sight. Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy? Spider-Gwen? Suku suddenly became interested, because he never thought that he would receive an appointment for psychological counseling from Gwen. Anyway, there's nothing wrong at the moment. Suku decided to come to serve Gwen in person. Hey, don't get me wrong, it's just an ordinary psychotherapy. And if Suku's guess is correct, the reason why Gwen needs psychological counseling should be because she has just been bitten by a mutant spider and is currently awakening her super ability. This is actually quite normal. Human beings always feel confused when they first acquire an ability, and Gwen is no exception. And now she desperately needs a spiritual mentor. Obviously, isn't he the best mentor? Thinking of this, Suku immediately laughed. 2.5. Why are you laughing? Seeing Suku laughing at the psychological appointment list, Wanda was a little puzzled. Suku reacted instantly, and then smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just discovered something very interesting." Immediately afterwards, he took out a pen from his pocket, circled Gwen's name, and handed it to Wanda. "Except for this person, You can deal with the others. Upon hearing this, Wanda glanced at Gwen, who was circled by Suku, and asked curiously, "Is there anything special about this girl named Gwen? Do you have to treat it yourself?" Suku's jaw dropped, and he said, "How should I put it? She is indeed very special. In short, leave this person to me, and you can deal with the rest. It doesn't matter if you don't care." All right. Although he didn't know why this girl named Gwen attracted Suku so much, Shinshita still nodded. After all, as an employee, she can't go against the boss's will. Then shall I call her and ask her to come to the store tomorrow? Wanda continued to ask. No. This time I decided to come to the door to serve myself. Suku laughed. Home service? When Wanda heard this, she immediately had a look of disbelief, because she really didn't understand what is the origin of this girl named Gwen, and Suku could come to treat her. It's outrageous. But Suku just smiled and didn't explain much. Immediately afterwards, Suku went to the second floor to look at Shimu again. It turned out that Shimu and Quicksilver were playing games, and they looked very happy. Although a little speechless, Suku still explained a few words casually and then left. And his purpose this time is to meet Gwen, or rather, to be Gwen's mentor. Soon, following the address on the reservation form, Suku found the place where Gwen lived. After ringing the doorbell, footsteps sounded soon after. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened. Then a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Suku. "Who are you?" The middle-aged woman asked curiously. "Hi, my name is Suku, and I'm a psychiatrist. Your daughter, Gwen, made an appointment for psychological counseling with me before, and I came to do psychological counseling for her," Suku said with a smile, and handed over a business card. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she became a little curious. Obviously, she didn't know about it. But before she could say anything, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. Immediately afterwards, a pretty figure appeared at the top of the stairs, and it was Gwen Stacy. "That's Spider-Gwen. Mom, I made an appointment for this doctor. Let him in," Gwen said. The moment Suku saw Gwen, Suku noticed the special change in Gwen. Obviously, the current Gwen has obtained Spider-Man's calendar area. Moreover, Suku also noticed that Gwen was in a trance and confused. Obviously, she really needed psychological counseling. At the same time, when Gwen spoke, Gwen's mother stopped talking and invited Suku in politely. Immediately afterwards, Suku followed Gwen directly to the second floor. Gwen's mother wanted to follow up, but was rejected by Suku. "Sorry, psychological counseling generally requires a secret space, so I suggest you not come up," Suku said seriously. Gwen on the side heard this and said helplessly, "Mom, can you give me some private space?" Seeing this, what can Gwen's mother say? She can only agree. But don't get me wrong, she's just purely worried about Gwen. Just like that, Suku followed Gwen to her bedroom. Suku looked around for a while and found that it was a very cozy bedroom. And the dress is also in line with an adolescent girl, full of youthful history everywhere. Gwen, 21, sat in front of the screen, staring curiously at the man in front of him who was looking around in his room, and then asked, "Are you really a psychiatrist? The best psychiatrist in the United States?" Hearing this, Suku pulled a stool and sat down in front of Gwen and said, "Definitely, but I'm a little curious. How do you know me?" Suku's psychological clinic is in Hell's Kitchen, a chaotic place that a girl would not dare to go to. So Suku is very curious how Gwen knows about herself. But then, Gwen's actions instantly left Suku speechless. She took out her mobile phone and handed it to Suku after some operations. What is displayed on the mobile phone is the online appointment method of Angel Psychological Consultation Clinic. Apparently, Gwen made an appointment via an online. Suku was a little drunk because he didn't remember any reservations he made online. Needless to say, this must have been done by Quicksilver, because a few days ago, Quicksilver approached him and said that he had a way to improve his karma. Suku didn't pay much attention at the time and agreed directly, but unexpectedly, Quicksilver used this method. But think about it carefully. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be able to meet Gwen. Thinking of this, Suku didn't care anymore. Immediately afterwards, Suku opened his mouth and said, Since you know that I am the best psychiatrist in the United States, then I don't need to introduce myself. Let's get started. You can tell me if you have any doubts or unhappy things, and I promise to answer any doubts you have. However, when hearing this, Gwen shook her head and said, "No, you won't believe me if I tell you, and think I'm a madman. All the psychiatrists I've seen before think so." Suku naturally knew what Gwen was talking about, and he was not surprised. After all, for an ordinary psychiatrist, if you tell him that you have gained great power, they will definitely treat you as a lunatic. But obviously, I'm not the same as those psychiatrists. So, Suku smiled and said, "Trust me, Gwen, I'm not like those guys. But you don't need to speak, because I can sense something through your expression. To put it simply, you are very frightened and afraid now, because something happened to you that even you cannot explain yourself. This matter bothers you, and even affects your normal life, doesn't it?" When Gwen heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she suddenly felt that she had found the right person. Just as Suku thought, Gwen was indeed bitten by a spider infected with venomous infection 2 days ago. Afterwards, she inexplicably acquired a powerful ability. But for a girl who is only 17 years old, such an ability is not a gift, but more like a burden. Because Gwen found that all her senses have been enhanced, and her strength has reached an incredible level, so she must be careful no matter what she does. She couldn't even use force when opening the door, because if she did, the doorknob would be broken by her. Gwen dared not tell anyone about this, even her own parents. She found that her ability seemed to be very similar to Spider-Man, so she tried to find Spider-Man and learn about her ability. But after searching for several days, she couldn't find Spider-Man. Then, Gwen found that she could never return to a normal life. Because this ability strengthens all her senses, when she was in school, she would always receive the sounds of everything around her, which made her unable to study at all. The powerful psychological torture left her at a loss. She thought she might need psychotherapy. Ever since, she wrapped herself up tightly, and then began to look for various psychological clinics in New York City. But every time those psychiatrists would treat her like a lunatic. Then after she showed some strength a little bit, those doctors would treat her as a monster again and let her leave in horror. This made Gwen a big blow, and for a while, she only felt that her life was in a state of confusion. Then, she suddenly saw an advertisement on the internet called Angel Counseling Clinic. She called to make a counseling appointment and left her contact information. And then, it's the scene right now. To be honest, Gwen really did not expect that Suku would come to treat her in person. After all, Suku is known as the best psychiatrist in the United States. But he still came, and with just a few short words, she felt a feeling of being understood. This made Gwen have to pay attention to the psychiatrist in front of her. As a result, Gwen put away her previous sloppy attitude, looked at Suku seriously, and said, "Well, I'm sure you're a really good psychiatrist. I can tell you about me, but you have to promise me that you can't tell anyone, even my parents." "Definitely." Suku smiled. "This is my basic principle as a psychologist. As long as the client is unwilling, I will not thank anyone for her information." Hearing this, Gwen was finally completely relieved. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Suku and asked carefully, "Do you know Spider-Man?" "No." Suku nodded. "That little Spider-Man who jumps up and down New York City all day long. There's probably no one in New York City who doesn't know him. Spider-Man is still very famous in New York City, but he is generally only active in Queens and rarely appears in the main city. Then if I told you that I also got that ability, would you believe it?" Gwen blinked. She actually wanted to say that a friend of hers got the ability. But when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly felt that it was unnecessary to do so. So she finally admitted that she had just acquired the ability. But as soon as the words came out, she suddenly felt a little regretful, because she was worried that Suku would not believe in herself, or she would treat herself as a monster like everyone else. However, to his surprise, Suku in front of him had a calm expression after listening to her words. Immediately afterwards, she heard Rick say, "I believe what you said. To be honest, the first time I saw you just now, I noticed that there's a power in your body. If I'm not mistaken, You should now have super sensory abilities and super strength, right? Suku said calmly. How do you know? When Gwen heard this, she was instantly stunned. You must know that she didn't tell Suku these things. However, seeing Gwen's surprised eyes, Suku just felt amused. Immediately afterwards, he said helplessly, "Didn't you tell me that? You said you got the power of Spider-Man. If that's the case, then you must have the ability that Spider-Man has." Forehead. Gwen froze for a moment. She suddenly felt that Suku was right. Suku looked at Gwen in front of him, but he was also a little puzzled. In fact, he also didn't understand the current world. Because according to Suku's understanding, in Marvel's main universe, there is actually no Gwen Spider-Man. Gwen is just an ordinary girl. She didn't get Spider-Man's ability at all. In another universe, Gwen replaced Peter Parker and became Spider-Man. The original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, turned into a lizard man because of an accident and finally died in Gwen's arms. This is the fate of different characters in different universes. But obviously, there are two Spider-Man in this universe now. One is Peter Parker, who has become Spider-Man. The other one is Gwen, who has just obtained a super ability and has not yet become a Spider-Man. Needless to say, this must be due to the world integrate again. Inca is already used to it. Then, just when Suku was thinking, Gwen suddenly spoke again. Then what do you think I should do now? Should I protect the world like Spider-Man? Or should I pretend nothing happened and continue to be an ordinary girl? Gwen asked, a little confused. The super ability she got didn't make her life better, but instead made her fall into confusion. She tried to contacted Spider-Man, but couldn't get through. She tried to return to a normal life, but found that she seemed to be unable to go back. However, after hearing Gwen's words, Suku just smiled slightly. Looking around the room for a while, he suddenly saw a pen and a drawing board on Gwen's desk. Suku took the drawing board casually, and then drew according to the image of Gwen's spider in his memory. When Gwen saw this scene, she became curious instantly, because she didn't know what Suku was drawing. Just when she couldn't help but want to look and ask, Suku stopped suddenly, and then handed over the drawing board. Gwen took the drawing board and looked at it. Her eyes widened instantly, because at the moment, what appeared on the drawing board was a very cool Spider-Girl. Unlike Spider-Man, this girl's outfit fits Gwen's aesthetic very well. It can even be said that it was tailor-made for her. With just one glance, Gwen knew exactly what he wanted to do. When looking at Suku again, Gwen's eyes began to shine. So you want to tell me that I should be a superhero like Spider-Man? Gwen asked. Suku didn't answer the question directly, but asked rhetorically, "Isn't this what you hoped for?" In fact, for a little girl like Gwen, Cook could tell what Gwen was thinking at a glance. Because when Gwen talked about whether he should protect the world like Spider-Man, Suku clearly noticed that Gwen's mood fluctuated greatly. This proves that Gwen really wants to be a hero. And the reason why she had to list two options for herself was because she was too confused. In fact, most people will fantasize about two choices to comfort themselves when deciding on one thing. And the moment those two choices appeared in his mind, he already knew which one he should choose. Definitely, this is actually a very normal thing. But at this moment, Gwen suddenly thought of something again. She frowned and said, "But there are already Spider-Mans in this world. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I become a Spider-Man again?" Suku shook her head, feeling that Gwen's thinking was really unusual. But he still said, "What does it matter? There are already many superheroes in this world, but new superheroes will continue to appear. Don't those people belong to superheroes?" When Gwen heard this, she fell silent again. The next second, she looked at Suku again, but this time her eyes were suddenly different. "Wait, I'm curious. Why are you so calm after knowing my identity? Are you sure you're really just a psychiatrist?" Gwen didn't pay much attention to Suku's reaction just now, but after thinking about it carefully, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Because Suku is so calm when facing himself. Even if he told him that he had acquired the Spider-Man's ability, he still had a calm expression on his face, as if he knew it before. This made Gwen wary of Suku. But in the next second, a voice suddenly rang in Gwen's mind. "Gwen, you must know that in this world, you are not the only one with abilities." Gwen was stunned for an instant, and she looked at Suku in disbelief. "What ability is this?" Gwen asked in shock. Suku smiled slightly. How should I say it? It's telepathy. Telepathy? Hearing this, Gwen finally knew why Suku wasn't surprised after learning about his super ability. It turned out that he also had super ability himself. At the same time, she also knows why Suku is the best psychiatrist in the United States. With this kind of ability, he is simply a born psychiatrist. When looking at Suku again, Gwen's eyes suddenly changed. When she looked at Suku before, her eyes were somewhat wary. But now, the eyes she looks at Suku are full of trust. It's as if the Suku in front of her is her kind. Ever since, Gwen seemed to be opened up, and all kinds of questions popped up. Are you a mutant? I know of a great mutant with this ability. When did you acquire this ability? Do you have any other abilities? Is this ability bothering you in any way? Are you a superhero? All kinds of inexplicable questions made Suku quite helpless. But Suku didn't stop her. Instead, she patiently answered all of Gwen's questions. Because he could feel that Gwen's heart had undergone earth-shaking changes. She became the cheerful girl before. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. With the cries of Gwen's mother, this psychotherapy is finally coming to an end. And obviously, the session was a success, as Gwen was completely back to normal and even more cheerful than before. After all, she had never dared to tell anyone her secret before. This secret has been pressed in her heart, making her feel that she is a different kind. But until Suku shows up, her secret is finally shared, and nothing makes her happier. And at this moment, Suku finally stood up and said with a smile, "So that's it for today. If you have a chance in the future, you can come to me again. I'll be looking for you soon," Gwen said happily. But at this moment, Gwen suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, your fee should be very expensive. How much?" Suku thought for a while, then stroked his chin and said, "When I came to Batman for treatment, I received a sports car worth more than 10 million yuan and a check for more than 10 million yuan. Then I charged another 10 million for the Captain of the United States when he visited for treatment. So just give me 10 million. 10 million? When Gwen heard this, her jaw almost dropped. Although her father is the chief of the New York Police Department, she certainly doesn't have 10 million in her family. She doesn't even have 1,000 USD on her. This is really the end. How can I afford such a high cost of treatment? Seeing Gwen's tangled expression, Inku suddenly felt amused. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so this time it's free treatment, Suku said generously. Gwen's eyes lit up first, but she was a little embarrassed. How about that? How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? Can. Suku smiled and agreed. Anyway, he is not short of money. Immediately afterwards, Ian turned around and was about to go downstairs. But at this moment, Suku suddenly sensed something, and his heart moved instantly. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Gwen frozen in front of him. This made Suku quite speechless. Gwen smacked her head like a smuggler, and then said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I just wanted to see if you have any other super abilities." Suku didn't speak, but shook his head helplessly, and then snapped his fingers again. In the next second, Gwen's imprisonment was lifted instantly, and Gwen also fell to the ground. But just as Suku imagined, when Gwen landed on the ground, it was extremely easy like a spider. Then when Gwen stood up and looked at Suku again, little stars suddenly appeared in her eyes. Because the current Suku is simply an idol to Gwen. Do you want to think about it and help me train my ability? Gwen moved closer to Suku and said with a look of admiration, "Because I think I may not find someone who understands me better than you." Suku grinded his chin, thinking that there was still some time before the battle in New York, and he was indeed quite leisurely recently, so he nodded. "Okay, you can come to me on the weekend." After saying this, Suku then handed over a business card with his personal phone number and address on it. Gwen carefully put away the business card, and then smiled even more happily, because she felt that with the help of Suku, she would be able to master her own super ability. Immediately afterwards, the two went downstairs together. When Gwen's mother saw that Gwen, who was still a little depressed before, suddenly became lively and cheerful, she was a little surprised in an instant. You know, Gwen hasn't been this happy for days. Immediately afterwards, when she looked at Suku, she was also grateful. Dr. Su, thank you so much, Mother Gwen said gratefully. Then she thought of something and asked again, by the way, how much is your consultation fee? I'll give it to you now. No, Suku shook his head and said, Gwen gave me the money before. Yeah? Mother Gwen was somewhat surprised when she heard that, because she felt that Suku's fees should be very expensive, and it seems that Gwen's pocket money is not enough to pay Suku. Gwen on the side was afraid that Suku would say something worth tens of millions, so he hurriedly said, Mom, don't worry, I've already paid for it. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for her mother to respond, Gwen hurriedly took Suku out. See you on the weekend then. Suku returned to the car, greeted Gwen with a smile, and then drove away. Goodbye. Gwen stood behind the car, waved to Suku from afar, and watched Suku leave. At the moment, Gwen was really in a very happy mood. And Suku's mood is also the same. After all, it is really a very happy thing to see Gwen in this universe. What's more, he has become Gwen's spiritual mentor and life mentor. Suku knew that many things would happen between himself and Gwen in the future. But Suku's happiness didn't last long, and when he returned to the villa, it disappeared instantly. Because when he just returned to the entrance of the villa, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This figure is none other than Nick Fury, the head of SHIELD. Suku is completely speechless. You must know that this morning, he just met Nick, and even went to the Stark building to visit the next spell armor. It turned out that it took less than a few hours. Why did this guy Nick come again? Does this guy want to invite himself to Avengers again? Really speechless. Haven't you rejected many times before? This guy is really shameless. As soon as Suku parked the car, with a helpless expression, Nick hurried over with an anxious expression. But before he could speak, he spoke first. Suku said helplessly, Nick, I'm just a psychiatrist. Please don't bother me anymore. I really have no interest in joining the Avengers. Nick was a little embarrassed when he heard this. But then, he still hurriedly said, Don't get me wrong. I'm really not here to invite you to participate in the Avengers, but to have other matters, and this matter requires your help. Something else? Suku's tone softened after hearing this, and then asked, Tell me, what exactly? Nick stopped hesitation and said directly, Let's keep it simple. Just now, we found Bruce Banner, aka Hulk. But his spirit is a bit strange, so we need the most professional psychiatrist to help him stabilize his emotions. Because Bruce Banner turns into a big Hulk if he goes crazy. It's too dangerous, so we need your help. Bruce Banner? Hulk? When Suku heard this, he immediately chinned thoughtfully. If Nick had said something else, he would have rejected it without saying a word. But if it's doing psychotherapy for Bruce Banner, he's actually quite interested. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the chaos brought by Hulk is not as bad as those supervillains. Thinking of this, Suku immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, for your sake, Seeing that Suku agreed, he was relieved. Immediately afterwards, Suku followed Nick into SHIELD's car, and then went straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the car, Nick suddenly thought of something, and then asked, By the way, you should know that those guys you killed before are Hydra's undercover agents, right? Undoubtedly, Nick was talking about those Hydra agents who wanted to assassinate Suku before. That's right. Suku nodded. There is nothing to hide. Can I ask how you know that? Nick continued to ask. You must know that these Hydra agents have been undercover in SHIELD for many years, and he really doesn't know how Suku found out. But when Suku heard this, she just smiled. Please, I'm a psychiatrist. I can easily see through a person's heart. It's easy for me. Why? Hearing this, Nick immediately sighed and then said, To tell you the truth, ever since I found out that those guys are Hydra undercover agents, I have carried out a big cleanup in SHIELD. However, until now, I don't know if all the Hydra undercover agents have been caught. These guys are so insidious. When Suku heard this, he felt amused in his heart, because he knew that what Nick caught were some ordinary Hydra undercover agents, and he never caught the real Hydra undercover agents, such as Crossbones and his boss Alexander Pierce. These guys are the core figures of HYDRA, and they're still lurking well and no one even doubts their identities. But even so, Suku didn't say anything, because in his opinion, these guys are good helpers to create chaos. How could he possibly let Nick catch these guys? These guys must be allowed to continue to create chaos for themselves. So for the rest, Suku didn't speak the whole time. Seeing this, Nick was naturally embarrassed to ask something. After a while, they finally came to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, unlike last time, the security measures of S.H.I.E.L.D. are obviously much stricter this time. The guards at the gate have also been replaced by Nick's most trusted people. Suku took a quick scan and found that these people were indeed real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, not a single Hydra undercover agent. It seems that Nick was really scared by the Hydra undercover. Soon, Suku followed Nick to a room, and there was already a man waiting for them in the room. This man is none other than Bruce Banner. That is the Green Titan Hulk. Hello, Dr. Banner. This is Suku, the psychiatrist we invited for you. He is the best doctor in the United States. He can definitely help you. Nick hurriedly introduced, but he did not dare to get close to Bruce Banner. Clearly, he's worried that Banner will suddenly morph into the Hulk. However, Banner shook his head helplessly when he heard this and said, "Didn't I say that I don't have any problems mentally? I'm really fine now." Nick heard this, but acted as if he hadn't heard anything. No matter what Banner said, he wouldn't believe it, because he knew that if this guy got angry, he would turn into a Hulk and destroy everything. He had seen Hulk's power before, so he really didn't want to see it again. Suku didn't speak, but frowned and looked at Banner, because my intuition tells Suku that the current Banner seems really normal. He is really just a simple human being. But how is this possible? As we all know, Banner is Hulk that cannot be separated. But in the next second, Suku suddenly thought of something and then said to Nick beside him, "Give me a gun." What? Nick was stunned when he heard this, because he doesn't know what psychotherapy needs guns for. But Suku was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. So he took his gun from Nick and pointed it at Banner. F***K. Nick panicked instantly when he saw this scene, because he knows the consequences of Suku's shooting. This shot doesn't kill Banner. Instead, it turns Banner into a Hulk and destroys everything. Thinking of this, Nick hurriedly shouted, "Don't shoot, you'll kill everyone." But Suku was unmoved, just stared at Banner and said, "Dr. Banner, if you don't transform now, then you'll be killed by me. What do you decide to do?" When Banner heard this, he was taken aback immediately, and immediately said, "Don't shoot. Hulk is gone. I'm really just a normal person." What? Hearing this, Nick immediately showed an incredible expression. Only Suku looked calm, and then casually threw the gun to Nick. Immediately afterwards, he came to Banner's side. "Dr. Banner, if I'm not mistaken, you should have obtained a spell with a tiger pattern on it before?" Suku asked slowly. "How do you know?" When Banner heard this, he immediately looked at Suku in astonishment. He didn't understand how Suku knew about it. It turned out that just a few days ago, he got a strange one by accident. A charm with a tiger motif. He didn't take it seriously at first. He just thought it was an ordinary gadget. Unexpectedly, when he had nothing to do in the morning to study the spell, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the spell. It was this kind of power that unexpectedly brought out the Hulk he mentioned. And Hulk's mood was very unstable at that time. He had never seen Hulk's extreme rhythm and power like that. But Hulk didn't hurt him and left directly after a roar. This huge amounts of noise naturally also attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then he was discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and brought here. At this time, Suku also sighed in his heart, because he knew that he guessed it right. The reason why Banner became like this is really because he got the Tiger Talisman. Among the 12 charms, the ability of the Tiger Charm is to adjust the balance. At first glance, the presence of Tiger Talisman seems to be the lowest, because he does not have any attack power. But to the Holy Lord, the importance of the Tiger Talisman is self-evident, because the Tiger Talisman can help the Holy Lord adjust the power of all 12 spells, so that the Holy Lord can perfectly master the two. Moreover, the Tiger Talisman has a very special ability, that is splitting. In the original plot of Chun-Long's adventures, Chun-Long accidentally split himself into two people because he didn't know the effect of the Tiger Charm. One of them is fierce and cunning, while the other is gentle and kind. Obviously, that's the way things are right now. The Tiger Talisman splits Banner into two people, a kind Banner and an angry Hulk spoon. What the hell is going on? Why is it related to the spell again? What are you talking about? At this moment, Nick on the side suddenly asked. He had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. Seeing this, Suku could only explain. To put it simply, Banner doesn't have any psychological problems. He just accidentally used the Tiger Charm among the 12 spells. The Tiger Talisman split him into two people. One is Banner and the other is Hulk. In other words, the Banner in front of me is really just a person. So amazing. Nick was really confused when he heard Suku's explanation, but soon he realized something was wrong. Wait, if Banner is here, where is Hulk? Nick asked. Suku shook his head. I don't know about this. Immediately afterwards, Nick looked at Banner again. However, at this moment, Banner also looked at a loss. Obviously, he didn't know where Hulk was. Suddenly at this moment, a burst of alarm sounded suddenly. Immediately afterwards, an agent rushed up, and he said to Nick in a panic, Not good, Chief. We found out that Hulk is in New York City, and Hulk's mood is very wrong. We can't stop him. F***K. When he heard this, Nick couldn't help but cursed secretly in his heart. He never thought that he just mentioned Hulk, and Hulk came out. This is really killing me. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Nick went straight to the command room in an instant. SHILD's command room is fully equipped to monitor the entire New York scene. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, then stopped again, looked at Suku, and said, Would you like to take a look together? Suku didn't refuse this time, because he was also curious about what Hulk would look like without Banner. Henceforth, Suku nodded and followed, and Banner on the side, naturally needless to say. After all, he is one of the protagonists, and he followed without waiting for Nick to speak. Several people soon came to the command room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Through the monitoring screen in the command room, they soon saw how who was causing trouble in New York City. But at the moment, Hulk is obviously different from before, because he looks extremely angry. It can even be said that he is almost berserk. At this moment, Hulk is in a certain neighborhood in New York City, and everything around him has been completely destroyed by him. Although the police who arrived continued to attack Hulk, they still couldn't hurt Hulk, but made Hulk even more angry. Even at Hulk's feet, there are dozens of corpses lying. When seeing this scene, Banner was immediately stunned. He said with disbelief, How could this be? Although Hulk was angry before, he basically wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Nick also sighed when he heard this, because before he also wanted to recruit Hulk to Avengers. After all, Hulk's strength is obvious to all. But now, Hulk actually killed people publicly in New York, which made him wonder what to do. 510. Because people definitely can't accept a superhero who slaughters civilians. Suku looked calm at the moment, then looked at Banner and said, Actually, this is a very normal thing. When you were with Hulk before, even if Hulk got angry, you would still suppress some of Hulk's excessive behavior. So Hulk can't be unrestrained. But now, Hulk is out of you, so what he's doing now is purely instinctive. The words were so simple that everyone present immediately understood. Banner stared at Hulk on the screen and said with a complicated expression, So, Hulk is now a beast that has no consciousness and only knows destruction and killing. It's almost like this. Suku nodded and said. Then he looked at Hulk on the screen. To be honest, looking at Hulk's current appearance, Suku thinks that he is actually more like a barbaric Hulk. Savage Hulk is one of the strongest forms of Hulk because he has a special ability, which is infinite rage. As we all know, Hulk has always had a setting, that is, the more he sprays, the more powerful he becomes. The barbaric Hulk is the strongest representative of this item. In a way, just give Savage Hulk long enough to go. Let him accumulate enough rage, then there is almost no upper limit to the combat power of the barbaric Hulk. It may even evolve into the next level 1 Hulk. This form of Hulk is said to be the strongest form of Hulk. Its strength is comparable to that of the Planet Devourer. Definitely, in the Marvel Universe, the Planet Devourer has always been a unit of measurement. So, it is difficult to determine the true strength of Hulk. But this is enough to show how powerful he is. Just when Suku was thinking about it, Nick's face felt sore. Because to be honest, he didn't know how to deal with this matter at all. After all, with the power he currently controls, there is no one who can deal with Hulk. After a brief hesitation, Nick decided to let Tony deal with Hulk first. So, he dialed Tony directly. But just as he was halfway through his sentence, Tony interrupted him suddenly. "I know what you're going to say. I'm here." With the sound of Tony's voice, everyone found Tony's figure on the screen. At the moment, Tony is wearing the spell armor and has come near the Hulk. When seeing this scene, Nick finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because in his opinion, Tony wearing the spell armor, CBBH, should be able to defeat Hulk. After all, he has seen the power of the spell armor before. Just like that, Tony started fighting the Hulk. Before getting close to Hulk, Tony's eyes burst out with 2 hot lights, and then snaked towards Hulk's head. Hulk reacted extremely quickly, and quickly blocked the heat sight attack with his arm. Although the heat vision left 2 horrific wounds on Hulk's arm, the 2 wounds healed almost in the next second. And this behavior completely angered Hulk. Roar! With a roar, Hulk jumped up and rushed towards Tony, who was in the air. But Tony was not afraid at all, and when Hulk rushed over, he punched Hulk flying. Under the blessing of the Bull Charm, Tony's power has become extremely strong now, and he feels that he can fight Hulk 50-50. But obviously, things are not that simple at all. After Hulk was knocked into the air, he just rolled over and stood still for an instant, then leaped suddenly and rushed towards Tony again. Tony was a little surprised. He didn't expect Hulk's reaction to be so fast. When he wanted to make a move again, it was already too late. In the next second, Hulk hugged him tightly, and then the two slammed into a building not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the building collapsed in an instant. F***K. When Nick saw this scene, he was a little stunned for a moment, because he knew that hundreds of people would die in just this one moment. But he can't do anything. At the same time, among the ruins, Wong and I suddenly rushed out. Immediately afterwards, Hulk also rushed out. Then they fight again. Faced with such a powerful attack from Hulk, Tony's previous armor is absolutely unable to hold up. But with the blessing of the dog charm, the current spell armor can recover no matter what damage it receives. So Dcoa was able to fight Hulk for a while. But only Suku knew that if he continued to fight, Tony would definitely lose. Because in this case, Hulk's anger value will become higher and higher, and his strength will also become stronger and stronger. And Tony couldn't last much longer. Sure enough, after only a few minutes, Tony suddenly noticed something was wrong. That's why the Hulk's power seems to be growing stronger. Even with the blessing of the spell armor, he is almost unable to hold on. After hitting Hulk with full force again, Tony quickly contacted Nick. "Nick, I think there is something wrong with Hulk. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I may not be able to hold on anymore." Nick frowned. In fact, he could see it, but there was nothing he could do about it. After a while of hesitation, Nick could only look at the Banner who caused all this. "Dr. Banner, is there anything you can do to bring the Hulk back to normal?" When Banner heard this, he shook his head in confusion, because he has never seen Hulk like this, and it is also the first time he is completely separated from Hulk. Suku on the side looked amused, and then said, "Actually, it's very simple to solve this matter. Just ask Banner to bring the Tiger Talisman to meet Hulk. Definitely Hulk must also carry that Tiger Talisman. When they are together, the Tiger Talisman will become 2, and Banner and Hulk will merge into 1. Isn't this problem solved by then?" What Suku said is right. In the original plot of the Adventures of Chun-Long, the good and evil Chun-Long returned to normal in this way. However, when he heard this, Tony on the other end couldn't help but said, "I'm afraid this method won't work. I scanned Hulk just now when I was fighting Hulk, but I didn't find any spells." When hearing this, Suku was somewhat speechless, because if Hulk doesn't have the other half of the Tiger Talisman, then this approach won't work. If you want Banner and Hulk to integrate, you must do so when the Tiger Talisman is complete. But now that half of Hulk's Tiger Charm is gone, this plan can't be carried out. For a while, Nick became even more anxious. Suddenly at this moment, Hulk, who was hit by Tony before, rushed over again, and he seemed even more angry. With just one punch, it was sent flying. Tony rushed away like a bullet, crashing into another building in an instant. Tony! Tony! What's wrong with you? Damn it! Talk to me! Nick shouted loudly, but there was no response from Tony. For a moment, Nick's mood sank to the bottom. But the next second, Nick suddenly looked at Suku again. Suku looked helpless. What do you see me doing? Suku asked. Nick said anxiously, I know you don't want to join Avengers, and we won't force you. But in this case, we really need your help. Just pretend I'm asking you, okay? Suku was a little speechless, and then said, although Tony failed, isn't there still Thor? With Thor's power, he should be able to stop Hulk, right? But when he heard this, Tony shook his head. Thor is Prince of Asgard. How could he listen to me? In fact, if possible, Nick definitely wants Thor to join Avengers. After all, Thor's power is too powerful. But having said that, Thor is the Prince of Asgard, and originally he is a very proud and conceited guy. Wanting him to join the Earth's hero organization, Nick felt that this was an impossible thing. Besides, he doesn't have Thor's contact information either. At this time, Suku finally realized that it seems that Thor has not officially cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D. You must know that in Marvel's original plot, Thor chose to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. because of Loki's invasion. Even ended up adding Avengers. But Loki hasn't appeared yet, so it's naturally impossible for Thor to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even so, seeing Nick's expectant face, Suku's heart was still calm. To be honest, he actually enjoyed watching Hulk wreak havoc in New York. Because this will only bring chaos, for example. Now, he already feels the breath of chaos is spreading. But at this moment, without knowing what happened, looking at Hulk on the screen, Suku suddenly thought of the demons in hell. After so many years in hell, they should be bored, right? Wouldn't it make them a little bit happier if they sent Hulk to hell? Thinking of this, Suku suddenly laughed. Immediately afterwards, Gwyn Nick said, since you say so, then I will get rid of Hulk for you. But there are some things I want to make clear first. I may actually kill Hulk. So you better be mentally prepared. Kill the Hulk. When they heard this, Nick and Banner were speechless for a moment. Because honestly, they don't believe anyone in this world is going to kill the Hulk. Immediately afterwards, seeing Hulk getting more and more angry, Nick didn't care why Suku said that. He looked directly at Suku and said, as long as it can stop Hulk, you can do whatever you want. Banner on the side also nodded. Seeing this, Suku didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore. The next second, a portal suddenly appeared beside him, and the other end of the portal was where Hulk was. The moment they saw the portal, Nick and Banner were taken aback, because they have no idea what the hell is going on. But Suku didn't bother to explain, and walked directly into the portal. And the moment Suku left, the picture on Nick's side suddenly disappeared. There is no doubt that Suku did it. After all, Suku doesn't want what she did later to be seen by others. Suku stood in the sky above New York City, watching Hulk, who was raging from a distance, and his heart was moved instantly. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared beside him again. But this time, the other end of the portal is a hell where demons are sealed. The next second, Suku stretched out his hand and immediately imprisoned Hulk. This sudden situation instantly made Hulk furious. He struggled hard, trying to get out of this control, but he couldn't do anything. He could only be dragged into the portal by this inexplicable force. After Hulk entered the portal, ink also followed. In the next second, the portal disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. At the same time, the screen of S.H.I.E.L.D. also returned to normal. But when they saw the picture again, Nick and Banner were stunned for an instant. Because at the moment, where's the figure of Hulk in the picture? Even Suku is gone. Immediately afterwards, Tony suddenly appeared on the screen. What happened? Tony asked while looking at the surrounding environment. Nick, where the hell is Hulk? However, Nick could only reply with a dazed face. I don't know either. Just now Suku said that he was going to deal with Hulk, and then he opened a portal and left. Then the picture on our side disappeared, and when the picture recovered, Hulk and Suku were gone. What? Hearing this, Tony was stunned for a moment. What the hell is a portal? At the same time, in the empty hell, roar, accompanied by a burst of angry roars. The demons who were dozing off board suddenly felt that there seemed to be something new in hell. In the next second, all the demons saw a green monster suddenly appear in hell. Finally, Hulk's journey to hell begins. The moment he appeared in hell, Hulk fell into a rage again, constantly attacking everything around him. For a time, the whole hell shook, and Suku is floating in the air at the moment, smiling and looking at Hulk on the ground. Kurslan, what's going on? Is this the food you brought me? Bo Gang rushed over first, and then stared at Hulk not far away while drooling. Obviously, Bo Gang is using Hulk as food. Suku smiled slightly. It's not so much food, it's more like a toy, but definitely, I don't mind if you want to eat it after you've played enough. Having said that, Suku looked at Bo Gang suddenly with a playful look, because he suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. That is, if Bagong eats the Hulk, will Bagong digest the Hulk? Or will the Hulk burst through Bagong, crawling out his stomach? You must know that among all the demons, Bo Gang is definitely the one with the highest defense. She is immune to all physical and magical attacks, and the only thing that can deal with her is sealing magic. Needless to say, Hulk's combat power and defense power are also out of the box. Thinking of this, Suku suddenly looked forward to Bo Gang eating Hulk. Roar! Suddenly at this moment, the roar of the sun spread. In the next second, the ground began to crack, and then a monster with horns emerged from the soil. If not Dcoa, who else? Hulk's sound alarmed Dcoa, so he hurried over. Definitely, he heard what Suku said just now. This made Dcoa very excited. After all, hell is too boring. Could there be something fun? Bo Gang, if you want to eat, wait until I have had enough fun. Before that, don't make a move. Otherwise, I will never end with you. After Dcoa finished speaking, he rushed towards Hulk. At this moment, other demons rushed over one after another, and everyone looked at Hulk not far away with great interest. They can clearly feel the power of Hulk and know it will be a fun toy. At the same time, because there is no control and restraint from Banner, even if Hulk is sent to hell, Hulk doesn't care at all. He just wants to destroy everything. I just want to vent the endless anger in my heart wantonly. But everything around him is dead, and dead things cannot bear the anger in his heart. For a while, Hulk became even angrier, but soon he found an opponent about 3 times his height and size. This opponent is none other than the Earth Demon who is rushing towards him. Dcoa, roar! After a roar, Hulk immediately rushed over. Boom! With a loud noise, the two monsters collided instantly. But it was Hulk who flew out. In the face of the powerful force of the ground chief, Hulk seemed powerless to parry at all, and was knocked out like a shell, smashing a large piece of pumice. This made Dcoa very upset, because he felt that Hulk was too weak. Immediately afterwards, Dcoa looked at Suku from a distance and asked, Julan, are the monsters in the human world really that weak? When Suku heard this, he laughed and said, Dcoa, be careful, this guy is much stronger than you think. When Dcoa heard this, he looked at Suku speechlessly and said, unconvinced, Julan, do you underestimate me too much? How could I lose to? Before Dcoa could finish his sentence, a green figure rushed over and knocked him flying. This force was unexpectedly powerful and actually knocked Dcoa thousands of meters away. But it's not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Hulk pursued the victory and came to Dcoa's side with a single jump. Before Dcoa could react, huge amounts of fists fell on Dcoa. However, when seeing this scene, the other demons did not have the slightest worry, because in their opinion, no matter how powerful this green monster is, he can't possibly be the opponent of Dcoa, only the thunder and lightning demon. Jong Su seems to have some itchy hands, and a wave of thunder and lightning erupted all over his body. He looked at Suku and said, Julan, it seems that you really brought us something interesting. Suku just smiled, didn't speak, and then continued to watch the battle between Dcoa and Hulk. Although Hulk caught him off guard, Dcoa quickly reacted. And to be honest, although Hulk's attack looks fierce, it didn't do Sifu's damage at all. In the next second, Dcoa suddenly stretched out huge amounts of palm and directly grabbed Hulk's head. As the strength in his hand increased, Hulk let out a scream in an instant. The ground leader stood up, grabbing Hulk's head, and then the wolf smashed Hulk's head into the field under his feet. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a huge amount of pothole was instantly smashed out of the ground. Damn monster! How could I lose to you? Dcoa roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, he raised his foot and stepped on Hulk suddenly. Boom! There was a burst of cracking, and the ground instantly cracked, and Hulk's body was instantly trampled hundreds of meters underground by the ground chief. Immediately afterwards, Dcoa sneaked directly into the ground, and then launched an unscrupulous attack on Hulk. As a demon of the earth, the underground is completely the main battlefield of the Earth Chief. Hulk was beaten without the slightest temper in an instant. As a result, all the demons, including Suku, saw the ground of hell begin to crumble. Apparently, this is due to Dcoa and Hulk fighting underground. But it didn't take long for the underground to suddenly return to calm. Not long after, as the ground exploded, two figures rushed out. Immediately afterwards, the demons saw that Dcoa was standing not far from them, holding a big green man in his hand. It's Hulk. Dcoa casually threw Hulk aside, and then spat out two words with a look of disdain. Waste. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Suku with a proud face, as if to show off his strength to Suku again. But when Suku saw this scene, he just smiled slightly, because he knows the battle is not over yet. Hulk will not be defeated just like this. But at this moment, Bo Gang on the side couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Suku and said, Julan, Dcoa has already defeated this guy. Can you let me eat him now? As soon as Bo just said that, his saliva flowed out again in an instant. No way, this guy's been starving in hell, and she eats almost everything except other demons don't eat. It is rare to meet a living thing, so she is naturally very eager to eat him. At the same time, Jong Su, who was eager to try just now, shook his head in disappointment. Obviously, he felt that Hulk's fighting power was too poor, and he was defeated by Dcoa so easily. Xiao Feng and Bazaar didn't express any opinions because they never liked to fight, they just liked to watch the excitement. While the demons thought the battle was over, Suku didn't think so, because at the moment, he felt that Hulk seemed to be even more angry, and this means that his power will be even stronger. Roar! Sure enough, just when the demons felt bored, another roar suddenly came from not far away. It was this burst of roar that instantly cheered up the demons. Dcoa also looked curious, because he had beaten Hulk unconscious just now, but he didn't expect Hulk to recover so quickly. The moment Dcoa turned around, a green figure slammed into him again. Who else is it not Hulk? Dcoa was knocked out again, but this time he rolled for tens of thousands of meters before stopping. Damn it, Dcoa was furious. It's an insult to him that he was attacked twice by the Hulk in the same way. But when he saw Hulk's appearance clearly, Dcoa's eyes became excited several times in an instant. Because at the moment, Hulk is already different from before. I saw that his whole body was glowing with green light, his body was even doubled than before, and an indescribable force began to spread in hell. The demons don't know what's going on, they just know that the battle doesn't seem to be over yet. Only Suku knows that this is because of the gamma rays in Hulk's body. As Hulk gets more and more angry, the energy of the gamma rays on his body is getting stronger and stronger, and likewise, his power is getting stronger and stronger. Roar! With a roar of huge amounts of anger, Hulk rushed towards Dcoa again. Roar! Not to be outdone, Dcoa rushed over with a roar. Boom! There was another violent crash, and Hulk and Dcoa collided again. What followed was a strong shockwave. In an instant, sand and rocks flew in hell, and countless stones were blasted into the air by the powerful shockwave. But the demons who are watching the battle are calm, because this kind of scene is just a trivial matter to them. With the increase of Hulk's strength, Hulk did not fly upside down this time, but began to fight with Dcoa on the ground. One is known as Marvel's strongest Avenger, and the other is an Earth demon with the power of the Earth. The hand-to-hand combat between these two guys is quite admirable. Basically, it's punch to flesh, full of hormonal flavors. A long time ago, demons often broke out in hell to fight, but fighting was meaningless. Since demons are immortal, they simply cannot kill each other. So no more demons to fight after. Until now, they seem to have finally experienced the fun of fighting. At this moment, the battle situation suddenly changed. I saw that Hulk suddenly took the opportunity to grab the horns on Dcoa's head, asking for flowers. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Hulk grabbed the bull's horns and started fighting on the ground. In an instant, the surrounding land collapsed again, but it was obvious that this way he couldn't defeat Dcoa at all. Damn it! With a roar, Dcoa scrambled to free the restraints, and then punched Hulk. This punch was so powerful that it sent Hulk flying thousands of meters away in an instant, until he hit a piece of Ishani. So huge amounts of stone just stopped. When seeing this scene, the demons who were watching the battle almost died of laughter, because they remember it clearly. Dcoa seemed to have treated Hulk in the same way just now, but he didn't expect to be treated in the same way now. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Feng taunted. Dcoa, if you can't do it, you can replace us. Jong Su can't wait. Although Xiao Feng doesn't like to fight, this guy especially likes fighting. He is simply the scum of demons. Following his opening, Jong Su really stood up. I saw him surrounded by power of the thunder and lightning, and said with a grinning smile, Dcoa, if you can't do it, let me do it. Go away, don't bother me. Dcoa felt that he had been insulted, and then roared angrily. When he looked at Hulk again, Dcoa suddenly had a murderous look in his eyes. He has had enough. Then comes the real battle. In the next second, he directly put huge amounts of tea into the ground, and for a while, the energy of the earth began to be continuously used in his body. This is the unique power of Dcoa. As the devil of the earth, Dcoa can connect with the earth, and then obtain power constantly from the heaven and the earth. Although this is hell, the land here should still be available to the local forces, just not as much as the outside world. Ever since, Dcoa's body also began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Hulk suddenly rushed over again, and as Hulk gets angrier, his strength increases a lot. But at this moment, Dcoa looked very calm in the face of the Hulk who rushed over again. He didn't even move at all, just stood there like a statue. But all the demons, including Suku, know one thing, that Dcoa is going to be serious. Roar! There was another burst of angry roars, and the Hulk came at top speed. His body was filled with endless power of anger, as if he wanted to completely kill the demon in front of him. Boom! In the next second, Hulk directly bumped into Dcoa, and a strong shockwave erupted in an instant. Under the power of shockwave, the ground around them instantly shattered, the whole hell roared, and the scene was extremely hot. But after the shockwave dissipated, Ian saw that Dcoa had grabbed Hulk's neck with only one hand, and carried Hulk in the air, completely controlled Hulk. No matter how hard Hulk tried, he couldn't break free from Dcoa's control. Immediately afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Dcoa directly lifted Hulk up. Then he tore it with all his strength, as if he wanted to tear Hulk in half. As an Earth demon, Dcoa is far more powerful than Hulk. What's more, he has absorbed a lot of power from the Earth before. So at this moment, Dcoa's power has become unbelievably strong. No matter how strong Hulk's body is, he still can't resist Dcoa's power. In an instant, Hulk's screams echoed throughout hell, because he felt that his body was being torn apart by Dcoa. At this moment, he no longer has anger, only endless pain. Hulk tried his best to struggle, but it didn't work. Roar! Immediately afterwards, another roar sounded. Dcoa suddenly increased his strength. Creak! Accompanied by a special sound, Hulk's body was actually torn into two halves by him. In an instant, the mixture of internal growth and blood was directly sprinkled on the ground, and the whole scene was extremely bloody. But Dcoa didn't care, and then threw Hulk, who had become two halves, aside like throwing garbage. And even so, Hulk is still alive. The belief in survival forced him to crawl towards the other half of his body. Demons face such a scene with little wavering. Suku also had a calm expression on his face. Suku was not surprised at all by Dcoa's victory, because he knows that although Hulk has the characteristic that the more angry he is, the stronger he is, but he also knows that if Hulk is directly beaten to autism in a short period of time, then how Shu will not be able to get angry. Like when Thanos first fought the Hulk. Thanos came down with a combination of punches, which directly stunned Hulk. Even after a period of time, Hulk didn't dare to come out again. And the behavior of Dcoa, before Hulk got angry, Dcoa directly tore Hulk's body with a strength far exceeding Hulk's. In this way, Hulk is only left with pain, and he can no longer be angry at all. In the same way, he can't get more powerful power. I have to say that Suku was really disappointed with this battle. After all, his original intention was to make Hulk stronger. It would be best to reach the level of Lucifer and then let all the demons have a good time. In the end, I didn't expect that in the end, only Dcoa was addicted. Just when Suku was thinking, a figure rushed towards Hulk in an instant. Who else is it not Bo Gang? Immediately afterwards, Suku saw Bo Gang open his mouth wide and then directly thrust Hulk into his mouth. Then he began to chew creakingly, but at this moment Hulk is not dead yet. He is struggling to get out of Bo Gang's mouth, but he can't get out no matter what. This scene seems a little scary, but the other demons, including Sugu, didn't care when they saw this scene. After all, they are both demons, so they are not surprised by this little incident. You must know that a long time ago, before they were sealed in hell, Bagong also devoured other demons. What's more, they regarded Hulk as a toy and food from the beginning, so naturally they don't care too much now. Only Jong Su on the side was a little disappointed, because he thought he could also play with Hulk. Unexpectedly, Dcoa tore the Hulk in half, and then Bo Gang ate the Hulk. Suku saw Jong Su's disappointment, and then smiled. Don't worry, Jong Su. I promise that I will find an opponent for you in the near future. When Jong Su heard this, he laughed. There is no doubt that Suku's opponent is naturally Thor. Thor and Jong Su. One is the god of thunder and lightning, and the other is the evil 303 demon of thunder and lightning. Suku really wants to see who is better between the two of them? Definitely, my heart is still more inclined to Dacia and the Soviet Union. 003. Just then, a strange sound suddenly sounded. When Suku looked over, he saw that Hulk had been swallowed by Bo Gang. And Bo Gang still has a look of unsatisfactory expression on his face. Bo Gang, how does it taste? Suku joked. It's okay. Crunchy. Bo just savored the smell of Hulk and said, all right, now everyone knows that Hulk tastes good and is crunchy. But obviously, even though Bo Gang had bitten his body to pieces and swallowed him, Hulk still didn't die completely. Because in the next second, Inca saw Bo Gang's leaves move violently. Apparently, Hulk is still struggling to get out of Pagon's stomach. This made Suku instantly interested, because he wanted to confirm his previous conjecture. That is, after Bagong swallows Hulk, will Bagong digest Hulk, or will Hulk crawl out of Bo Gang's stomach? While Suku was waiting for the result with anticipation, the next thing was a bit unexpected. Hulk, who was still struggling in Bo Gang's stomach before, suddenly stopped inexplicably. At the same time, Bo Gang also felt something was wrong. She looked at Suku curiously and asked, Julan, what's going on here? Why did I feel like I didn't eat that guy? I'm still very hungry. Suku didn't speak, just looked at Bo Gang's stomach and felt it. Sure enough, he was surprised to find that at the moment, Hulk disappeared inexplicably. He's not in Bo Gang's stomach at all. Not anywhere in hell either. It's weird. Suku also felt a little baffled for a while. But soon, he suddenly realized again. If he guessed correctly, this should be the power of the Tiger Talisman. It seems that Seichild helped to find the other half of the Tiger Talisman and will successfully merge the Tiger Talisman into one. That's why Hulk disappeared from Pagon's stomach and returned to Banner's body. It's really strange. Can the Tiger Talisman still be used like this? Suku's chin is crazy, and he always feels a little incredible. But it doesn't matter after you leave. Go to SHILD to see if your guess is right. So, Suku immediately looked at Gang and said, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. When I have time, I will bring you some food again." It was promised to let Gang eat Hulk before, but this happened unexpectedly, so Suku decided to make up for Gang a little bit. Really, as soon as Bo heard this, he immediately became excited. Although she can't leave hell now, if she can taste delicious food, it will be a kind of comfort to her. Wait, after Suku said this, he greeted the other demons, and then left hell. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. A portal suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Ink walked out. The moment they saw Suku, everyone present was shocked, especially Tony, because the portal just now made him doubt his life. Although Nick had told him about the portal before, when he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't accept it. What the hell is going on here? Tony asked in disbelief, but Suku just smiled slightly. "It's just a trick. Don't worry about it." Little trick? You call teleportation a trick? When hearing this, Tony was completely speechless. But Suku from at the moment ignored him and looked directly at Banner beside him. Immediately afterwards, Suku asked directly, "Dr. Banner, have you found the other half of the Tiger Talisman?" Although he didn't know how Suku knew about it, Banner still nodded. "That's right, but I didn't find it, but SHILD found it on the spot." Then SHILD handed me the other half of the Tiger Talisman, and I put the two Tiger Talismans together. I just wanted to try to see if I could bring Hulk back, but I didn't expect it to be successful, Banner said with a look of relief. When Suku heard this, he knew that he had guessed right. Sure enough, the reason why Hulk disappeared from Gang's stomach just now is because Banner combined the two Tiger Talismans into one. At this moment, Banner suddenly asked again, "Dr. Su, can I ask, what did you do to Hulk? Because I can feel that Hulk seems to be full of fear now, knowing that he has never been like this before." Since owning Hulk, in Banner's view, Hulk has always been fearless, and his consciousness is always only violence and anger. As for fear, come on, Hulk has no idea what that, but he clearly felt the Hulk in his body was full of fear, which really made him feel unbelievable. And when they heard this, Nick and Tony also looked incredible in an instant, because it's also hard for them to understand why Hulk is scared. Immediately afterwards, they also looked at Suku curiously. After all, everyone knows that Suku took Hulk away just now. So if you want to know what happened just now, just ask Suku. Seeing that everyone present looked at her, Suku just smiled slightly. "I just found some friends to help teach Hulk a lesson." Indeed a lesson. Anyway, Dcoa tore up Hulk's body, and Hulk didn't die. Anyway, Bo just crushed Hulk's body and swallowed him, but Hulk didn't die. Nick was shocked again when he heard this, because he didn't expect that Suku would have friends who could teach Hulk a lesson. How powerful is this Nima? For a while, Nick became more and more curious about Suku's true identity. "By the way, are you showing me?" At this moment, Suku suddenly smiled and looked at Nick. Although the Tiger Talisman was in Banner's hand before, Suku knew with his feet that Nick would never dare to let Banner touch the Tiger Talisman again. So he spoke directly to Nick. "No problem." Nick hastily agreed. Immediately afterwards, an agent came over holding a box. When the box was opened, it was a Tiger Talisman. Nick just wanted to persuade Suku to pay attention, not to be affected by the power of the Tiger Talisman. But before he could speak, Suku had already picked up the Tiger Talisman. Although a little speechless, seeing that Suku didn't seem to respond, Nick shut up. At the same time, the moment Suku got the Tiger Talisman, he hurriedly recited silently in his heart, "System, let's surround the force zone that absorbs the Tiger Talisman." Almost instantly, a force appeared in Suku's body instantly. It was the power of the Tiger Talisman. In this way, Suku obtained the ability of spell again. But to be honest, this kind of ability is of no use to Suku, and he just absorbed it because it was convenient. After dealing with everything, he was ready to leave immediately. Although Nick still wanted to keep Suku, he also knew that he couldn't keep Suku, so he didn't say anything immediately. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Suku opened a portal again, and then disappeared in front of them. If it was the previous Marvel, Nick would definitely perceive that this is the power of the space gem. After all, in the original Marvel plot, the space gem was always in SHIELD. But in this world, the space gem has always been in the hands of HYDRA. So Nick and the others naturally don't know what kind of power it is. Definitely, Suku doesn't really care about this kind of thing either. In the next period of time, Suku had a few days of comfortable whitetail. Definitely, he went to Gotham for 2 days, as usual. One is to finish the work of Arkham Asylum, and the other is to stay with Harley for a few days. And when Suku found out that she was with Harley, Selina's jealousy was getting deeper and deeper. This made Suku very happy, because he knew that it would not be long before it was time to pluck this fruit that became a book. Definitely, not everything is smooth sailing either. At the very least, things were not going well for the Holy Master. Because the Holy Master has not found a new spell for several days, and there is no news from Loki, which makes the Holy Master very anxious. The Holy Master wanted to discuss this matter with Suku, but Suku didn't bother to pay attention to the Holy Master and just asked the Holy Master to wait quietly. Loki will definitely come, because Su knows that even if Loki is reluctant to come to Earth, Thanos will definitely come to Earth more than Loki. Coupled with the threats he made to Loki before, as long as Loki has a little more brains, he will never dare to mess around. So he didn't care about it. On this day, Wanda and Quicksilver went to work in the psychological clinic in Hell's Kitchen, as usual, while Suku was bored watching TV in every possible way. But Shimu stayed quietly in his room, thinking about his magic over and over again. I have to say that Shimu has been quite well-behaved recently, even a bit too well-behaved, because during this period of time, Shimu almost didn't even go out, shut himself in the room every day, and then recalled all the magic he had done before. You must know that a long time ago, Shimu had the most magic of all demons. But during the thousands of years of being sealed in hell, Shimu's magic and wisdom have been wiped out, and there is not much left. This is a unique characteristic of hell. It will constantly consume all the power and wisdom possessed by demons. This led to the first thing Shimu did after he was released from prison was to quickly add a lot of magic knowledge. Now Shimu has gradually recalled all kinds of magic that he had forgotten before. Even a few days ago, he showed off his magic a little bit. The scene was quite a sensation. Almost the whole earth is shrouded in red mist. People can't see the original color of the sky, only see a piece of scarlet domineering. It's like the end is coming. But fortunately, Shimu just wanted to test his own strength and didn't continue to shoot, so everything returned to normal soon. People only think that this is a special weather change. In general, I think it was a very correct choice to let Shida get out of prison at that time, because Shimu is not only obedient, but also doesn't cause trouble. Definitely the most important thing is that Suku thinks that Yixamu's ability is still very good to play as a support during the Battle of New York. Imagine that the entire sky will be controlled by the power of Shimu at that time, just like the end of the world. Add the Lord and Loki and the Chitauri army, and the chaos of the Battle of New York will be stronger than ever. Beat. Immediately afterwards, when Suku was so bored that his thoughts went wild, the doorbell rang suddenly. Opening the door, a familiar figure appeared in front of Suku. It's Gwen. Hello, Dr. Su. According to our previous agreement, I'm here to find you. Gwen greeted with a smile. Suku was slightly taken aback at 5.7, and then realized that today is the weekend, and I promised Gwen before that I would help her train her super ability on weekends. Well, Suku indeed almost forgot about it, but seeing Gwen, he still remembered. Come in, as Suku said, Gwen invited her into the room. After Gwen entered the room, he looked at it for a while, and then said with some emotion, I didn't expect you to be so rich. When Suku heard this, he just thought it was funny. Money is nothing to me. Gwen was speechless. You rich people know how to say that. Then she thought of something else and said, By the way, do you have time today? If you have time, I'll treat you to dinner. This is what we agreed on before. Anyway, being idle and boring today, Suku immediately agreed. Immediately afterwards, he went upstairs to say hello to Shimu, and then left with Gwen. The two came to a fairly good restaurant, and after ordering something, They chatted while eating. Gwen took a sip of milk tea, then asked in a low voice, "By the way, do you know what happened to Hulk before?" Suku naturally knew what Gwen was talking about, and nodded immediately. "Definitely got it. Can you not know? After all, he solved this matter." Upon hearing this, Gwen immediately continued, "I don't know who beat the Hulk back then. After all, I heard that even Iron Man Tony Stark couldn't stop the Hulk. But just thinking about it, that person must be a powerful superhero." By the end of the day, Gwen's eyes were almost bursting with stars. Suku was a little speechless. Powerful, he recognized it, but superhero, he doesn't recognize it, because he was never a superhero. He is just a demon. Immediately afterwards, Suku looked at Gwen with a smile and said, "It seems you admire him a lot." Gwen heard this and immediately replied, "Definitely. I think he must be a very handsome man." As Gwen spoke, little stars appeared in her eyes again. Cough, cough, cough. After a light cough caught Gwen's attention, Suku said calmly, "Okay, then you can start worshipping me." Hearing this, Gwen didn't realize what it meant for a while and looked at Suku with some doubts. But in the next second, she suddenly reacted. "Wait, you said you beat the Hulk?" Gwen said incredulously. "That's right." Suku nodded with a calm expression on his face. Although it was Dcoa who defeated Hulk, strictly speaking, it can also be said that he was the one. After all, with his strength, Hulk could have been easily defeated. It was purely for the demons to have a good time. So he threw Hulk into hell with 21, and Dcoa probably wouldn't mind him doing this. Gwen blinked and looked at Suku in front of her, and soon became sure that Suku was not lying, because it was unnecessary at all, but she still couldn't believe it. "Aren't you a psychiatrist?" Gwen couldn't help asking. "Yes, the main job is a psychologist, but occasionally do other things," Suku still said calmly. Now, Gwen is more sure that Suku is not lying. So, when Gwen looked at Suku again, she completely became a little girl. She already admired Suku very much, and with the Hulk incident, Gwen's respect for Suku is not just that simple. Now, whatever Suku asks her to do, she will do it. After a simple meal, Gwen brought Suku to an abandoned factory. This is where she found it by accident. The place is remote and there are no people nearby, so it is perfect as a training ground. Suku randomly found a place and sat down, then said, "Then show off your basic abilities first." Gwen nodded obediently, and then began to show Suku her various abilities, such as the most basic wall, climbing, and cobweb ability. It is worth mentioning that Gwen's cobweb is actually the same as the original Spider-Man Tobey Spider-Man, which is also generated from his own body, so there is no need for such a thing as a cobweb hair snake. This should be a good thing for her. After all, the cobweb hair snake always runs out or malfunctions. But if cobweb can be produced by itself, then cobweb is almost unlimited. When testing the strength, Suku found that Gwen's strength was about 20 tons. To demons, this little power is nothing, but to humans, Gwen's power is unbelievably strong, and almost on par with Spider-Man. After Gwen finished showing all the abilities, she suddenly looked at Suku with great interest. "Why don't you train with me?" Gwen blinked and said. Suku smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to train with you, but that if I make a move, you won't be able to resist it at all." After saying this, Suku waved his hand casually and saw a steel frame weighing dozens of tons suddenly fly into the air. Immediately afterwards, as Suku clenched his hands into fists, the tens of tons of steel frame should have been backlogged into a pile of scrap iron and then directly smashed to the ground. When seeing this scene, Gwen was instantly stunned. She knew that what Suku said was right. With the strength he possessed, he really couldn't train with herself. Because of one carelessness, she might be gone. But then, she was suddenly a little disappointed. After all, this kind of ability really needs to be trained with the opponent to master. Looking at the disappointed Gwen, Suku instantly understood what she was thinking. Immediately afterwards, Suku began to look around, and after a while, he suddenly looked at a place not far away. "I saw a pile of dilapidated dinosaur models placed in that place. I don't know how long they have been there, and a thick layer of dust has accumulated on them." Suddenly, Suku had an idea in his heart. "Gwen, get ready. Your opponent is coming." Suka laughed. What? When Gwen heard this, she was a little puzzled for a moment. Because at the moment, there are only her and Suka here. Where are the opponents? But Suka didn't explain. With a thought in his mind, the dinosaur models not far away flew over and landed not far from Gwen. Gwen was even more confused. She didn't know what to do with this pile of dinosaur models. But in the next second, Gwen knew. Because in an instant, the dilapidated dinosaur model suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, each dinosaur model seemed to have gained life and stood up with a roar, and its size was also rapidly growing. Roar! 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 There were bursts of roars, making Gwen instantly confused. Wait, why do dinosaur models turn into living dinosaurs? 137. Could this be Suku again? Well, Gwen guessed right. This is really what Suku did. Suku used the ability of the mouse spell he obtained before to resurrect those dinosaur models to serve as Gwen's training opponents. And don't underestimate these resurrected dinosaur models. Because the system absorbs abilities that will mutate, these dinosaur models already have the size and strength of real dinosaurs when they are resurrected. For example, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was resurrected first has the same size and weight as the real Tyrannosaurus Rex. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of her, Gwen was about to cry right now. She felt that Suku must have misunderstood. She really needs an opponent to train her super ability, but the opponent she wants is not a group of dinosaurs. This is too outrageous. Roar! Immediately afterwards, just when Gwen was about to say something, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly roared angrily, and then directly opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward her. You'd better be careful, because the resurrected dinosaurs have the power of real dinosaurs. Suka said calmly. Gwen was on the verge of tears. This is not the training she wants at all. Before coming to Suku, Gwen thought about many possible training methods, but she never imagined that it would be the training method in front of her. Who uses dinosaurs for training? At the moment, facing the Overlord rushing towards her, Gwen was at a loss for a while. Buzz, buzz. But at this moment, a very strange feeling suddenly appeared in Gwen's mind. In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, Gwen snaked out a cobweb in an instant and then jumped to the beam of the roof. And the moment she left, a velociraptor appeared in the place where she was before. If she hadn't dodged in time just now, she might have been attacked by that velociraptor, but thinking of the special buzzing sound that suddenly appeared in her mind just now, Gwen was a little puzzled. She didn't know what it was. Suku smiled slightly, because he knew that Gwen seemed to have posted his own spider telepathy. Spider-Man's spider telepathy refers to the fact that Spider-Man can obtain information and perceive everything around it through the vibration generated by airflow, like a spider. And its main function is to help Spider-Man predict danger. Spider telepathy can almost be said to be one of the most important skills of Spider-Man. It has helped Spider-Man avoid danger and even defeat powerful enemies countless times. Seeing that Gwen was still puzzled, Suku immediately explained. That's spider telepathy. It's a very special skill. It will be automatically activated when you encounter danger to help you avoid danger. It turned out to be like this. Gwen suddenly realized, and when she looked at Suku again, there was a burst of gratitude in her eyes. Because if it wasn't for Suku's training, she would never know that she still has this ability. It seems that this kind of training is still very helpful. Immediately afterwards, just as Gwen was about to say something, there was a sudden violent movement on the beam where she was. Looking down, it turned out that the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the ground was constantly attacking the pillars below. Gwen had a headache for a moment because she didn't know how to deal with such a behemoth. Call out. Suddenly at this moment, there was another scream. Gwen looked back and saw a pterosaur rushing towards her. Plaid reacted in an instant, and a cobweb snake came out directly sticking to the wing of the pterosaur. Then with a sharp flick, the pterosaur was thrown flying. Although this pterosaur seems to weigh several hundred kilograms, for Gwen who has obtained the spider ability, it is not difficult at all. And at this moment, Gwen's nervousness before gradually calmed down. While battling the dinosaurs was a bit overwhelming, once she calms down, It's nothing but exhilarating. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to beat a dinosaur. Thinking of this, Gwen took a deep breath and then jumped down directly onto the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Before the Tyrannosaurus Rex could react, Gwen made 2 more cobwebs from the snake in an instant, which directly stuck to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. The Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly lost his sight and began to rampage in the factory. Gwen took the opportunity to make noises, attracting the Tyrannosaurus Rex to run into several other Triceratops not far away. In an instant, the Triceratops was knocked and flew out. However, before Gwen could breathe a sigh of relief, 2 velociraptors suddenly jumped out from behind her. Although the velociraptor is smaller in size, it moves extremely fast. Gwen didn't dare to neglect, and quickly began to move quickly in the factory by taking advantage of the terrain. And the 2 velociraptors followed closely behind her. Roar! Immediately afterwards, another roar sounded. It turned out that the previous Tyrannosaurus Rex regained its sight. After locking Gwen's position, the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed over again. But at this moment, instead of having the slightest fear, Gwen suddenly had an idea. Immediately afterwards, she rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the 2 velociraptors behind her. In the distance, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Gwen in one gulp. At this moment, Gwen stopped suddenly, and then turned around and snaked out 2 cobwebs. Cobweb directly stuck to the 2 velociraptors. Without the slightest hesitation, Gwen exerted force suddenly and threw them out in an instant. The target was the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the next second, the 2 velociraptors were easily dealt with by Gwen. This is not the end. Gwen quickly circled behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then quickly snaked out cobwebs to wrap around the legs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Under the action of inertia, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground violently and couldn't even get up for a while. In this way, Gwen easily eliminated a group of dinosaurs. Seeing this scene, Suku nodded in satisfaction. In the next second, he directly withdrew the power of the rat spell. As a result, all the dinosaurs also lost their vitality and became the original models. Gwen was shocked by this scene again. She looked at Suku in disbelief and asked, "How many super abilities do you have?" Gwen originally thought that she already knew about Suku's super abilities, but she didn't expect that Suku has other super abilities. "A lot. You'll know later." Suku smiled. Gwen was speechless. Anyway, Gwen is very satisfied with today's training, because today's training let her know that she still has a passive ability called spider telepathy, and when she dealt with the dinosaurs just now, she also had a new understanding of her own strength. Immediately afterwards, Suku took Gwen out of here, and then went to eat something. After the 2 parties agreed on the next training session, Suku sent Gwen home. Meanwhile, Asgard, a man clad in gray robes and covering himself, suddenly appeared on the streets of Asgard. He also holds a strangely shaped scepter in his hand. After coming to a deserted corner, the man took off the hat on his head, revealing his true face. Who is it not Loki? Since leaving Earth last time, Luke followed Ebony to meet Thanos. Thanos promises to lend Loki a Chitauri army to attack Earth. But because of his previous experience on Earth, Loki no longer has any interest in such things, because no matter what he does, the ultimate winner will not be him. All he did was just to work for the devil and destroy it. This makes Loki very uncomfortable. As a god of tricks, how could he be reduced to what he is now? And it was obvious that he was already in a difficult position to ride a tiger, because if he doesn't do it, then not only Thanos won't let him go, but even Julian won't let him go. So when facing Thanos before, Loki could only agree to Thanos and promise to bring him the space gem. Thanos even lent him a scepter in order to help Loki complete the task better. It's the scepter that Loki is holding in his hand, with a jewel inlaid on it. It is Mind Gem. Originally, after getting the scepter, Loki should go directly to the Earth, and then find the Holy Lord to get the space gem. Then use the space gem to open the cosmic wormhole and summon the Chitauri army to attack the Earth. But Loki was not in a hurry to go to Earth, but came to Asgard, a place that he loved and hated. And Loki sneaked in this time, because before he did a very sensational thing. In order to get the throne of Asgard before, Loki used tricks to make Thor and Ice Titan fight, breaking the peace between Asgard and Ice Titan. And this kind of thing has always been forbidden by Odin. Sure enough, Odin was furious after knowing this. But Thor didn't know how to restrain himself. So Odin directly deprived Thor of his divine power and exiled Thor to the earth. Then everyone knows that Thor finally got back the power of Thor and successfully stopped Loki's plan. And it was also at this time that Loki knew his true identity. It turned out that he was not from Asgard, but from Iceman. This made Loki very uncomfortable. Even at the last moment, Bifrost was about to be destroyed, and when Thor wanted to save him, Loki voluntarily let go and fell into the abyss of the universe. But definitely, as a powerful magician, it is impossible for Loki to just die. He chose to hide himself and started wandering in the universe. It turned out that I met Thanos by accident. Thanos wants an item from Earth, the so-called space gem. And Loki also hated the Earth because of the previous things, so he reached a cooperation with Thanos. As long as Thanos gives him an army to help him rule the Earth, he will bring Thanos the space gem. As for why Thanos didn't go to Earth himself, it's naturally because the Ancient One is still alive. From his point of view, Thanos actually knew that Loki could not succeed in ruling the Earth. But all he wants is the space gem and doesn't care about Loki's crap. And Loki actually has no interest in ruling the Earth. He just wants to use this to vent some anger in his heart. And then, Loki accidentally got to know the Holy Lord, and learned that the Holy Lord also wants to rule the world. Ever since, Loki contacted the Lord and proposed the idea of cooperation. Everyone knows what happened next. Not only did Loki meet the Lord, he even saw Julin and almost died in the hands of Julin. At that time, Loki wanted to throw his shoulders and quit, and then went back to Asgard to finally ding to apologize. He knew Odin would forgive himself. Though he's not really Asgard, Odin and Thor have always treated him like real family. As long as Loki is willing to admit his mistakes, Odin will surely forgive him. At that time, everything can return to the original position. But obviously, things are not that simple, because Julin didn't intend to let him go just like that. Likewise, Thanos won't let him go, ever since Loki can only be forced to become a wage earner. Immediately afterwards, after taking a long look at the palace not far away, Loki turned and left. For his own sake, and for Asgard's sake, he finally decided to complete what he had planned. Because only in this way can he get rid of Thanos completely. Definitely, and curse blue, Loki secretly swore in his heart that as soon as he finished dealing with these shitty things, he would never go to Earth again, and he would never hook up Thanos again. Even if you wander in the universe in the future, it's better than doing these shitty things. A few days later, Loki finally came to Earth and followed the instructions to find the Lord. Loki, you're finally here. Seeing Loki appearing, Holy Master was furious instantly, because he felt that Loki was too slow and wasted a lot of his time. Holy Master, it's not my fault. Miebian really has a lot of things to deal with. Loki definitely has no way of admitting he wasted time, so he blames Thanos. Anyway, the Holy Lord can't question Thanos himself, can he? Sure enough, when the Holy Master heard this, he couldn't say anything for a while. After all, the next thing is the most important thing. But immediately afterwards, the Holy Master still did not forget to threaten Lu Ji again. Loki, I warn you not to think anything wrong, or you will know what will happen to you, the Lord said coldly. But in the face of the threat of the Holy Lord, Loki looked hopeless. It's so frightening at this time. What else can he think? He just wants to solve this matter quickly and leave here completely. Ever since, Loki had no choice but to change the subject. Holy Lord, don't talk about me. Have you got the space gem? When he said this, Luke wished that the Holy Hand could tell him that he hadn't found the space gem yet. Because once this is the case, the next thing will not be able to continue. That way he wouldn't have to take any chances. But obviously, Loki is thinking too much. Because in the next second, the Holy Master suddenly took out a light blue gemstone. Feeling the power emanating from this gem, Loki knew it was the real space gem. Well, Loki sighed inwardly, only feeling speechless for a while. Originally, I thought that as long as the Holy Master didn't find the space gem, he could drop the pick. Unexpectedly, the Lord actually found the space gem. This time, it seems that this matter really cannot be avoided. But then, Loki suddenly thought of something again, then looked at the Holy Master with a mysterious face and said, "Holy Lord, you probably don't know what this space gem represents. Well, I can tell you, it's just infinity. I know this is infinite gems, and I know it's just one of 6 infinite gems. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take it now." Before Loki could finish speaking, the Holy Master interrupted Loki impatiently, and then casually threw the space gem to Loki. Loki took the space gem in a panic, feeling numb. He originally wanted to fool the Lord and let the Lord know about space gems and infinite gems. In this way, the Lord will definitely be attracted by the power of infinite gems, and maybe he won't give him the space gem. In this case, there is no need to continue the so-called mission. Then he told Thanos about it. Maybe Thanos will come to the Earth to find the Lord himself to get back the space gem. At that time, not only will I not have to do anything, but I will even be able to watch a good show. However, the idea is always beautiful, but the reality is always cruel. Loki never imagined that the infinite gems, which almost everyone dreams of, would be thrown to him by the Holy Master like trash. How did Loki know that for the Lord, neither space gems nor infinite gems can be compared with Earth? All the Lord wants is the Earth. Other than that, nothing matters. By the way, what you asked for has been given to you. When will the army I want come? At this moment, the voice of the Holy Master suddenly rang again. Loki came back to his senses, first looked at the space gem in his hand, and said helplessly, "When I set off, Chitauri's army was already waiting in another universe. As long as I open the cosmic wormhole, I can summon them." When the Holy Master heard the words, he was instantly excited. "So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the cosmic wormhole. I can't wait to see my army," the Lord urged. At the moment, the Holy Lord can't wait to rule the world again. This matter is not as simple as you think. Loki shook his head and said, "If I just need to teleport a person or a group of people, then I can do it directly with the space gem. But what we have to do now is to send hundreds of thousands of alien troops and warships. This is simply not something that any one person can do. So I have to use some equipment to get there." At the end of the words, Loki sighed inwardly again. It seems that the fate of working for the Lord cannot be escaped. Although the Holy Master didn't understand Balawaji's words, he probably knew that this matter was not as simple as he imagined. Ever since, the Holy Master said with a displeased face, all right, do whatever you want. In short, let me see my army as soon as possible." No, at the moment, Loki didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Holy Master anymore, because he found that the Holy Master didn't understand anything at all. After a casual promise, he was ready to leave. But at this moment, the Holy Master's voice suddenly sounded again. What happened again? Loki turned around speechlessly. As a result, the next second, Loki's expression suddenly became a little surprised, because at the moment, dozens of ninjas wearing Black Knight clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. There is no doubt that this is the Holy Lord's Shadow Legion. Although I don't know what to do next, I think you definitely need help. So just let these guys help you. Whatever you have to do, let them do it," said the Holy Lord. Loki sneered instantly when he heard this, because he understands that these guys are not so much sent by the Holy Lord to help him, but rather to monitor his exact date. Loki originally wanted to reject the Holy Master, but in the next second, he suddenly felt that the Holy Master was right. Because if he wants to complete this matter, he really needs the help of many people. Thinking of this, Loki finally nodded. All right. After saying this, Loki turned and left directly. Immediately afterwards, dozens of Black Shadow ninjas followed Loki and left here. Definitely, These dozens of shadow ninjas are nothing to the Lord. As long as the Holy Lord is willing, he can definitely summon more shadow ninjas. What happened next was almost the same as the original plot. After Loki left the Lord's side, he found Dr. Eric Savage directly, then used the Mind Gem's ability to control his mind and force him to build himself an instrument that can open the Treasure Universe wormhole. Dr. Eric is just an ordinary human being. 117 definitely cannot resist the control of Mind Gem. So he directly became Loki's most loyal servant. In addition, Loki also used the Mind Gem to control another large group of people and let them help Dr. Eric build the instrument. After studying the power of the Space Gem, Dr. Eric told Loki that in order to build a device that could open a cosmic wormhole, he needed a very rare special. And this element is only available in SHIELD. In the original plot, Loki spent a lot of effort to get this element. He first came to the banquet held by the German scientist Dr. Cypher, and then sent a special instrument into Dr. Cypher's eyes. On the other side, the brainwashed Hawkeye simulated Dr. Seve's eyes through sensors and successfully opened the safe through retinal scanning. Only then did he successfully obtain the special element in the safe. But obviously, the current Loki doesn't need such trouble at all, because he has the Black Shadow Ninja sent by the Lord to help. Under Loki's order, the Black Shadow Ninja sneaked into SHIELD quietly, and then used his special ability to get the special element that Loki wanted. And all this SHIELD didn't notice. Ever since Dr. Eric started the next step of construction, in general, everything is going in a good direction. And Loki's guess is right. The Shadow Ninjas sent by the Lord are indeed not just to help him. Every day, there are Shadow Ninjas who keep reporting Loki's progress to the Lord. The Lord was very happy when he heard that Loki was indeed doing his best for himself. After all, Loki is a so-called god. But the God of God is serving himself at this moment. This is so satisfying to the Lord. At the same time, the Lord also asked the Black Shadow Ninja to tell Suku all these things at the first time. But to be honest, Suku doesn't really care about this matter at all, because in Suku's view, this is something that is bound to happen, so he doesn't bother to talk about it. The only thing he has to do is to keep an eye on the Ancient One for the Lord when the Chitauri army descends on Earth. Just as the Black Shadow Ninja turned into a black aura and disappeared, Shimu suddenly came down from upstairs. After this period of study, Shimu's magic became much stronger. Although it still hasn't recovered all the magic, but it has recovered almost half of it. Shimu is already very satisfied with this. When he saw the Black Shadow Ninja, Shimu immediately guessed that it must be the Lord who came to find Suku, because he had seen such a Shadow Ninja in the Holy Lord before. Immediately afterwards, Shimu looked at Suku and asked, "What did the strange man say?" "Nothing," Suku said indifferently. "He just wants to tell us that he will welcome his own alien army soon. Let us prepare in advance." "So, it is." When Shimu heard this, he nodded immediately. He already knew that the Holy Master would use the power of the alien army to capture the Earth, so he wasn't too surprised. But then, Shimu still couldn't help but looked at Suku and asked, "So what are we going to do then?" Suku smiled slightly. "You can do whatever you want, but I have to advise you. That is, don't be too arrogant. Remember, when you meet those so-called superheroes, fight if you can beat them, and run if you can't beat them. Although you are sealed, I can save you, but I can't replenish the lost magic." Considering that Papa and his gang had already teamed up with SHIELD before, Suku didn't need to think about it, and Papa and his gang would also join in the Battle of New York. Suku has seen Papa's magic before. Although those magics are useless to him, it doesn't mean that the old man's magic is weak. On the contrary, Tu is definitely a powerful, righteous magician. In addition, Tony's spell armor should not be underestimated. Although Tony's spell armor didn't seem to be very useful when dealing with Hulk before, but you must know that Hulk is not a demon. This also means that the spell armor did not exert its full power at that time. And when facing demons like Shimu and Shungju, Suku knows without thinking that the spell Battle Shun will definitely show his incomparable power. So Suku didn't forget to remind Shimu. Facing Suku's reminder, Shimu did not show any impatience, but nodded seriously, because Shimu knew that Suku was also doing it for his own good. After a few days, the equipment on Loki's side was finally almost built. It won't be long before the cosmic wormhole can be opened. And the Lord also got the news through the Black Shadow Ninja. This afternoon, the Holy Master, who couldn't wait, came here to inspect Loki's work progress. It's different from Marvel's original plot. In the original plot, Loki chose to do this on the roof of the Stark building, because Loki at that time was extremely arrogant and conceited. He felt that everyone must see his greatness, so he chose the Stark building as the location, because where is the most conspicuous place in New York? But now, Loki no longer has the arrogance and conceit he had before, because at the moment, he has been completely reduced to a wage earner who needs to serve the devil. This made Loki feel extremely aggrieved, so it is naturally impossible for him to do this in a very conspicuous place, because Loki is also afraid of shame. Ever since, Loki chose a remote warehouse as the location. This place is deserted, no one will notice, and everyone around has been controlled by Loki, completely becoming his slave. Definitely, there is a benefit to doing this too. That is without attracting anyone's attention. So until now, SHILD has not found out about their actions. Definitely, I didn't find it, but the Avengers plan was officially launched. CBFC. The current team includes Captain America Steven Rogers, Iron Man Tony Stark, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Bruce Banner. This lineup looks similar to the previous lineup, except that Thor is missing. But for Nick, it is not easy to form such a team. In general, both SHILD and the Avengers are also keeping an eye out for impending danger. The screen returns to Loki. When he saw the Holy Master appearing in front of him, Loki immediately had a look of displeasure. But if you are unhappy, you are not happy, and Luigi dare not turn against the Holy Hand. Because seeing that this matter is about to end, he just wants to finish these things quickly and leave here, and completely get rid of Thanos and curse Blue. Thinking of this, Loki then smiled and said, "Holy Master, why are you here?" The Lord looked down at everything around him first, then looked at Loki and said, "Nothing. I just came to see how you are doing." Sure enough, I guessed it right. Loki sneered in his heart, but his tone remained calm. "Then please take a look." After saying this, Loki didn't bother to talk to the Holy Master anymore. The Holy Lord didn't care either, although he couldn't understand what the group of humans in front of him was building. But his intuition told him that this should be the instrument that opened the cosmic wormhole. Looking at the machine that is about to be completed, the Lord couldn't hide the joy in his heart, because this means that he will soon be able to rule the entire world. At this moment, Loki suddenly noticed something was wrong. There seems to be a special force suddenly appearing around. In the next second, Loki's face changed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he came directly to the Holy Master. "Holy Master, get out of here quickly," Loki urged. "Loki, are you driving me away?" When the Holy Master heard this, his face was displeased. He didn't expect that Loki would dare to speak to himself like this. But at this moment, Loki was already a little anxious. He looked at the Holy Master and said, "Holy Lord, listen to me. Get out of here quickly. He is coming. After he comes, you may not be able to leave. I will explain to you later. Get out of here now." However, upon hearing this, the Holy Master was even more confused. He really didn't know what Luigi was going to say. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, a huge amount of sound suddenly came from outside. Loki's face instantly turned ugly. Hearing the noise outside, Holy Master was a little curious, and then walked out. Seeing this, Loki could only follow out. Immediately afterwards, they saw a huge amount of colored beam of light suddenly appear not far away. After the beam of light dissipated, a special rune pattern instantly appeared on the ground. And in the pattern, there are still two people standing. One looks younger, wearing a battle armor and holding a hammer in his hand. Another age looks great with gray hair and a blindfold on his face. This special dress seems to tell everyone their identities. Thor and the king of God Odin. The moment he saw Thor and Odin, the Lord frowned immediately, because his intuition told him that the two guys in front of him seemed very difficult to deal with. Especially the one-eyed old man. Although he didn't look very good, it made him feel a strong sense of oppression. Poor Holy Master. How did he know that the one-eyed old man who appeared in front of him at this moment is the king of God Odin? Because he was afraid of the death of the Holy Lord, Loki immediately reminded. Holy Master, remember, no matter what happens, you must not do anything, or you will really die. If only Thor came, then Loki would be very happy to see the Lord and Thor fight. Anyway, in his opinion, the current Holy Well and Thor should be the same. But it's not just Thor, there's Odin too. So Loki really doesn't want the Lord to die. Because once Odin is annoyed, Loki thinks that the Lord may die. Definitely, Loki is not worried about the Lord. On the contrary, he is worried about himself. Because if the Holy Lord is really killed by Odin, then Suku will definitely avenge the Holy Lord by then. Whether Asgard will be destroyed, Loki doesn't know. But Loki knows that he will be destroyed. So at the moment, Loki really hoped that the Lord would not die. However, upon hearing Loki's words, the Holy Master sneered. Because demons are immortal, the Lord does not believe that someone can kill him. But considering the sense of oppression on the one-eyed old man in front of him, the Holy Master didn't act immediately. At the same time, Thor not far away also found Loki and the Lord. But Thor directly ignored the Holy Lord. And then an angry Jong Su came over. Loki, you lied to me so badly. If my father hadn't told me you were alive, I really thought you were dead. Thor cursed angrily. Loki sneered. It seems that you still don't plan to let me go. So how are you going to treat me? Take me back to Asgard and lock me up? Or kill me here? I'm not your brother after all. I'm just a frost titan. Isn't it, father? At the end of the conversation, Loki suddenly looked at the worker in the distance. When he heard this, Odin was silent for a moment because he didn't know how to answer Loki's question. Even Thor, who was furiously expecting Loki to come, stopped in his tracks. Because like Odin, he doesn't know how to deal with this matter. After a brief silence, Odin finally spoke. Loki, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth, but everything I did was really just for your own good. Come back with me. No matter what you have done, I will forgive you. You will always be my son. When Loki heard this, he felt only a burst of emotion in his heart. He really wanted to go back to Asgard if he could. Yefte, because he hasn't finished what he promised Thanos and Julian. If you just go back like this, Julian will definitely not let him and Asgard go. Then, just as Loki was about to reject Odin, a voice suddenly sounded. Old guy, who allowed you to take Loki away? He can't go anywhere until Loki has finished his work. The person speaking was none other than the Holy Lord. When he heard this, Loki's face instantly turned ugly, because he didn't expect that the Holy Lord would seek death like this. Holy Lord, shut up. Without any hesitation, Loki quickly turned around and yelled at the Holy Lord behind him. At the moment, he was almost crying because of the Holy Lord. But the Holy Lord remained unmoved. He looked at Loki and said, Loki, have you forgotten what you promised us before? If you dare to leave like this, consider the consequences. The consequence is your sister. Loki couldn't help but curse in his mind. If you want to die, just try to die. Don't drag me with you, okay? I don't want to die in the hands of Curse-Lawn. Then, just when Loki was about to say something more, Thor beside him could no longer bear it. Originally, the purpose of him and Odin coming to Earth this time was just to take Loki away, and they didn't want to cause trouble. But seeing the Holy Lord actually calling his father Odin old man, Thor couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at the Holy Lord coldly and said, Demon, this is Asgard's business, not yours. Also, you must apologize for your behavior just now, or I will make you pay the price. Apologize? When the Holy Lord heard this, he sneered again because there was no apology document in his dictionary. That's right. He is a little afraid of Odin's power, but as a capable demon, he cannot be cowed. Devils are immortal anyway, So in that case, he has nothing to be afraid of. But it's obvious that Odin doesn't want to cause trouble this time. He just wants to take Loki back to Asgard. So, just when Thor was about to take action, Odin spoke up and stopped Thor. Thor, forget it. Our purpose here is just to take Loki away. Don't do anything. When Thor heard this, he could only put down the raised hammer angrily. If it were before, he would definitely have a battle with the Holy Lord. But after the previous experience of being deprived of his divine power, he became much more mature and steady. Although he is still belligerent, he will not engage in unnecessary fighting. Seeing Odin speak and stop Thor, Loki quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Because to be honest, he really didn't want any conflict between demons and Asgard. Loki, it's time to go. At this moment, Thor looked at Loki again. Loki raised his head and glanced at Thor and Odin, and then said, I'm sorry. I can't go back with you because I have other things to do here. Give me some time. I will come back when I finish these things. When Thor heard this, he became angry instantly. Loki, what else do you want to do? Haven't you realized your mistake yet? Although we have forgiven you for what happened before, we will not let you stay on Earth anymore. You must come with us immediately. Thor was really troubled by this troubled brother, and his tone couldn't help but become a little more serious. But when Loki heard this, anger suddenly rose in his heart, because what he hates most is Thor's strong tone. Just when he was about to say something, the Holy Lord's voice rang again. I said before Loki has finished his work, he can't go anywhere. The Holy Lord said slowly. His tone was quite unkind. Holy Lord, can you shut up? I will handle this matter myself. Loki turned back, gritted his teeth, and looked at the Holy Lord and said, he was really made to cry by the Holy Lord. However, at this time, Thor didn't bother to pay attention to the Holy Lord and walked directly towards Loki, preparing to take Loki to Asgard by force. Loki knew Thor's intentions instantly. However, he naturally refused to surrender and was about to use magic to escape. But then, he was surprised to find that his magic had failed. How can it be? Where's my magic? Loki was confused and had no idea what was going on. But the next second, Loki suddenly thought of something and then looked at Odin not far away. Father, why do you want to imprison my magic? Loki asked loudly. At the moment, the only person here who can confine his magic is Odin, who is the king of God. Odin looked at Loki and said slowly, Sorry, my child. This is all for your own good. You must go back with us. Immediately afterwards, Thor walked to Loki, lifted Loki up like a chicken, and then returned to Odin again. Without his divine power, Loki could no longer resist at this moment, but he still yelled unwillingly. Let me go. You can't take me away. I have to stay here. Otherwise, he won't let me go. Father, believe me, I really can't leave here. This will only bring disaster to Asgard. Loki was really frightened at this moment, because he knew that once he returned to Asgard, the cursed blue would definitely come to find him. If you're not careful then, Asgard may be gone. Yes, Odin is indeed very powerful. So powerful that even Thanos dare not take action against Asgard. But you must know that Lon is not Thanos. As the demon of the moon, Cursed Blue is far more powerful and terrifying than Thanos. But it was obvious that Odin and Thor would not listen to him at all. Thor even said with disdain, Although I don't know who you have offended, as long as you are in Asgard, you are safe. What a waste of safety. Loki was so drunk that he didn't know what to say for a moment. But at this moment, Odin suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two sons. If you have anything to do, let's talk about it when we get back. The next second, Bifrost starts. But don't get me wrong, this is not Asgard Yasumoto's Bifrost, because the original Bifrost was destroyed long ago when Loki and Thor fought. The current Bifrost is just a spell activated by Odin using his own divine power. However, just when Odin was about to take Thor and Loki away from here, the Holy Lord was already furious. He felt that his dignity had been challenged. If they were really allowed to leave like this, what would happen to their alien army? How can I rule the world? Damn it! The next second, without any hesitation, the Holy Lord roared and rushed towards Odin. As the saying goes, to capture the thief first capture the king. The Holy Lord decided to capture Odin first. But it is obvious that the Holy Master has found a wrong opponent this time. Facing the Holy Lord's attack, Odin just glanced at it lightly. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of light, the Holy Lord's big head suddenly detached from the body and then rolled into a puddle next to it. At the same time, the body of the Holy Lord also fell softly. When Loki saw this scene, he immediately said to himself that it was terrible because he knew that he was now in trouble. Even the whole of Asgard is in trouble. The next second, as Bifrost turned on, Odin's Sunwalker left the earth. By the time Suku and Shimu arrived here, it was already an hour later. Although Suku had sensed a special energy wave before, he didn't care, because he knows that in the Marvel Universe, the Earth has always been a gathering place for big guys. Many big guys like to come here when they have nothing to do. If he had to come over and take a look every time he sensed a big boss come into Earth, that would be 2F*** it up. He is not that free. So Suku didn't take it seriously at first. But then, he suddenly received the Holy Lord's request for help. So, he rushed over with Shimu. From a distance, Suku saw the body of the Holy Lord lying on the ground. When I walked over and took a look, I discovered that the Holy Lord's body had no head. What's the situation? Suku was a little speechless, because as far as he knew, the Holy Lord had obtained the power of the dog talisman. Logically speaking, he should be immortal. Why would his head be cut off? Just as I was thinking about it, a familiar voice suddenly rang. I'm here. This is the voice of the Holy Lord. Shimu followed the sound and quickly found the Holy Lord's head in a puddle. Holy Lord, why are you like this? Although he was speechless, Zaishishu still fished out the saint's head. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it later. Can you help me put the body together first? My brother, the Holy Lord, who had only one head left, looked at Shimu and said. At the moment, Holy Master felt very embarrassed. But there was nothing he could do about being embarrassed. After all, things were already like this. He could only ask Shimu to quickly splice his head with his body. Shimu didn't hate the Holy Lord like other demons, so he immediately came to Suku with the Lord's head. Then he handed the head to Suku. Looking at the Holy Lord's head in his hand, Suk knew that the Holy Lord must have offended someone. But no matter what, let's put the Holy Lord's head on first. As a result, Suku directly put the Holy Lord's head back on his neck. According to Suku's idea, Shang-Chi's head should instantly return to its original shape when it comes into contact with his body. After all, the dog talisman has the effect of repairing the body, and he had just sensed that the power of the dog talisman was still in the Holy Lord's body. But what happened next was a bit unexpected, because when Suku put the Holy Lord's head on it, the head actually fell off. I've tried it several times, and it's still the same. Now, even Shimu became curious. You must know that Shimu now also has the power of the dog spell, so he clearly knows what kind of recovery ability he brings. Request flowers, 0. But it's obvious that Holy Lord situation is not normal. Suku held the Holy Lord's head in his hands, and then asked speechlessly, Holy Lord, what on earth is going on? Who did it? The power of the dog talisman is still within the Holy Master, but the Holy Master cannot recover it. This shows that the person who attacked the Holy Lord is far more powerful than the Holy Lord, and used his power to limit the power of the dog spell. This made Suku a little curious. The Holy Lord also realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment and immediately rushed. He hurriedly said, I don't know what happened. I was talking to Loki when suddenly a one-eyed old man appeared here with a man. They came to take Loki away. When I got angry, I was about to attack the old man, but then a light flashed and I ended up like this. Damn it, what happened to that old man? His attacks limited the power of the spell, so the dog charm couldn't work, leaving my body beyond repair. As the Holy Lord spoke, he became a little angry again. One-eyed old man. When Suku heard this, he probably guessed that it was Odin and Thor who came. Then, he looked at the wound on the Holy Lord's neck this time. Sure enough, he noticed a trace of special energy at the wound, which limited the power of the dog spell. The Holy Lord's body cannot recover. The next second, Suku raised the Holy Lord's head again and placed it on the Holy Lord's neck. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, "System, I want to absorb the energy from the Holy Lord's wound." Immediately afterwards, a special energy appeared in Suk's body. Oh, and after the system's explanation, Suku suddenly discovered that this was actually the energy of eternal robbery. In other words, the Holy Lord was just beheaded by Odin using the eternal spear. It seems that Odin also knows that ordinary means cannot harm the Holy Lord. And he also knows that the devil cannot be killed. So he directly used the eternal spear to chop off the head of the Holy Lord and suppress the power of the spell in the Holy Lord, making it impossible for the Holy Lord to recover. I have to say that Odin is indeed smart enough, because this can indeed make the Holy Lord lose his ability. But if you think about it carefully, the Holy Lord is really brave enough to actually dare to attack Odin directly. At the same time, after Suku absorbed the energy of the eternal spear, the dog charm inside the holy body came into play again. Almost instantly, the Holy Lord's head and neck were connected together, and then the Holy Lord's body started to move. "My dear brother, what is going on?" The Holy Lord moved his body and looked at Suku in surprise. You must know that he just tried many methods, but couldn't make the dog spell work. But the power of the dog spell was restored as soon as Suku came. Suku did not answer the Holy Lord's question. He just glanced at the Holy Lord and then asked, "Holy Lord, do you know who the old man was who attacked you just now?" "Have no idea." The Holy Lord first shook his head in confusion, then seemed to think of something, and then said, "But Loki seems to call him father, so he should be Loki's father, right?" "Okay, although he is not his biological father, Odin is indeed Loki's father." So immediately after, Suku nodded and continued. "He is indeed Loki's father, but he also has another identity, and that is the king of God Odin. Definitely you may not have heard of this name, but you definitely know Gu sure. Ancient One." Upon hearing this name, the Holy Master frowned instantly. He definitely knows the Ancient One. He had fallen into the hands of the Ancient One once before and was almost sealed. Just when he thought of this, the Holy Master suddenly realized something, then looked at Suku in surprise and said, "Wait, you mean that old man just now is also a powerful magician?" The Holy Lord didn't pay much attention to it just now, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that the old man's power was almost the same as that of the Ancient One. But then, Suku shook his head and said, "No, what I want to say is that the old man is far more powerful than the Ancient One, and it is obvious that his attack power can also cause serious damage to demons. Although Odin doesn't show his strength much in the movie, everyone knows how powerful Odin is. If nothing else, let's just talk about casting a spell on Mjolnir. From the beginning of the curse to Odin's death, no one has ever been able to break Odin's curse on the hammer. Definitely, no matter how powerful Odin is, he is just a level godfather. And Odin's father, Bor, is a level single-universe strongman. If it hadn't been for Bol, Asgard would have been destroyed by Curse Blue." After listening to Suku's words, the Holy Lord fell silent. Although he already knew that Odin was very strong, he never thought that Odin would be so strong. It seems that I have hit a brick wall this time, but now that things have happened, it's no longer useful to talk about these things. The Holy Lord looked at Suk and said, "Then what should we do now?" Loki was taken away, and the space gem was also taken away by him. How can we summon the alien army without the space gem? What the Holy Lord cares most about is his rule of the world. But he seems to have forgotten one very important thing. That is, Suku has absorbed the power of the space gem. This means that as long as Suku is willing, he can replace Loki to open the door to space and lead the Chitauri army to capture the Earth. But is Suku willing? Suku definitely doesn't want to. So immediately afterwards, Suku sneered instantly. "I told Loki back then that I would never allow deception and betrayal. Although it was not Loki's initiative, he still broke his promise. So I will let him know the price of breaking his promise." The Holy Lord instantly understood what Suku meant. "Are you going to Asgard? Do you need our help?" The Holy Lord asked. Although the previous incident of being beheaded by Odin made the Holy Lord a little afraid. If Suku also goes together, then the Holy Lord will have nothing to fear. But when he heard this, Suku shook his head. No, just you and Shimu wait for me here. Seeing this, I could only agree. But then, he suddenly thought of something again, and then said, then be careful. If his attack can hurt me, it might also hurt you. Suku glanced at the Holy Lord calmly, then shook his head and said, don't worry, he can't hurt me, because I'm different from you. 403. What a difference. When the Holy Master heard this, he was immediately speechless. But he couldn't say anything. God. At this moment, Suku suddenly waved his hand towards the Holy Lord and Shimu. The next second, a portal appeared directly in front of him, and on the other end of the portal was Asgard. Without any hesitation, Suk walked directly in. Immediately afterwards, he appeared on a street in Asgard. Because I have just experienced the plot of Thor 1, the entire Asgard seems a bit lifeless. But also because of this, no one noticed Suk's appearance. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Suku smiled knowingly. Because everything here is similar to the scene when he first came to Asgard thousands of years ago. I have to say that he really misses his old life a little bit. It seems that it is time for the Asgardians to recall the fear of being shrouded by demons in the past. Although Suku had not planned to ask other demons for help before, but now he suddenly changed his attention. After all, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. The next second, another portal opened, and on the other side of the portal was hell. Suk walked directly in, and then shouted, Bo Gang. Not long after, a monster like a hill came to Suk. It was the mountain devil, Bo Gang. Siulan, what do you want from me? Bo Gang asked some puzzle questions. Suk smiled slightly. I'm gonna let you go out for a walk, what do you think? What? As soon as Bo heard this, he was stunned for a moment, because she never expected that Suku would release herself so soon. But before she could laugh out loud, Suku suddenly spoke again. But you have to come back later. Bo Gang's eyes widened instantly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Why? Bo Gang asked angrily. She felt that Julian was playing tricks on her. He had clearly promised to let her out, but then he said that she would come back later. You must know that she has been trapped in hell for thousands of years. If she gets out, she will never come back. Seeing this, Suku could only remain silent. Because the place where I released you is not the earth, but a very special place, which is not suitable for the rule of demons. When Bo Gang heard this, he suddenly became more confused. Not the earth? What is that? But Suku was really too lazy to explain to Bo Gang, because with Bo Gang's IQ, it was really difficult for him to explain. So Suku asked directly, I'm too lazy to talk about unnecessary nonsense. Just tell me whether you are willing or not. If you are not willing, I will find someone else. In Suku's opinion, the demon most suitable for this situation must be Bo Gang, because Bo Gang's defense is the highest among all demons. Suku even felt that Odin's eternal spear could not penetrate Bo Gang's body. Although Bo Gang is the best choice, if Bo Gang is unwilling, then Suku doesn't mind looking for Jong Su, because he knew that Dacia and the Soviet Union would definitely be very willing. So, when Bo Gang heard this, he became anxious instantly. Although Bo Gang feels a little uncomfortable having come back after going out, it is still an opportunity to go out 10 times, right? It's better than staying in hell forever, right? Thinking this way, Bo Gang finally agreed. I promise you. Very good. Suku nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, other demons also rushed over. See you, Lon. Didn't you say you wanted to find me an opponent? Where is he? Jong Su asked impatiently with lightning wrapped around his body. It's obvious he can't wait. Suk smiled slightly. Don't worry. I promise you will see him soon. Now that you have come to Asgard, you will definitely meet Thor. So when the time comes, Suku is going to take Thor directly to hell, and then let Jong Su have a good time. The battle between the god of thunder and the demon of thunder is interesting just thinking about it. Curse Lon, have you forgotten that we are still here? At this moment, Basha couldn't help but ask. Suku looked back and saw Basha looking at him angrily, with an aggrieved soft Fong squatting beside him. You must know that so far, 3 of the 8 demons have been freed. Although Dcoa didn't get his freedom, he also got his toys. That is the former Hulk. Needless to say about Bogang, Sook previously prepared a lot of delicacies from the human world for Bogang, and now he plans to let Bogang go out. Even Dacia and the Soviet Union are about to get the opponent they want. But only Basha and Sawfong got nothing, and they couldn't leave Hell, which made them a little aggrieved. But Suku is not used to their bad habits, because everything Suku does has his own plan. As a result, Inca said with a look of displeasure, "What? Do you have any objections to me?" When Basha and Sawfong heard this, they were speechless for a moment. What opinions can they have? Huh, just kidding. How can we have any objections? Sawfong smiled awkwardly and then left directly. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Suku's behavior, he did not dare to speak out, because he knew that his only hope of getting out lay in Suku's hands. If he offended Suku, seeing that Sawfong gave in, Basha had no choice but to leave angrily. Suku was too lazy to pay attention to these two guys, because as the boss of demons, and the only demon who can let demons leave Hell, his status among all demons cannot be questioned or challenged. If Basha and Sawfong don't understand this truth, then they will have no choice but to stay in Hell. By the way, Julan, what exactly do you want from me? Suddenly at this moment, Bogang couldn't help but ask. Just now Bogang was just happy, and there were some things he didn't expect. But thinking about it now, Bogang suddenly felt something was wrong. Because among all the demons, her relationship with Curse Blue is actually very average. She even always talked back to Curse Blue before, but Curse Lawn chose to let her leave Hell at this time instead of other demons. This made Bogang feel that there must be something fishy in this. But Suku did not answer this question, but opened the portal casually. Through the portal, Bogang instantly saw a large area of extremely prosperous city. It's Asgard. What I want you to do is destroy this city, Sook said slowly. Bo just laughed because this was her favorite thing to do. At the same time, she couldn't stop thinking about why Suku chose her. Now he just wants to devour everything in this city. At the same time, the people of Asgard were also shocked by the portal that suddenly appeared in the sky. They didn't understand what was going on at all. They just looked at the portal in the sky with blank expressions. However, in the next second, a pair of huge amounts of green palms suddenly grabbed both sides of the portal. Immediately afterwards, a green monster began to crawl out. This monster is clearly the mountain demon, Bogang. Ah, I'm finally free. The moment he appeared in Asgard, Bogang looked up to the sky and laughed. After thousands of years, she finally gained freedom. Although this freedom was short-lived, she was still very happy. At the moment, the people of Asgard were completely shocked by the monster in front of them. After all, no one expected that such a monster would appear in such a sacred place as Asgard. Immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying happened to them. Bogang glanced around and suddenly saw 2 Asgardians standing not far away. Without any hesitation, Bogang reached out and grabbed the 2 people, then stuffed them directly into his mouth and chewed them. Although the people of Asgard have strong physiques and strength, they are still vulnerable to Bogang. Oba! With a burst of screams, the people of Asgard finally reacted and then fled in all directions. But this made Bogang even more excited. Immediately afterwards, the wave began to destroy and devour everything in the city of Asgard. Just a minute, no. By the time he arrived, Bogang had already eaten hundreds of Asgardians. It even destroyed a neighborhood. At the same time, Bogang's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the Asgard guards. Countless Asgard soldiers launched an attack on Bogang. But how can these ordinary Asgard soldiers be Bogang's opponents? As soon as Bo opened her mouth, countless Asgard soldiers were instantly stuffed into her mouth. Then he chewed it loudly. Similarly, Bogang also attracted Thor's attention. Not long after, a man with a hammer flew towards Bogang, and it turned out to be Thor. When he saw the demon in front of him clearly, Thor was instantly surprised, because he suddenly thought of what Loki said just now. Loki told him that if he returned to Asgard, the demon would definitely take revenge on him in Asgard. But he didn't care at the time because he didn't believe that any demon would dare to attack Asgard. But now this scene seems to confirm Loki's previous words. At this moment, Thor suddenly saw Bo Gang grabbing several Asgard soldiers and preparing to stuff them into his mouth. At this moment, Thor became very angry. Damn devil. Stop it. Without any hesitation, Thor threw the hammer away. Bo Gang was busy devouring everything around him and didn't even see the sudden attack of Thor and was instantly hit by Mjolnir in the body. But what surprised Thor was that in the face of such a powerful attack, Bo Gang only took a step back. What happened? How come this demon's defense is so strong? Thor was shocked. Suku, who was watching the battle not far away, looked calm. This is completely expected, because Bo Gang's defense is the highest among all demons. She is immune to all spells and physical attacks. It's just Mjolnir. How could it cause harm to her? Moreover, Bo Gang also has an ability that can be called a bug. That is, the more she eats, the stronger her defense and strength will become. And there is no limit to this improvement. This means that as long as Bo Gang keeps eating, she can keep getting stronger. For example, right now, Bagong has eaten hundreds of Asgardians and some buildings. As these things were integrated into the body, Bo Gang's body size was now twice as large as before. At the same time, Bo Gang finally noticed Thor. But don't get me wrong, it wasn't Thor's attack that hurt Bo Gang. It was because of Thor's attack that Bo Gang accidentally dropped the Asgard soldiers he had captured before. This made Bo Gang very angry, because what she hated most was being disturbed while she was eating. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Bo just stretched out huge amounts of palm and hit Thor. The mouth is still big, 2.6 shouted. Get away. Damn little bug. Don't bother me eating. Thor rolled over to avoid Porgan's attack, then raised Mjolnir again. This time he's going to summon lightning to deal with Bo Gang. However, at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared not far away. At the same time, a strange force suddenly restricted his actions and controlled his body to rush towards the portal. What happened? Thor was shocked instantly. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but found that he could not break free from the control of this power. He could only let this force drag him into the portal. At this moment, Bo Gang was a little confused because the guy who attacked her suddenly disappeared. But the next second, Bo Gang suddenly didn't care anymore. Then, she started selling Asgard. Meanwhile, in hell, Jong Su, who had been waiting, suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "Coming." Sure enough, in the next second, a man fell from the sky. Then it's Thor. No doubt this is what Suku did. Kurslon, are you sure this guy is very powerful? Looking at Thor, who was at a loss not far away, Jong Su looked at Suku and asked. Suku smiled and said, "Don't underestimate this guy. He is known as the god of thunder and lightning, and he is a good match for you." God of thunder and lightning? When Jong Su heard this name, his brows instantly wrinkled, because what he hates most is God, especially a god who has the same attributes as him. The god of thunder and lightning? Very good. Then I will kill this god of thunder and lightning today, Jong Su said with a ferocious smile. The next second, the thunder and lightning on his body became more and more violent. But when he heard this, Suku shook his head. No, you just need to defeat him, don't kill him. Why? When Jong Su heard this, he asked curiously. He didn't understand why Suku cared about the life of a god. You know, Suk is a devil. Aren't demons and gods supposed to be mortal enemies? Suku explained calmly. The righteousness and black aura in this world need to be balanced. In other words, the stronger the righteousness is, the stronger the black aura will be. And as long as black aura's power is strong, we will also become strong. So sometimes we have to make sure that there are some powerful heroes in this world. Not for them, but for us. Forehead. I don't know if it was because he stayed in hell for too long, but Jong Su couldn't understand what Suku meant for a while. Seeing that Jong Su still didn't understand, Suku could only speak more straightforwardly. To put it simply, as long as you let him live, you will have a chance to get out of hell. Do you understand? Now, Su finally understood. Then, he nodded seriously. Well, I promise I won't kill him. After saying this, Jong Su immediately rushed towards Thor. Meanwhile, Thor still hasn't figured out what's going on. He doesn't know where this place is, and he doesn't know who brought him here. He only knew that he was forced by a strange force to pass through an inexplicable portal, and then came to this ghost place. He tried to use Mjolnir to leave, but he couldn't. It seems like this is not the original world. Suddenly at this moment, a burst of lightning flashed not far away, and then a tall demon appeared in front of him. Asterisk. The moment he saw the demon, Thor was stunned, because this demon's body is actually wrapped with countless flashing thunder and lightning, just like the real Thor. He has seen many demons in his life and defeated many demons. But this was the first time I saw a demon who could control thunder and lightning like him. 21. For a moment, he suddenly thought of what Loki said before. It seems that Loki really didn't lie. Are you the god of thunder and lightning? Just when Thor was thinking about it, Jong Su suddenly spoke. Thor gritted his teeth, raised the hammer in his hand, and said, "That's right. I am Thor, the Prince of Asgard." Jong Su frowned after hearing Thor's introduction, because to be honest, he really doesn't know where Asgard is. But then, Dacia and the Soviet Union suddenly didn't care much. The next second, he looked directly at Thor and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Thunder Demon, Jong Su. But you don't have to worry, because I promise I won't let you down." What? When Thor heard this, he didn't care about Jong Su's provocation, but looked at Jong Su with a shocked face and said, "Wait, you said this is hell? How'd I end up in hell?" But at the moment, Jong Su was too lazy to answer Thor's question. The next second, I saw streaks of thunder and lightning condensed in Jong Su's hands, and then released at Thor. Seeing this, Thor did not dare to be careless, and waved Mjolnir in his hand. In an instant, Mjolnir also burst out with a violent thunder and lightning. Boom! 2 lightning bolts collided and instantly lit up the entire hell. In this way, the god of thunder and the thunder demon began their battle. Not far away, 3 demons, Dcoa, Safong, and Basha, sat together and began to watch the battle with relish. There is no way. Who makes life in hell so boring? This is the only thing they can do at the moment. By this time, Suku had already returned to Asgard. With Thor's sudden disappearance, it seems that no one here can stop Bo Gang anymore. Those so-called Asgard soldiers do not pose the slightest threat to Bo Gang. They can only become her food rations. Ever since Bo started a massacre in Asgard, and as Bo Gang constantly devoured Asgardians and everything around her, her body and strength became stronger and stronger. Suk stood on the roof of a palace and glanced at Bo Gang. Then he looked at the most magnificent palace not far away, which was the temple where Odin lived. At the moment, Suku was really curious. Bo Gang was already like this. Why didn't Odin take action? This is really strange. As the king of God, how could Odin allow the devil to destroy Asgard wantonly? At this moment, Suku's heart suddenly moved. Odin must have fallen into a deep sleep, right? All right, Suk guessed it right. The reason why Odin did not take action was because Odin fell into a deep sleep after returning to Asgard with Thor and Loki. This is a skill unique to Odin. Odin must go into deep sleep every once in a while, because this can extend his life and replenish his strength. If Odin did not enter a deep sleep, his divine power would become extremely weak. In fact, it was time for Odin to sleep long ago, but he deliberately postponed his sleep in order to find Loki. After going to Earth with Thor to bring Loki back, he could no longer hold on. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Who could have imagined the result? As soon as Odin fell asleep, Suku came to Asgard with Bo Gang to cause trouble. Definitely, although no one else thought of this, Loki definitely did. At the moment, in the main hall of Asgard, Loki and his mother Frigga were already frightened and overwhelmed by this scene. Although Suku has not appeared so far, Loki knows that all this must have been done by Suku, because he had to cooperate with the Holy Lord before. Loki also learned a little bit about the demons on the earth. It is also because of this that he knows that in addition to the Holy Lord, there are 7 other ancient demons on the earth, and they're all brothers and sisters. In addition to the Holy Lord and Curse Blue he had seen before, there were 6 demons. And the demon that appears in Asgard at the moment is the demon of the mountain, Bogon. According to records, that was an extremely terrifying guy with extremely amazing defense power. Loki already knew this just now, because even in the face of Thor's attack, Bogang had no reaction. Definitely, this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that since the wave has just arrived, Loki is sure that the Cursed Blue will also come. Even at the moment, Cursed Blue is somewhere in Asgard. When he thought of this, Loki instantly didn't know what to do, because there is really nothing he can do about Cursed Blue. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and then walked over to Odin, who was sleeping in the sleeping cabin with an angry look. "I've told you, don't bring me back. Don't bring me back. Why don't you listen? I have a deal with those demons. If I don't complete the deal, the demons will definitely come to me. He's going to kill us all. But you never believed me. Now it's better. The whole of Asgard is going to be destroyed. Are you happy now?" Loki yelled angrily. He was really D off. "Originally, I was fine on Earth. I just had to help the Holy Lord summon the Chitauri army, and then draw space gems and mind gems to bring to Thanos. Then he can be completely liberated." As a result, he never expected that Odin and Thor would appear at this time, and forcibly brought him back to Asgard. This made all his efforts in vain. Now the demon has descended on Asgard, and Odin fell into a deep sleep again, and even Thor disappeared inexplicably. They can't resist the demon's attack at all, especially Cursed Blue. When he thought of this, Loki suddenly became angry. He walked directly to the sleeping cabin and wanted to force open the sleeping cabin to wake up Odin. Things have developed to this point. Instead of just waiting for death, it is better to forcefully wake up Odin and let him stop Cursed Blue. After all, they can't just do nothing and wait for death, right? This feeling is really too painful. "Loki, stop." But at this moment, Frigga stopped Loki. "Loki, you can't do this. Your father has just fallen into a deep sleep. If you disturb him, you will cause him serious harm," Frigga advised. Although he already knows that he is not Frigga's biological child, Loki still has great feelings for this mother. So when he heard this, he could only step aside angrily. But Loki still hasn't given up the idea of awakening Odin. He pointed to Bogang, who was destroying Asgard outside, and said, "Mother, do you think there's any other way besides waking up father? The demon is destroying Asgard, and my father is sleeping. Thor just went out and disappeared. Who else can protect Asgard now? And that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is that the moon demon hasn't come yet. Do you know the moon demon? It's the demon who wanted to destroy Asgard thousands of years ago. Faced with such a powerful demon, what else can we do besides awakening my father?" When Frigga heard this, she became silent for a while, because she knew Loki was right. In this current situation, there seems to be no other way except to wake up Odin. Although this may hurt Odin, it is better than destroying Asgard, right? Thinking of this, Legia finally chose to compromise. She looked at Loki and said, "Okay, I promise you, but give me some time and I will wake up your father myself." "Good." Loki heard this and nodded immediately. In his opinion, as long as Odin wakes up, at least they still have some hope. Loki. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang from the palace door. The moment he heard this voice, Loki couldn't help but shudder, because the one who called him was none other than Yujishia. Magic, Cursed Blue. Loki was almost crying from fear at this moment, because just now he was still thinking about when the Cursed Blue would come, but the next second, the Cursed Blue actually came. This time, it's really going to kill me. You know, it also takes time to wake up Odin, and what they lack most now is time. Devil, get out of Asgard. And the moment Suku appeared, the soldiers guarding the Asgard palace immediately rushed out. Their duty is to protect the sleeping Odin, so no matter how violent Bogon is outside, they are indifferent. It wasn't until Suku appeared here that they took action. But facing these Asgard soldiers, Thick just sneered. Immediately afterwards, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a force began to spread. Almost instantly, those Asgard soldiers were suddenly frozen on the spot. No matter how hard they try, they can't move. pust, 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 accompanied by bursts of strange sounds. All the Asgard soldiers suddenly exploded one by one. Countless internal organs and blood filled the entire Asgard palace. Make this sacred place look bloody. To be honest, if these guys had spoken politely just now, Suku might not have killed the Maid 80. But the tone of their conversation just now really made Suku unhappy. So Suku had no choice but to kill them. Anyway, I came to Asgard to cause trouble this time, and I don't mind making things even bigger. And Loki didn't know what to say at this moment. Especially after those Asgard soldiers were killed by Suku, he instinctively wanted to escape. But when he thought that Frigga was still here, he could only resist the urge to run away. Although as the god of trickery, he is cold-blooded and ruthless, but he still has deep feelings for this mother. Furthermore, in order to prevent him from escaping and causing trouble again, Odin had imprisoned the magic on him. Now he is just a mortal who cannot use magic. So where can he escape? Thinking like this, Loki could only suppress the fear in his heart, then walked up to Dcoa and said with a forced smile, "Dear Demon Lord, why are you here?" Suku sneered. "That's a good question. How'd I come to Asgard? Maybe it's because someone here betrayed me." Loki's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, "It's nothing. How could I betray you?" Loki shook his head and quickly denied the incident. And he actually didn't lie, because he had no intention of running away in the first place. He was brought back forcibly by Odin and Thor. But it's obvious that Suku doesn't approve. Then what's going on with the Holy Lord's head? Although I also hate the Holy Lord is my brother after all. Before you chopped off his head, did you ever think about what I would do? How about I chop off your head too? Suku smiled, but his tone was extremely cold. Loki was instantly frightened, because demons will not die even if their heads are cut off, but if he is cut off, he will definitely die. Loki just continued to plead. "Don't. I know you're angry, but it's none of my business. I don't want to come back either, but my father insists on taking me back. What can I do? As for the matter of the Holy Lord, I am even more unjust. It was not me who did it." At this point, Loki suddenly changed his tone. But it doesn't matter. Now that Odin has fallen into a deep sleep, I can return to Earth with you right away to complete the previous things. I promise, I will definitely help the Holy Lord rule the Earth. But when Suku heard this, he shook his head. "I will definitely take you back, because this is what you promised before, but I must also make you pay the price for your actions. And this is what you pay for," Suk said, and then looked at Gang, who was wreaking havoc outside. At the moment, as Gang swallowed more and more things, her body became bigger and bigger. People throughout Asgard have fallen into deep despair. In their view,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.